to start over. I don't know what happened. No clue. See if we can get this. Up and going. That was weird. You know, a lot of people last night were having, I noticed, were having a lot of issues on YouTube too. YouTube be YouTubing. Lori did it. Yeah. Portal Princess trying to invade our stream. Portal Princess. Portal Princess. Y'all come on back in. Y'all come on. YouTube needs to get it together. Yeah, I think Mel had issues last night, and I think Jessica's comment is stuck on screen. There we go. And I think Publicly Buzzed had issues last night, and I don't know, a bunch of people did. All kinds of issues. Sandra Oliver, it's not you, it's me. Well, it's not either of us really, it's YouTube. Dang YouTube. Dang YouTube. Give everybody a minute to come on in. Come on in. Y'all come on. I was coming in to say hello and ended up with YouTube aliens. You know what? You brought them with you. That's what happened. We're back. I'm trying to give everybody a minute to get back in before we start. Hopefully, we won't have any more problems. All of a sudden, I was in long crime, and I was like, what? It's not a neighborhood you want to wake up in. All right, we ready?
Likelihood that what someone says to you could be misinterpreted. Would you agree with that?
Will you repeat that one more time?
Well, if you have a body cam or a
Hello.
recorder and you're interviewing someone about an important topic, well, like this case, when you interview witnesses, you want to get the facts right from what they said, correct?
Yes.
And it's important that you get the facts right when they tell you things, right?
Yes.
And it's also important that it's a tool that you use to ensure that everybody's...
Hold on. I have to show you something. Okay, so I know I have like, when I have my green screen up, I have like, this is the picture of my house. But this, oh wait, hold on, I gotta move myself. Hold on, let me move myself. This, look, I put your, it's not your Lego, it's my Lego. I built that Lego with my own bare hands, and the instruction booklet. But I put the Lego on the stream, or on the shelf for this one. I just wanted to share that with you.
The same page. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So it's generally a very good idea to use a recorder or a body cam when you're dealing with subjects or people that where there's serious consequences, correct?
Yes.
And in this particular case, this is a serious case, right?
Yes.
You've never been involved in as much of a serious case as you've been in this case, correct?
No.
Most serious case you've been involved in 22 years, right?
Yes.
So I would assume you took precautions that when you interviewed witnesses, you took the necessary step to make sure that you had a recorder with you. Is that right?
Yeah. Try to. Yes.
Okay, try to. Okay.
He says, okay.
Now you received a call from the Gilbert Police Department, right? About this case with Tammy Daybell, correct?
Yes.
And I read your report, and I think you accurately reflected what they were talking to you about. Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were involved in an attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. Is that right?
Yes.
And Chad Daybell was not implicated in that, correct?
No.
Right. But he was someone of interest because he had been hanging around Lori Vallow.
He was a known associate.
Known associate. But there was no implication that he had any involvement in the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, right?
No.
That was Alex Cox, and that was Lori Vallow. And when did that shooting take place?
I don't recall a date.
What year?
Would have been 2019.
Okay.
He is so aggressive.
Okay. You don't recall the month, right?
I received the call in October.
Okay. So at this point, your investigation was centered around the fact that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox knew Chad Daybell somehow, right?
Yes.
And as part of your surveillance,
find
you
out.
were able to establish that in November, right?
November 1st.
Okay, of 2019. At that point, you were able to establish that there was some sort of a relationship between Lori and Chad, right?
Yes.
And that was after Tammy's death, right?
Yes.
So really, if two people who are not married are going to a Hobby Lobby to pick up whatever they're picking up, that's not really suspicious, is it?
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
It depends, I guess.
Oh.
It ain't suspicious, no.
Well, you said depends. I want to know what's suspicious about two people who are single going to a Hobby Lobby. Why don't you tell me what that is?
Well, it ain't suspicious, no.
Okay. And then going out to eat at a restaurant. There's nothing suspicious about two people who are single going to a restaurant to have something to eat. Is that right?
Right.
And there's nothing suspicious about Lori Vallow going over to Chad's house and being there for a short period of time. There's nothing suspicious about that, right?
No.
Okay. So I'm having some difficulty here. And the difficulty I'm having is that you get a call from the Gilbert police suggesting that Chad Daybell knows Alex and Lori, right?
Yes.
And based on the fact that they know them, you get an order from a judge to dig up Tammy Daybell, right?
With the medical records and everything, yes.
Okay. With the medical records and what's the everything?
Chad saying that she had no medical issues.
Okay. All right. Judge, could I have Judge, could I have exhibit number 21, please?
Yes.
And please bear with me, Judge. I'm sorry. It might take me 2 seconds to get this brought up.
That's fine. And before it comes up or is published, make sure, number one, we know what it is. Number two, it's admitted.
Okay.
Yeah, Justice Obsessed. You know what's suspicious? Baby's buried in your yard.
And officer, it's previously been admitted, Teton medical records. That's the medical records you subpoenaed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And 21 is already admitted. So
It is, Judge. And I'm going to go through 20, 21, and 22.
All right, thanks for clarifying. Those are all admitted, so you can publish without permission, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like.
Hobby Lobby is
So I'm at the top of Teton Medical Record. And what I'm looking at on the left-hand side of the letter where it says past medical history, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the first thing at the very top is anemia, right?
Yes.
Did you research what anemia is?
No, I did not.
Did you research what the medical conditions and what people experience as a result of being diagnosed with anemia?
No, I did not.
Did you research and look into the fact that anemia can have life-threatening consequences?
Sorry, Judge, the counsel is testifying.
Well, it's cross-examination. I don't know what that objection is, Mr. Richmond. What's the basis?
Judge, he's describing how serious anemia is.
go by.
This witness has never spoken to that issue. So counsel is trying to testify as to how serious anemia is. It's a medical condition. This witness was
Look.
freely admitting that he's.
I don't want a speaking objection. I'll sustain the objection on assumes facts not in evidence.
And let's move down the list. The next one is anxiety, right?
Yes.
That was our camera out there is on a little bit of a delay, so I heard him go by, and then I could see him because it's one of the military helicopters or whatever they're called. Those big ones, whatever they're called, and it was so low I could see it go by my window, so I pulled up the camera quick enough to be able to show y'all.
Okay. And then the one down below that is depression, right?
Yes.
And Tammy Daybell was taking medication. She was taking Prozac, which is fluoxetine. Is that right?
Fluoxetine, yes.
Fluoxetine. Correct. And she was also taking tramadol, right?
She was prescribed tramadol, yes.
Right. And what's the tramadol for?
Pain.
Okay. So she was in some discomfort of some kind.
Yes.
Okay. And then we go down below where it says family history. And would you read the 4 lines under what Tammy's family suffers as a result of family history, please?
Mother suffers with cancer and thyroid issues. Father suffers with depression and heart disease.
Okay. Thank you. And Judge, that's all I have for 21. Judge, could I be handed exhibit number 20?
Yes.
Thank you. And Judge, again, this has been previously admitted by stipulation of the parties.
It is admitted, yes.
I love when they drive by. Or
Now,
fly by.
did you take the time to look at Tammy Daybell's death certificate?
No, I did not.
You didn't consider that.
No.
So you looked at some medical records and said she has anemia and she's on Prozac. And you looked at Officer Greenell's report, right?
Yes.
But you didn't look at any death certificate.
No.
Did you read Brenda Dye's report?
No, I did not.
Did you read Officer Greenell's report?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so when you took consideration of why you dug up Tammy Daybell, and by the way, just before we get there, Tammy Daybell's children were never notified that you were digging their mother out of the ground, were you?
No, there was not.
Yeah. So her own children were not advised that.
Overruled.
So her own family were never advised that you're digging their mother out of the ground without letting them know in any shape, form, or opportunity to respond. Is that right?
Yes.
I'd like you to look at the certificate of death, and I'm going to point down to where it says the cause of death. You see my arrow down there?
Yes.
Okay. And the cause of death, they list 2 things on the cause of death for Tammy Daybell's death. And would you read those out loud, what those 2 are?
Cardiac event and pulmonary edema.
Okay. Heart issues, right?
Yes.
And you saw that in the medical history of Tammy Daybell, her father had a history of heart disease, right?
Yes.
So you didn't take that into consideration when you decided to dig Tammy up out of the ground, right?
No, I've never seen this before.
You never looked at it.
No.
You never talked to anybody about what the death certificate said before you decided to have her dug up, right?
Correct.
And you went in front of a judge and you put on testimony to justify digging her up out of the ground, and you didn't even once look at the certificate of death, did you?
No.
Okay, but also to be clear, looking at the certificate of death, I mean, what do I know? But the cause and manner of death are like her manner of death, whatever, it said natural, but that was their whole reason for wanting to exhume her, was because they started questioning things based on everything else going on and wanted to see if it was really natural causes or not.
Judge, counsel previously discussed Officer Greenall's report, and for the life of me, I don't see the exhibit number on that, but it was admitted.
What is it?
I believe it was 418.
He's really hard to watch.
41A?
418.
Still sitting right here, Your Honor.
Oh, 418 is still up on the,
And Judge, could I have the bailiff take back exhibit number 20
yes.
and exchange it with me with the,
And yeah, 418 was still up there, so.
thank you. Oops, let's do this.
This is Monday afternoon. We're speed trialing because I had to miss Monday and part of yesterday.
Size, okay. Okay, so can you see that report?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So the second
Mr. Pryor, I need to have you talking to the microphone.
The second paragraph talks about how Tammy was found by her husband. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to read, starting with the second paragraph to the end where it talks to 911. If you would read that loud so that everybody can hear that, please.
He called for his son to come help put Tamara back onto the bed.
No, I'm talking about where the words start with the deceased. I'm sorry, up here where it says the deceased. That's where I'd like you to start.
You want me to read the whole paragraph?
The whole paragraph, if you would, please.
Okay. This deceased, Tamara M. Daybell, was found by her husband, Chad G. Daybell. Chad told me Tamara had been sick and had a severe coughing fit at approximately 00 hours. During this fit, she vomited, then she returned to bed, and she said she was fine. At approximately 5:40 hours, Chad felt the blanket slide off the bed and woke up to see Tamara had partially fallen off the bed. Chad told her to get up, and when she didn't answer, he turned on the lights and found that she was deceased. She had partially fallen off the bed, her head was touching the floor, and her feet were still on the bed. Chad said she was cold and stiff. He called for his son to come help put Tamara back onto the bed. Chad then called 911.
Okay. So when you talk about a lack of medical conditions, did you read this report before you went to a judge and get an order digging Tamara Daybell up out of the ground?
Yes.
Okay, so did you happen to notify the judge that Tamara was having fits the night before, she was vomiting and was sick and was generally not doing well? Did you mention that to the judge?
No.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on to the second paragraph now. And if you would read the second paragraph, starting with Chad said Tamara.
Chad said Tamara didn't have any serious medical conditions. She was taking fluoxetine for depression, but did not have any other prescriptions. Chad said the last time she was at the doctor was approximately 2 months ago when she had fallen in the driveway and injured her arm. The doctor had given her steroid shots and she was not having further issues. Chad said she had been feeling sick with something like a cold lately and that she would have gone to the doctor today. Chad said she has low blood pressure and faints occasionally. Chad said that she has been going through menopause and also has been having aches and back pain for approximately 2 weeks and that she was going to visit the chiropractor soon. Chad said she didn't go to the doctor often because she didn't like doctors.
And you were aware of that based on the research of her medical records that Tammy Daybell didn't like to go to the doctor, did she?
Yeah.
Right. And you were aware that Tammy Daybell would use herbal medicine and oils and other medications in lieu of going to the doctor to try to cure herself in other ways, untraditional ways, right?
That's what the report said, yes.
Right. So instead of going to the doctor for fainting spells and for these other things that were going on, she would take supplements and do things like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'll go back down. And the next one talks about Chad showing all of the over-the-counter medications she takes. He said she's taken approximately 10 bottles on the tablet every morning that she takes to help her. Okay? And then read the last line where it says most. In that paragraph I just read, where the last sentence says most of what was.
Most of what was in the cupboard.
Mr. Pryor, you turn that sideways so you
I'm
can't read.
sorry. That makes it tough, doesn't it? I was
Okay.
trying to pull one on you, apparently. Go ahead.
Most of what was in the cupboard was essential oils and natural remedies and some pain medications.
Okay. So it looks like the list below talks about the Prozac, acetaminophen, ibuprofen, whatever vitality extracts are, but at the very bottom, it says supplement, right?
Yes.
And what is that supplement for?
The supplement for bruising and sore muscles.
So for treating bruising and sore muscles, did you have any history that Tammy Daybell had a history of easily bruising?
I didn't see any, no.
Did you see anything that suggested that Tammy Daybell had bruises on her body at the time she passed away?
Yes, there was some.
Yeah, and you're aware that those bruises were old bruises, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. And if Brenda Dye put in her report that they were old bruises, you would have no reason to dispute that, right?
Yeah, I have no reason. to
Okay.
dispute.
But Tammy Daybell clearly was taking medication for bruising, right?
That's what the report said. Yes.
That's what the report says, right? And we're going to try to do this, see how skilled I really am. Okay. But at the very bottom, it starts with the last sentence. I was later advised by the coroner. If you could read that for me.
I was later advised by the coroner that Tamara's son told her he also takes fluoxetine from the same bottle as his mother. I was also advised that Chad told the coroner that sometimes Tamara had minor shaking fits consistent with seizure activity. Tamara's daughter Emma also advised the coroner that she takes clogging classes with her mother, and her mother has seemed to slow down in her movements in the last couple months. Tamara had also been saying she felt out of her body recently.
Okay. So again, Mr. Daybell is talking to the coroner or Officer Greenall, and it talks about the fact that Tammy's having seizures and that she's having fits shaking, and that her daughter is saying that she's slowed down and she's not able to keep up and that she's been feeling out of sorts, right?
Yes.
And based on that, you didn't take that into consideration when you decided to dig up Tammy Daybell, did you?
No.
Okay. The next sentence, with I advised.
I advised the coroner of everything I had learned from my investigation, and she agreed that the death was a natural one.
I advised the coroner of everything I had learned from my investigation and agreed the death was a natural one. That's Officer Greenall, right?
Yes.
So according to Officer Greenall, in discussing this with the coroner and with all of this information, came to the conclusion that Tammy Daybell's death was a natural one, right?
Yes.
And you didn't report that to the judge when you decided, and it's not this judge, you didn't report that to the judge when you decided to get a warrant to dig Tammy Daybell up. You didn't mention that to the judge, did you?
No.
Okay. The last sentence in that paragraph, would you read that one for me?
The coroner determined an autopsy was not necessary unless the family wanted one, which they did not.
Okay. And then the very last sentence before Officer Greenall, where it says it was
determined by the coroner that the death was due to probable heart attack due to pulmonary edema.
okay. And this is a determination that was made by a coroner at the time of the what you called the unattended call of Tammy Daybell, right?
Yes.
And in talking with the folks down in Gilbert, they told you that Chad knew Lori Vallow, right?
Yes.
They had no other information about the death of Tammy Daybell, did they?
No.
You had the information, and you're the one who took that information and went in front of a judge and got an order to dig Tammy Daybell up.
Yes.
And you did it without telling the children that they're digging their mother out of the ground. Is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't take into consideration the seizures, did you?
No.
You didn't take into consideration the shaking, did you?
No.
You didn't take into consideration the anemia, did you?
No.
You didn't take in any of the medical information other than you told the judge there's no medical history here. That's what you told the judge, isn't it?
Off the medical record, yes.
Off the medical records, right?
Yes.
You didn't look at anything else, right?
No.
You didn't look at the certificate of death that says pulmonary edema, heart issues, did you?
I did not see that, no.
You didn't see it or you didn't look?
I didn't look.
Judge, I'm done. This officer's under subpoena to be called back. I intend to call him back.
All right, well, I'm going to allow some redirect.
Not a fan. I don't like his aggression toward him. Like this officer,
Lieutenant Powell, excuse me.
not a fan.
At the time that you sought the exhumation order,
I don't have anything.
were you aware that that Lori's children were missing?
No, I believe yes.
Were you aware that Chad and Lori had a quick marriage after Tammy's death?
Judge, objection goes beyond cross.
Overruled.
You can answer that.
Will you repeat the question, please?
At the time that you did seek the exhumation order, had you become aware that Chad and Lori had a quick marriage right after Tammy's death?
Yes.
And in fact, as to the dates, what was the date again that Tammy died?
I was notified October 19th, 2019.
And in fact, what was the date that you surveilled Chad and Tammy holding hands at Hobby Lobby?
November 1st,
12 days?
approximately, yeah.
Mr. Pryor asked you several questions about Allie Greenhall's report.
Yes.
Do you recall who provided the bulk of the information in that report?
Chad Daybell.
And did you ever find out prior to requesting an exhumation whether Chad Daybell wanted an autopsy?
The reporter said he did not.
Did that factor into your decision to seek an exhumation order?
Yes.
How?
Just with all the circumstances and medical records and everything.
Prior to seeking the exhumation order, had you ever heard the name Charles Vallow?
Yes.
And who is that?
Judge, this is going beyond cross.
I do agree with that at this point.
May I argue it, Judge?
Go ahead.
Judge, with the extensive cross-examination about challenging this officer's request for exhumation, I think it's not outside the cross. It's maybe another data point, but it's well within what the cross-examination was.
Well, I don't know if it is or not. The way it's asked, it just seems to be going into a new area. So if it's tied in somehow to the cross, then I may allow it. But for now, it's objection sustained.
Lieutenant Powell, were there other reasons that I've not asked you yet that went into your decision to seek an exhumation order?
All the deaths surrounding Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
What were all those deaths?
Which again, we're going into an area that was not opened up.
No, I believe
I'm going to
it's
object, Judge.
that's opened up. So I'll overrule the objection.
Could you please explain to the jury all the deaths, what you meant by that?
Lori Vallow's last husband had been shot by Alex Cox.
Did you understand approximately what date that had occurred?
I don't recall the date.
Was that part of the information that was relayed through Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
So how did the fact that Lori's husband had been killed factor into your suspicions about Tammy's death?
And well, you had the attempting shooting, the murder.
And I'm just asking you from a common sense perspective as a law enforcement officer, how was that information impacting you to decide to get an exhumation order?
Judge, cause for speculation.
I'm asking,
Give me a second. Overruled.
you may answer the question.
Will you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm just asking from a common sense perspective for you to please explain to the jury why all of that information bolstered your thinking that you needed to seek an exhumation order.
Because of all the deaths around Lori or Alex and Chad.
So is it safe to say that when you do any investigation, do you just follow the facts and where they lead you?
Yes.
And so despite what was in Allie Greenhall's report, did all these other facts lead you to seek the exhumation order?
Yes.
And to be clear, you were asked several questions about the death certificate
Yes.
and who issues a death certificate typically.
The coroner.
I'm just asking if you are aware of whether or not the coroner at the time of Tammy's death had all this other information about Lori and Alex and Charles Vallow.
No, she did not.
Objection, Judge. There's been no basis to establish where that knowledge comes from. Moving to strike.
Yeah, the objection did come in late, but I will sustain the objection for lack of foundation and I will strike the answer. So I'm instructing the jurors to please disregard that last answer.
In terms of your surveillance of Chad and Tammy, how long that day, let me withdraw that. Please tell the jury again, what day did you initiate your surveillance of Chad and Tammy?
November 1st, 2019.
Thinking back now, how many hours did they spend together that day?
Objection, relevance.
Again, it goes to the relation.
Thanks, Mr. Royston. Objection's overruled.
I'd say approximately 4 to 6 hours.
And were they riding in a car together?
Yes, when we surveilled them to Idaho Falls, there was.
Did you happen to notice if there were any children with them at the time?
No, there was not.
You never saw any children with them at all?
Never seen any children.
No, I have no further questions.
Judge, can I recross in the event that he brought up some things about Mr. Vallow that I would like to be able to touch on a little bit?
Very limited in scope.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Pryor, I'll allow on that.
Officer, you made an interesting comment about Chad Daybell and Alex Cox. Are you aware that Chad Daybell is not implicated in the murder of Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. Not involved, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Right. And in the shooting and attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux, same thing. Alex Cox, Lori Vallow are implicated in that crime, right?
Yes.
And Chad Daybell is not implicated in that crime. Is that right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So this other knowledge that Mr. Wixom spoke to you about, this knowledge that somehow Chad, he must have known these people. So because he knew those people and he's not implicated in those other murder and attempted murder by Alex Cox, Chad's not implicated. How does that give you a right to dig up Tammy Daybell?
Oh, God.
With all the association and all the deaths around it.
Oh, so because she went to Hobby Lobby with him, because she went to a restaurant, and because you surveilled them, and obviously they were having a relationship, right?
Yes.
And that's the other information you used to dig her out of the ground, right?
Yes.
That's the other information you used to dig her out of the ground, right?
Yes.
Judge, I have nothing else.
All right, that'll conclude the recross then, and not having any more redirect. So is it correct from the state then that this witness is likely to be recalled?
Judge, given today, we may well reserve the right to recall this witness. And I believe he's under subpoena by the defense as well.
He's under subpoena by the defense, Judge.
Okay, Lieutenant Powell, then I'll admonish you that there is an exclusionary order, meaning you're not permitted to observe any trial testimony going forward. While this trial is being live streamed, I'll admonish you you're not permitted to listen to any other testimony between now and the time you may recall, and I'll ask you about that when you return to the stand. All right, thank you for your testimony.
I mean, I guess he has to fight where he can,
All right.
but
We'll go ahead and take our mid-afternoon break. I'll shoot for about 30 minutes and be back on the record after that. Thank you.
all right. Moving right along. We're almost done with day 3.
Parties are present. Call this afternoon. Will that be?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Nicole Heidemann.
All right. And please be mindful, counsel, we will conclude with testimony today at 3:30.
Solemnly swear or affirm.
The thing is when they find stuff after exhuming her body, when they find what they're looking for, it kind of makes your argument about why they did it kind of invalid. But what do I know?
Testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I know. I keep trying to say, like, I'm trying not to get annoyed with his attorney.
All right, and
because
do I refer to
don't
you as
like
agent?
him.
I'm a tactical specialist.
Excuse me.
A tactical specialist?
All right. Tactical
Yes,
specialist
forward.
Heidemann, I just wanted to inquire, now that you're under oath, for purposes of your testimony here, the court's issued an exclusionary order, meaning I'm not permitting any witnesses in the case to previously view testimony of other witnesses. We are live streaming these proceedings, so I'm going to inquire whether or not you have reviewed or watched any of the testimony in this trial thus far.
I have not.
Very well. Thank you for answering that. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please spell your name for the record?
Nicole, Nicole, last name Heidemann, Heideman.
Where are you currently employed?
The Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed with them?
Almost 16 years.
What is your current title and/or position?
Tactical specialist.
Have you held other positions within the FBI?
I have.
And what are those other positions?
Prior to that, I was an evidence control technician.
At some point, as part of your employment, did you become involved in an investigation regarding some missing children in approximately 2019 or early 2020?
Yes.
Do you recall who those children were?
JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan.
As part of your job duties, were you given specific assignments with regard to that investigation?
I was.
As part of your duties, were you asked to look into evidence and data collected to determine phone attributions?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what phone attribution is?
Yes. Phone attribution or phone number attribution is an attempt to identify the likely primary user of a phone number.
And as you reviewed the data and different reports, did you also discuss the investigation with special agents, detectives, or other law enforcement officers?
Yes.
And in preparation for your testimony today, have you prepared an exhibit?
Yes,
And is that exhibit regarding phone attribution?
it is.
Is that exhibit a summary of the work that you did and the reports and phone data you reviewed?
Yes,
And would it assist in your testimony today?
it would.
And do you believe it would aid the jury in understanding as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 186. I will indicate defense counsel has been provided a copy. I have a copy for the court, the witness, and the witness to review.
Thank you.
I would also indicate this is actually a printout of a PowerPoint. I have the jump drive that's also been marked as State's Exhibit 186 that contains the same information.
All right. So the actual exhibit will not be the printout copies. It will be the PowerPoint exhibit on a thumb drive. Is that correct?
Correct. I printed out the slides as a courtesy and to allow the witness to review them.
Very well.
And do you mind just looking through those if you would? Do those appear to be an accurate representation of the summary we were just discussing?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of State's Exhibit 186.
Any objection? Okay, Exhibit 186, which to be clear again will be the PowerPoint presentation, is admitted.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask permission to publish State's Exhibit 186.
You may publish.
And we talked about you being asked to look into some phone attribution. Were there specific individuals that you were looking to attribute numbers to?
Yes.
And who were those individuals?
Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and Alex Cox.
And this is the second slide of the presentation that you prepared. In looking at this, how many numbers did you attribute to Chad Daybell?
Between the time frame of October 2018 and January 2020, there were 9 phone numbers.
And of those 9 phone numbers, did you determine certain ones were of more interest?
Yes.
And how many were those?
3.
And how about in regard to Lori Vallow, how many numbers were attributed to her during that time frame?
6 phone numbers.
And similar question, were there some that were of more interest?
Yes.
And how many were those?
Again, 3.
And with regard to Alex Cox, how many phone numbers were attributed to him?
6.
And of those were some of more interest?
Yes, 3.
And you talked about a specific time frame. Why did you look at that specific time frame?
We learned through the investigation that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met on October 26, 2018. So we went back through October 2018 through sort of the end of the investigation, of January 2020.
And when you talk about the end of the investigation, was there still an active investigation into the whereabouts of the children?
The whereabouts, yes.
So you'd focus on this time frame of when there may have been communications between the parties. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
And turning specifically to Chad first, in looking at that first number, is this a number that was attributed to him?
It was.
And can you read the number into the record?
208-690-9374.
And under that, there are 9 things listed. Are these things that assisted in attributing this phone number to the defendant, Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Were there other things that assisted in attributing the number?
There could be, yes.
Were these the main ones that you looked at?
Yes.
And can you go through this list of the 9 things?
Yes. This list of 9 items were documents, primarily documents, but other phones or something that I reviewed that had the 208 number in close relation to another identifier, either Chad's name or an account number, address, something along those lines that were attributed to Chad. So that phone number was subscribed to Tammy Daybell since March 17th, 2018. It was listed as the contact number for Chad Daybell on a Hawaii rental agreement effective December 15th, 2019. It was saved as contact Chad in Tammy Daybell's phone. It was the SMS or text number associated with chad.daybell@gmail.com. It was listed on a Citibank application in Chad's name. It was listed on the Life Map insurance benefit claim form next to Chad's name. It was saved as contact Bishop Shumway in the Lori for Style iCloud account. It was associated with Chad on some Allegiant flight records. And it was saved as contact Dad in Seth Daybell's phone.
And do you know who Seth Daybell is in relation to Chad?
Seth is Chad's son.
And Tammy Daybell was Chad's wife?
Correct.
Could I ask the witness to please maybe just pull the mic down a little more and talk right into it?
Yes, sir.
It's not that sensitive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then looking at this next part of it here, there's a reference to a Cricket account. Can you tell me what the significance of the Cricket account is?
2 additional phone numbers of interest were identified, and when the subscriber information returned, it came back to a Boyd dial in Mesa, Arizona.
And talking about a Boyd dial, are you aware if there was any investigation done to determine whether or not there is a Boyd dial that actually exists?
Yes.
And was there an investigation conducted?
Yes.
Do you know, were you part of that?
Yes.
And were you able to identify any actual Boyd dials?
Yes. We found 2.
Do you know if either agents or detectives did some follow-up with those Boyd dials?
Yeah, I believe some FBI agents in Utah interviewed the 2 Boyd dials as part of this investigation and cleared them of any knowledge.
And when you were trying to determine if there's any other Boyd dials in existence, what are some of the things that you were looking for to see if they're a real person?
So through database searches primarily, I conducted searches for Boyd dial, PO Box 405, Mesa, Arizona, and received negative results. I then did Boyd dial in Arizona and again received negative results. And then I just did a very broad picture of Boyd dial in the U.S. And those were the 2 that came back, the 2 in Utah, that came back as being real individuals.
And if you know, was there anything found to link either of the Boyd dials you located to these devices or these phone numbers?
No.
And I said devices. Let me be clear. How many devices did you identify as being associated with the numbers we're going to talk about next?
There was 1 device for all 4 numbers. Yeah.
And so this first number that we're seeing here, can you read that into the record?
480-395-5126.
And there's 2 things listed here. Are those 2 of the factors that you considered in attributing this number to Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And can you read what those are? Explain a little bit about them.
This phone number was activated on October 31st, 2018, which was just a few days after Chad and Lori met, and then was either expired or deactivated on January 31st, 2019. And then secondly, it was saved as Melanie 2 in the Lori for Style iCloud account, along with Chad Daybell's known phone number 208-690-9374. So the Melanie 2 contact had 2 phone numbers associated with it.
And that was in the Lori for Style iCloud account?
Correct.
Do you know who that iCloud account was associated with?
With Lori Vallow.
And the next number on here, can you also read that one into the record?
480-812-5496.
And similarly, there are 2 things here. Are these things that you used to attribute this number to Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And could you explain a little bit about those?
This phone number was activated the same day that the prior number expired, January 31st, 2019 through July 1st, 2019. And it was saved as contact Janie in the Lori for Style iCloud account.
And this next number, can you read it into the record as well?
515-402-0143.
And on this one, there's 6 different things listed under it. Are those factors that you use to identify this phone as one associated with Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And can you go through those for us and explain a little bit?
The 515 number was first identified by the Chandler Police Department in Lori's 480-692-9562 call detail records and saved as contact Bubby in the Lolly Time iCloud account. It was activated on July 1st, 2019, the same day that the 5496 number expired, and was active through October 8th, 2019. This number called the Valley of the Sun Mortuary on July 11th, 2019, and there was a recording of Chad Daybell on that call. There's a text from Lori that read conf number 99NBQ4, which returned an Allegiant Airlines flight in Chad's name. On August 11th, 2019, Lori sent a text to this number, which August 11th is Chad's birthday, saying birthday kisses all over. And it was saved as Rebecca Shumway in the Lori for Style iCloud account.
And we talk about the Lori for Style iCloud being associated with Lori Vallow. Do you know who the Lolly Time iCloud account was associated with?
Also with Lori Vallow.
And then we have one more number listed here. Can you read the number into the record?
401-569-8260.
And under this one, there are also 6 things listed. Were those 6 things what assisted in attributing this phone number to Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And could you go through those 6 things and explain a little bit?
This number was first identified as the first attributable contact of Alex's 334 phone number. It was activated the same day that the 515 number expired, which was October 8th, 2019, and ran through December 30th, 2019. On October 8th, the same day that this phone number was activated, Chad conducted a Google search for Rhode Island area code, the Rhode Island area code being 401. There was a text from 208-690-9374, also known as Chad's known number, to Lori on October 9th, 2019, saying, "I will call right now from a 401 number." The only contact that this attributable contact that this phone number had was with a number attributed to Lori, 480-489-4652, and another number attributed to Alex, 334-744-4205. And finally, it was saved as contact Bishop Miller in the Lori for Style iCloud account.
And again, looking at these that are listed under the Cricket account, I think on all of them you have that as one number is being deactivated, a new number is being activated.
Correct.
And again, these all have the same, appear to be linked to the same device.
Correct. They all share the same IMEI number.
And then we notice here as well, we've got 3 numbers in yellow and 2 in white. Could you talk a little bit about why the different designations there?
Yes, as previously mentioned, there are a lot of cell phones in this investigation to sort of minimize the noise and really highlight the phone numbers that are going to be used in this case, in this trial. The numbers in yellow you're going to hear about quite frequently. The 2 numbers in white, they were predating sort of the crime portion. They are helpful to attribute the phone numbers to Chad, but we didn't focus on them. We didn't see any content, text content in the iCloud accounts. So we can see that they were speaking to people in the cases, but the focus of the investigation was on those 3 yellow numbers.
And is that why the 3 yellow numbers all have more items listed as to how they were attributed to Chad?
Correct, yes.
And then on this next slide, we see 2 additional numbers that appear to be attributed to Chad. Could you read the first number into the record?
602-290-7288.
And similarly on this, we see 2 things listed. Are those how this number was attributed to Chad?
Yes.
And can you explain a little bit about those 2 items?
So in addition to there being a lot of phone numbers, there were also a lot of aliases for individuals through this investigation. So to help understand that, not just attributing the phone number to Chad or Lori, also to attribute the concepts of these different names or aliases to Chad or Lori. So the 602 number received sent a text on December 4th, 2019 to a group chat of the Daybell children that read, "Hi, this is Dad." And this phone number was also saved as contact Raphael in Zulema's phone, which was one of Chad's aliases.
And when you talk about Zulema, do you know Zulema's last name?
Castenas?
And so when you talk about one of Chad's known names, is that the Raphael?
Correct.
Thank you. And then there's a second number here. If you could read that into the record.
We're 80-341-9585.
And under this one, there are 3 things listed. Are those what assisted in attributing this number to Chad?
Yes.
And could you explain a little bit about those 3 things?
Yes. Another name for another alias of Chad was James and Elena as Lori. So the James and Elena iCloud account was associated with this 480, or the number that ends in 9585 was associated with the James Elena iCloud account. There's a text from this number, again, to the Daybell children, a group chat that's on 12/14/2019 that begins, "Hi, this is Chad." And according to Ian Pulowski, it was a number being used by Chad and Lori.
And when you say names associated with them, did you learn through your investigation that a name used by Chad was James or used to refer to him?
Yes.
And Elena was a name used to refer to Lori?
Correct.
you. And these numbers are also in white. Can you explain if these numbers were a focus?
They were not a focus. They were after the crimes had occurred.
And as you indicated, they were also a way in determining different aliases or names used by Chad and Lori.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. The next one that we go to has Lori Noreen Vallow, cell phone attribution at the top. And so as we go through this one, the first number listed here, can you read that into the record?
480-489-4652.
And under this one, there are 7 things listed. Are these 7 things part of what assisted in associating or linking this number to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And can you go through those 7 things?
This number was first identified by the Chandler Police Department during a review of the Lori for Style iCloud account. There is no subscriber name from the provider. However, account IDs were LollyTime at iCloud and Lori for Style at Hotmail. And the credit card information attached to this phone number was in Lori's Vallow name. And this account was effective from January 31st, 2019 through December 28th, 2019. This number appeared next to Lori's name on Allegiant Flight records. It was saved as contact Lori and Lily in Melanie Boudreau-Pulowski's phones. It was saved as contact Lori Vallow in Zulema's phone, along with 480-692-9562. It appeared in Delta Flight records, along with KKWalker75 at yahoo.com. And it was also a contact number on a Hawaii wedding quote request submitted by Lori.
And the next number here, if you could read that into the record.
480-692-9562.
And similarly, there are 7 things listed under this number. Could you explain a little bit about those in relation to this phone number?
Sure. Again, these appeared in various places within the investigation. We first learned of it during Chandler PD's review of Charles Vallow's cell phone, revealed this as another number for Lori. This number was actually subscribed to Lori Vallow, which was effective from February 4th, 2019 through January 5th, 2020. It was associated with the LollyTime at iCloud, Lori for Style at iCloud, and LollyTimeForever at gmail.com accounts. It was an Amazon shipping contact for Charles Vallow at 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 175 in Rexburg, Idaho. It was a number provided on an application for P.O. Box 415 in Sugar City, Idaho. It was saved as contact Lily and Lolo in Melanie Boudreau-Pulowski's phone. And it was another number on the contact, as a contact on the Hawaii wedding quote request submitted by Lori.
And looking at this, through your portion of the investigation, did you ever learn whether or not Charles Vallow ever lived at that 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
He did not.
Did you learn whether or not Charles Vallow ever had a P.O. box in Sugar City, Idaho?
He did not.
And looking at the next number here, can you read the number into the record?
808-755-5452.
And similarly, on this one, there are 7 items listed. Were these 7 items what assisted in attributing this phone number to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And could you go through those 7 items?
This number was provided by Lori to the Chandler Police Department. It was subscribed to Premier Financial Services between January 8th, 2016 through November 24th, 2019. It was associated with Lori for Style at iCloud. There was an instant message to Peter Dixon on August 8th, 2019 that read, "Hi, Peter, this is Lori Vallow." It is saved as contact Lolo Vallow in Melanie Boudreau-Pulowski's phone. It is saved as contact Lily in Melanie Boudreau-Pulowski's phone. And it was another contact number on the Hawaii wedding quote request submitted by Lori.
And do you know who was part of Premier Financial Services?
Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow.
And with all 3 of these numbers, we see all 3 of these in yellow. Were these all numbers that were determined to be of interest in the investigation?
Yes.
And as we've gone through these, for some of these numbers, could there have been other things that assisted in the attribution in attributing these to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
But these were the main ones that you focused in on?
That I focused on, yes.
And turning next to the numbers associated with Alex Cox. Could you read that first number into the record?
480-351-9120.
And under that, there are 6 items listed. Could you go through, and let me back up. Did these 6 items assist in attributing this phone number to Alex Cox?
Yes.
Could you go through those 6 and explain a little bit?
This was the contact number provided by Alex Cox to the Chandler Police Department. It was subscribed in Alex Cox's name with an effective date of February 27th, 2015 through, we don't know when it ended based on the search warrant. It is associated with email accounts homerjmaximus@gmail.com and homerjmaximus@yahoo.com. It's saved as contact Alex Cox and LollyTime at iCloud.com. It's saved as contact Alex Cox and Lori for Style at iCloud.com. It was listed as a contact number for Alex Cox on Allegiant Flight records, which also included Homer J. Maximus at yahoo.com.
And if you could read this next number into the record.
304-960-5998.
And this one has 2 items listed. Were those items what assisted in attributing this number to Alex Cox?
Yes.
And could you explain a little bit about those 2 items?
This phone number was identified through its IMEI through the homerjmaximus@gmail.com records. There's no subscriber name, but the account ID was raymaximus@gmail.com with an effective date of September 27th, 2019 through December 28th, 2019.
And this next number?
334-744-4205.
And there are 3 items listed here. Were those items what assisted in attributing this number to Alex Cox?
Yes.
And could you go through those 3 items listed there?
This phone number was associated with a Samsung Galaxy phone recovered from Alex's Rexburg apartment. Again, there's no subscriber name, but the account ID was raylamar@gmail.com with an effective dates of October 9th, 2019 through January 9th, 2020. And it was saved as contact Spencer's wife and Lori for Style at iCloud.com.
And similarly with these 3 numbers, could there have been other things that assisted in attributing these numbers to Alex Cox?
Yes.
Are these the ones that you focused in on?
Yes.
And when we talked about Chad Daybell, we talked about more numbers. But on the first slide, we talked about there were those 3 main numbers of interest identified.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And on one of those, you'd indicated that it was only in contact with a number associated with Alex Cox and one associated with Lori Vallow. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was the number for Lori Vallow one of the ones that you'd identified as a main number with her?
Yes.
And was the one identified as Alex one of the numbers that you've identified as a main number associated with him as well?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
We have twice as many people watching on X as we do on YouTube. If y'all want to come to the YouTube, come to the tubes. You can be in chat too. And then we can all make fun of Chad Daybell together. There's like 890 something people watching, but most of them are watching on X. I think that's it for the day. So now we're going to get to, yeah, because this is about to end. And they
Exhibit 186 was admitted, and then I do have that disc.
It was admitted. Okay, and we do have that.
X, Twitter.
All right, and then for purposes of tomorrow's schedule, then we will run court again from 8:30 to 3:30. We may have a slightly longer lunch for the jurors tomorrow because I think we're going to take up a motion outside of the jurors' presence at 1 o'clock is the plan for now. We can confirm that tomorrow, but our regular court schedule will be in effect. So we'll be in recess for today and resume again at 8:30 with the testimony of this witness. So, of course, I'll remind the witness the exclusionary order is still in place, so don't review any testimony between now and when you return to the stand.
Okie dokie. Moving right along. Moving right along. Make it through that. If you remember when we watched Lori's trial, that was one of the things too, is they had
Versus Chad Guy Daybell.
They had a whole heap of phones. It's one of the weird things with all of their, one of the many weird things. Oh, I need to move myself now. Where am I going? I'll go over here. But then you'll need to see that. I can either cover the lawyers, or actually I can go right here. Then I don't cover anybody. Look at me go. Look at me go.
Continuing with the state's case in chief, we had a witness on the stand, Ms. Heidemann, yesterday that I believe will be continuing with testimony today. I'll note that the prosecutors are present as well as the defendant and defense counsel. Is the state ready to proceed with further evidence this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and have the jurors brought in, please.
Bring the jurors. All right.
Defense is present as well, the defendant and counsel, Mr. Pryor. The court will note, again, there is a courtroom conduct order in effect, and I appreciate those in attendance adhering to the terms of that courtroom conduct order. We did have a few members of the public yesterday that were not permitted to re-enter the courtroom later in the afternoon for not complying with that. Again, today it will be in effect, and I appreciate everyone in the audience here following those admonitions in that order. In addition, I'll note that this trial is being live streamed. We are.
Okay, so the latest updates while whatever's happening is happening. Let's see. Karen Reed has some of the jury questionnaires in front of her and is marking them up with an orange highlighter. Her defense did not hire outside jury consultants. Defense using its combined experience to select. Let's see what else we can find. That's the only other. Updates I see in there. Latest. You know, honestly, I don't even like looking up stuff on Twitter, because as soon as you look up stuff on Twitter, people be lying. Just lying. Don't even care. Don't even care that they're lying. Like, hey, the judge said this. Let me leave out half of those words and then go report it on Twitter and try to get people pissed off. Sounds like fun. Cases like this will just make you lose faith in people. Some of the other ones I see recent of. Let's see what else. Oh wait, here's some more. Hold on. So precious, we got that part. Here's the oh, Larry posted the juror questionnaire. The room is starting to thin out. A bunch of jurors are leaving per the order of the court. We don't get to hear these interactions as they are conducted in judges' chambers behind closed doors. Judge is back on the bench. Lawyers approach for sidebar. That was 33 minutes ago. Bailiff announces to the jurors that they will be coming up to the bench one by one for individual voir dire. I love that word, those words. Common practice in murder trials that what's not common practice, nobody else in the room gets to hear what is happening. The bailiff is playing musical chairs. That's fun. Here's how it works. The jurors are all sitting in the pews. 3 juror names get called out and are seated at a special bench that seats 3 people. One by one, the judge calls out their number. The first juror on this special bench goes to the sidebar. The lawyers and the prosecutors and the judge discuss the answers to the questionnaire by the juror and ask them any additional questions that they may have. The juror then sits down in a special chair by the bailiff on the other side of the courtroom. The judge then discusses whether that juror will be appropriate for this case with the prosecutors and the lawyers. The judge then states out loud if the juror is excused or will be seated on this jury. Repeat cycle. So far today, 100% excusal rate. But we've only gone through about 5% of the jurors. And he said, "This is boring. I'm going to get some lunch." That was 14 minutes ago. So that is the update. Fun times in Norfolk County.
Showing that directly through the court's
Order.
official channel, which is the best signal if anyone is following the trial through that for public access. And no, we did confirm that the signal coming through off the court's website has the best quality if anybody's interested in following it that way. Duration and seated, and I appreciate you, Heidemann, to make sure you didn't do anything to go back and review or look at any other testimony before returning today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Vordaer.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Did you testify? And with that in mind, you can.
Miss, where you're employed.
The Federal
Sorry.
Bureau of Investigation,
And what is your job title?
tactical specialist.
And in
Just because I like to give y'all all my insight, Federal Bureau of Investigation is also known as FBI.
assisting with this
People on Twitter say I don't know anything. Psh.
investigation regarding the missing children, did that investigation ultimately expand into more than just missing children?
It did.
And what did it expand to include?
Into the deaths of Charles Vallow, JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Tammy Daybell, and shooting attempts of Brandon Boudreaux and Tammy Daybell.
And as part,
Tammy, yes.
as part of your role in the investigation, were you tasked with looking at some Google searches done in association with a Gmail associated with Chad Daybell and a Gmail address associated with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And did you in fact look at some searches that were conducted by both of those two,
Yes.
or their emails?
Their email account is correct.
And in looking through those, did you focus on a specific time date?
Yes.
And what was that?
In general, from October 2018 through January 2020.
And was it a similar time frame that you looked at in the phone attributions as well?
Yes.
In looking through those searches, did you prepare an exhibit today?
Yes.
And did you prepare that exhibit based off your searches and what you reviewed in relation to the evidence or discovery?
Yes, I did.
Do you believe that that would assist in your testimony today?
Yes,
And do you believe it would assist the jurors in understanding as well?
I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be shown what's been marked as State's Exhibit 184A. I do have a copy for the court. I gave counsel a copy yesterday. Similar to the exhibit yesterday, there is actually a thumb drive that contains this actual exhibit, but these are printout slides from a PowerPoint.
Okay.
Churchwell Academy of True Crime. Woo woo.
And if you could look at those pages, is that an accurate depiction of the PowerPoint that you put together?
It is.
And when we look at that, we talked about the time frame that you focused on. During the time you were looking at these searches, were the children still missing?
Yes.
And in part of what you were looking for, were you still focused on attempting to locate the children or learn information about them?
Yes.
Does this accurately reflect a summary of the searches that you pulled out as relevant at that point in time?
Yes,
Do you believe these are still relevant?
I do.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 184A.
Any
Judge, as a summary, there won't be any objection.
All right, 184A is admitted, and again, to be clear, that's not the printed off sheets. That will be the PowerPoint on a file contained on a thumb drive, correct, Ms. Blake?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, it is admitted.
And Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Yes.
Sorry, my computer is thinking a moment. On this first slide, can you walk us through what we're seeing here?
Yes, this is a summary of search activity of interest observed in an account titled chad.daybell@gmail.com. We started the review on October 1st, 2018 through the end of the production when legal process ended.
And do you recall approximately when that would have been?
I don't remember off the top of my head what the search warrant dates were, no.
Is your recollection that they would have been around the same time as that phone attribution?
Probably pretty close, yes.
So again, when the children were still missing?
Correct.
And if we look at that first search there, and I say search, let me back up. When we look at the first date there, can you walk us through what those searches were?
Yes. On January 28th, 2019, there was searches for Ned Snyder, 1996 death, Louisiana. Ned Snyder, Louisiana. Ned Snyder, Louisiana, born 1951, died 1996. And bodies possessed after original occupant dies.
So
And in looking
Ned
at that, there's
Snyder-
some semicolons. Why are those there?
They were separate searches, or the way that the return comes in, it might have been a search and then visiting a site.
So for those of you who watch Lori with us, Ned Snyder, remember this search came out during that trial. Like Ned Snyder was the he's searching dead dudes in like Louisiana or whatever he just said, and I didn't take my medicine, so I don't remember, but whatever it was, searching dead dudes, and then all of a sudden that one, Ned Snyder became Charles's like demon alter ego, whatever. He became a demon zombie on the dark scale named Ned Snyder.
Example, so
That's
I didn't separate out which ones, that these just appear in the search history under different times, different searches, but on the same date.
So several searches done on the same date for Ned Schneider.
Correct.
Why did that stick out to you?
For the Broken Baker raid, for those of you who missed it, I gave some insight into a little behind the scenes info. The witness is from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That is also known as FBI. FBI. If you want to jot that down. It's my insight. Because people on Twitter say I don't know anything. Chris H., welcome to the family. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Sonny Tanner, hey, where you been? Where you been, Sonny Tanner? Welcome. Hello, Valhalla. Hello. Welcome. Welcome.
Portions of this investigation wherein Charles Vallow makes a comment right around this time.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
Basis.
Well, it's hearsay, and in addition, Judge, there's no foundation to establish where this witness gained that information. So at the very least, I'd like some foundation, and then in addition, there's also a hearsay argument as well.
It's sustained on grounds of hearsay. Calls for hearsay.
Thank you, Your Honor. As part of this investigation, we talked earlier that originally you get involved in looking for missing children.
Correct.
And at some point that expanded to include other acts.
Yes.
And you mentioned previously that one of those acts was the killing of Charles Vallow.
Correct.
Through your investigation, did you come to learn anything in relation to Charles Vallow and Ned Snyder?
Yes.
What did you learn in relation to the investigation?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There hasn't been sufficient foundation to establish how this witness learned of this information as it relates to Charles Vallow.
I will.
Valhalla's a
Investigation, did you review multiple
everywhere.
documents?
I did.
Did you review multiple reports?
Yes.
Did you review phone data that was recovered?
I did.
In your review of reports and phone data, did you learn anything regarding the name Ned Snyder?
I did.
Did you learn of the importance of the name Ned Snyder?
Yes.
And what did you learn regarding the name Ned Snyder?
Judge, again, I'm going to renew my objection on the basis of foundation. The only reference to knowledge was from reports or documents that are unidentified. If this witness is going to start relaying information about what she learned, I would think at least I'd be entitled to know what document she's referring to, where this information was gained from.
And Your Honor, may I respond?
Go ahead, Ms. White.
Your Honor, I think under the collective knowledge doctrine, she's already talked about it being a joint investigation, that she reviewed and discussed the matter. And in relation to hearsay, it's not coming in for the truth of the matter. It's coming in for why she does what she does and why it's relevant to her through the investigation.
I am going to overrule the objection and allow it to be answered at this point with sufficient foundation.
Thank you. What did you learn in relation to the relevant?
Real quick. So, Sunny, you said you're going to jury selection for Donna's trial, and I am so conflicted because I'm not going to jury selection, but I was planning on going to the trial since I went to Charlie's trial, and since it's not far, but I am conflicted because y'all remember my friend that I told you about. She was my college roommate, and well, actually, it's two of my college roommates. I hooked them up and they married each other, and now they're like married for 100 years and have a youngin' and all kinds of stuff. Anyway, she lives in Orlando area, and remember I told y'all that she had a friend that she met that lived in the area. Their kids went to the same school, they played together and stuff, and she went over there, let the kids play. They were s'mores on the fire pit and all that. And then it turns out that she had killed her husband and buried him under that fire pit. And they were making s'mores on her missing husband's dead body. That one. She is finally going to trial in September. And I think it's going to be at the same time as Donna. So I am torn between going to that one and covering that because obviously it's a personal connection, or going to Donna. So I'm going to have to see if one of them gets delayed or anything, but I have struggled with deciding on which one to go to.
Charles Vallow.
In reviewing police reports from Chandler Police Department and body cam footage, I believe from Gilbert Police Department, Charles Vallow makes comments that his wife, Lori Vallow, was referring to him as variations on the name Ned Schneider. Additionally, the name Ned and variations of the name Ned Schneider appear in Lori Vallow's iCloud accounts, again, in reference to Charles Vallow.
And then there's also one on there, bodies possessed after original occupant dies. What was it about that stood out to you?
The concept of possession is sort of prevalent through this investigation. This is, I believe, the first time we start seeing it, wherein Charles Vallow has become possessed by an entity named Ned. So again, I spoke yesterday about there being a lot of aliases in this case with Chad and Lori, but also with some of the victims in this case where they are possessed by entities and therefore then being referred to by these names, Ned being one of them for Charles.
And then the next search on there, can you read the date and what that search was?
January 31st, 2019, Ned Schneider, Louisiana, obituary 1997.
And did that stand out to you for the same reasons you just explained?
It did.
And then the next one on there, can you read that and what the date and what the search was?
March 6, 2019, June 26th, star sign, are Cancer and Leo compatible. May 4 sign, Taurus and Leo compatible.
And when we're looking at this one, what stood out about this particular search?
Lori Vallow's birthday is June 26th, making her a Cancer. May 4th was Tammy's birthday, making her a Taurus. And Chad Daybell's birthday is August 11th, which makes him a Leo. And then the search of the compatibility between those signs.
And on March 6th of 2019, do you know if Tammy Daybell was still alive?
She was.
And you indicated Chad and Lori had met approximately when?
October 26, 2018.
And looking at the next search, can you read the date and talk a little bit about that one?
May 5th, 2019, malachite and eBay malachite jewelry.
And what stood out about that to you?
Chad and Lori eventually ended up purchasing malachite stone wedding bands.
And again, May 5th, was Tammy still alive?
She was.
What stood out about, or excuse me, on the next one, can you say the date and what that search was?
June 1st, 2019, Iplos.
And what caught your attention with regard to that search?
In reviewing the iCloud data and seeing text messages, it becomes apparent that Hiplos is another entity name for Charles Vallow, replacing Ned.
So both Ned Schneider and Iplos are names associated with Charles Vallow.
Correct.
And On June 1st of 2019, do you know if Charles Vallow was still alive?
He was.
How about the next search, the date in that search?
July 9th, 2019, when you surprised someone with accusations.
What caught your attention in relation to that search?
That search was conducted 2 days before Charles was shot and killed.
And then the next one, the one on September 8th, 2019, you could talk about that search.
SSW wind, and what is the definition of SSW direction?
What caught your attention with that wind search?
That search occurred the last day of Tylee Ryan's sighting, and we believe she was burned and buried on his property the following day.
We talked a little bit before, there were other searches in relation to this email. Is that accurate?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
In your review of those, were there any other searches for wind direction?
Not that I saw.
So this was not a common search done by or associated with this email address?
No.
So search and wind
And then
direction. when
the last
he's
one on
about
there, if
to
you could
do
say the
fire.
date and what that one is.
October 8th, 2019, Rhode Island area code.
And what was it about this search that drew your attention?
As mentioned yesterday, there were numerous phones involved in this investigation. On October 8th, 2019, the 401 number we spoke about yesterday was activated, which is the 401 is the area code for Rhode Island.
And as you said, we talked about that one yesterday. And is that one that Chad had let Lori know he was going to text her from that 401 number?
That's correct.
And did that occur around the same date?
I believe it's the day after. Yeah, it was. I think there was an issue setting up the actual account. So it was the 9th, I believe, that he texted from his known number to Lori saying he would call from a 401.
And then if we move to the next slide, can you talk a little bit about what we're seeing on this slide?
Again, it's a summary of search activity of interest observed in the lollytimeforever@gmail.com account from March 7th, 2019 through December 14th, 2019.
And that lollytimeforever@gmail, did you determine who the associated user is?
Lori Vallow.
And on this first search, can you talk about what we're seeing there?
May 7th, 2019, malachite.
I think you've already talked about the malachite. I believe you said that's a stone that was that ended up in Chad and Lori's wedding bands or wedding
That's
rings.
correct, yes.
And, those
And
were
when we
those
look at the date
bands
there,
that
was
they
that
were
date
Googling
significant to
before.
you?
May 7th? May 7th?
Well, I guess let me ask it this way. On May 7th, was Tammy still alive?
Yes, both Charles and Tammy were still alive at this point.
And the next search, if you could talk about the date and what that one is.
July 21st, 2019, Gerber Life
far,
Policy,
welcome.
Life Insurance for Children, the Grow Up Plan.
And what was it about that search that stood out?
We found it of interest seeing how children were missing and she was searching for life insurance for children.
And to be clear, through the investigation, did you ever determine if life insurance had been purchased for the children?
No, we did not.
And to the best of your knowledge, there was no life insurance.
No.
And the next search there and the date?
July 26th, 2019, Phoenix Pet Services, Craigslist, Self-Service Dog, Little Angel Service Dogs for Sale, and Offer Up Phoenix.
And there's several searches there.
Correct.
And they appear to be in relation to a service dog.
That's correct.
Why did that stand out to you in this case?
JJ had a service dog at the time, and this search occurred roughly 2 weeks after the death of Charles Vallow. So to attempt to sell a service dog for a child after the death of his father seemed of interest to us.
And again, to be clear, JJ was still alive on July 26th.
He was, yes.
And the
That's
next search there?
A red
August
flag.
25th, 2019, wedding bands made of malachite.
And I think we've talked a little bit about this. Did that stand out to you for the same reason?
It did, although at this point, Charles Vallow was no longer alive.
Was Tammy Daybell still alive?
She was.
And the next search?
September 20th, 2019, Kennedy Elementary, Rexburg, Idaho phone number and define possess.
And then if we
Define
also look at that
possess.
next search, can you read the date on that one?
September 24th, 2019, Kennedy Elementary, Rexburg, Idaho phone number.
So for both the September 20th and September 24th, looking at that common search for the Kennedy Elementary phone number, why did that catch your attention?
We believe that JJ died around the 22nd, 23rd. So these searches would have bookended that death
And do you know where JJ was enrolled in school around the time of his death?
at Kennedy Elementary in Rexburg, Idaho.
And on the 20th, there was that one additional search to find possess. What was it about that stood out?
Similarly to the first Ned Schneider searches that also included that possession, the concept of possession and deaths sort of going hand in hand was of interest.
And this search occurred 2 to 3 days before, or I guess 2 to 3 days before JJ's last seen alive.
That's correct.
And then if we move down to the September 30th one, can you talk a little bit about that?
How to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler. Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal, how to DIY. Yeah. Rear seat removal, how to DIY -YouTube.
Of course, it's on
And it looks
YouTube.
like there's essentially 2 searches there.
The way that it's written, it looks like it was probably a search and then clicking on like a YouTube link to show this,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
And what was it about that stood out to you?
Tylee Ryan had a Jeep Wrangler as her everyday car. At this point, she is no longer alive, or her last proof of life has passed. On September 30th, well, on October 2nd, Brandon Boudreaux is shot at from a Jeep Wrangler, from somebody in the backseat or the rear area of a Jeep Wrangler in Arizona. So the search of how to get the backseat out of my Jeep Wrangler by Lori, who has access to a Jeep Wrangler. Alex Cox is believed to have been the one that attempted to shoot Brandon Boudreaux, who would have had access to this Jeep Wrangler. Additionally, on October 2nd, there's a video of a storage unit in Idaho where Chad and Lori are on surveillance video storing a tire, like a spare tire, and what looks like the backseat of a Jeep or some sort of vehicle in a storage unit just a few days after this search.
And then if we move to the next search,
October 2nd, 2019, Gilbert, Arizona News.
what stood out about that search?
Brandon Boudreaux was shot at in Gilbert, Arizona on October 2nd.
And then the final search on here?
October 22nd, 2019, wedding dresses in Kauai.
And why did that search or those searches draw your attention?
The search was, again, wedding planning, and then also it's just days after Tammy's death and the same date as her funeral.
And when you say just days after Tammy's death, do you know the day Tammy was pronounced dead?
October 19th, 2019.
So just 3 days after Tammy's death.
That's correct.
No, that's okay.
And you also indicated this search was done on the same day as Tammy's funeral.
That's correct.
Do you know if Chad and Lori ultimately ended up getting married?
They did
Do you know approximately when?
in early November.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
Go figure. Go figure. Hello. Poor Tally.
Morning. Well, I'm non-sworn, so probably tactical specialist is my title. TS if it's easier.
Mr. Pryor, your microphone's not working.
All right, Judge.
There you go.
Blake pulled one on me here.
Okay.
Turned off the phone, microphone. So you're not so how would you like me to refer to you again? I'm sorry.
Tactical specialist is my title.
Okay. Is there an easier, so
TS or
T.S. Heidemann, would that be fair?
that works, yes.
Okay. Okay. So, T.S. Heidemann, it sounds from your testimony that you've spent a considerable amount of time going over the evidence in this case.
That's correct, sir.
And you've familiarized yourself with a variety of topics. Those would include what happened in Arizona, right? What happened with Brandon Boudreaux.
Correct.
Okay. And what has happened here in terms of the facts and information. You spent a bit of time, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you're also aware that Chad Daybell is not implicated criminally in the death of Charles Vallow, Lori Vallow's fourth husband, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also aware that Chad Daybell is not criminally implicated in the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux in where Brandon Boudreaux was shot, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So before I get into the gist of what I'm going to talk to you about, I noticed that there's an FBI representative in the court today, and that he has been here on a number of occasions watching the testimony. I can't attest to the specific number, but I know he's been here several times. Is that your officer supervisor that's here supervising your testimony?
He's not my direct supervisor, but I do work with him, yes.
Okay, so what is he here for?
Observation,
Okay.
just to observe the,
And at any time prior to your testimony, did you discuss with this FBI person anything you were going to say today, since he's been watching the testimony for several days?
we have not discussed it in, I mean, he's been part of the investigation for quite a while, so he knows of it, but we haven't discussed in detail what I'm testifying to now.
And I appreciate you saying it that way. When you say he hasn't discussed it with me in detail, what I really want to know is, he discussed it with you at all in any regard, in any capacity, since this trial started?
Your Honor, I'm going to object on relevance and beyond the scope of direct.
All right. Well, the issue goes to the exclusionary order, and we need to just get to that point, Mr. Pryor, as to whether or not you believe there's been any violation of that.
And in essence, Judge, what I'm asking is whether she's in any regard spoken to that representative of the FBI about this case.
You can ask the question.
That's the question I'm asking. Judge.
About this case, yes, we have spoken about this case.
And when did you speak?
Over the last 4 years,
Okay.
4.5 years.
Did you speak in the last week during the testimony of this case?
Possibly. I don't remember off the top of my head if we had any other than if I was going to testify or
Okay.
timing.
And what I'm concerned about is this, is that he's not your direct supervisor, right?
That's correct.
And there's no need to report to him, right?
It's a co-situation. I don't necessarily need to report to him, but I do, as a courtesy, I am on his squad, but I have a different direct supervisor. So as a courtesy, I like to let him know if I'm in the office
All
or not.
right.
Yes.
And I'm going to move on. I just wanted to actually, part of that was the judge's exclusionary rule and whether or not you folks are communicating about this case. And your answer is maybe a little bit, but not in any significant way, right?
Not in any significant way, not beyond what we've talked about in the last 4+ years now.
And even though this FBI officer isn't your direct supervisor, you're just talking in general about this case, right?
I can't say in the last week or so if we have or not. Any details? Nothing that stands out, no.
Okay, so you don't remember whether you talked to somebody or not in the last week about a very important case
Oh,
in your
Lord
life. Is that what
mercy.
you're telling
Your
me?
Honor, I'm going to object as argumentative and asked and answered.
Sustained.
Now, you identified that you were looking into attribution information and looking for Google searches as it related to this case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now you know the circumstances regarding J.J. Vallow's death, correct?
As much as I can.
Which is
Yeah.
right. And you have an approximate date as to when you believe J.J. Vallow was killed, right?
Correct.
And what date was that?
Well, the last proof of life was September 22nd, 2019 in the morning. We have a photo of that date. So somewhere between then and approximately September 23rd.
All right, so the afternoon of September 22nd until the morning of September 23rd, correct? Is that fair?
Yeah, morning, early afternoon, correct. Yes.
Morning, early afternoon of September 23rd.
I don't remember the exact time.
Oh, it's
but yes,
okay.
those things.
Well, this is a problem. Our court reporter is never going to be able to keep up when you're talking at the same time and you're both actually doing it. So please wait for an answer, wait for a new question, and don't talk over each other. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So and please don't let me misrepresent your testimony. You believe that J.J. Vallow was murdered the afternoon of September 22nd up until either late morning or sometime early September 23rd, correct?
That's correct.
And at the time, are you aware of the 4 people who were around J.J. Vallow at that specific time?
What 4 people? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to. You're aware that J.J. Vallow was allegedly murdered either in an apartment of Lori Vallow's or a close proximity to that. You agree with that, right?
I don't know that we know exactly where he was killed. No.
Okay. But you do know that J.J. Vallow was being watched by Alex Cox that day and that evening of the 22nd, correct?
Partially, yes.
Okay. And you know that Melanie Gibb was there on the evening of the 22nd at Lori Vallow's apartment, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And you know that David Warwick was there on the 22nd on the evening of the day that J.J. Vallow was murdered, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so we have Lori Vallow, correct? On that day?
Yes.
Alex Cox on that day, correct?
Correct.
Melanie Gibb on that day, correct?
Correct.
David Warwick on that day, correct?
Correct.
So I'm having some difficulty with you bringing up these Google searches. And this is why I'm having some difficulties. You're talking today about searching these people and talking about events, and we'll get to these events in a minute. I don't see any Google searches on Melanie Gibb or David Warwick. And why is that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as argumentative.
Overruled.
Why don't I have any Google search information on Melanie Gibb or David Warwick?
I'm not aware if, I don't know off the top of my head if any legal process was served on those individuals or not.
Well, and this is what I'm having some difficulty with. This is what I'm struggling with.
Your Honor, objection to the narrative. If he wants to ask a question.
I'll sustain that. Just
Okay.
questions, Mr. Pryor.
Okay. Well, if David
Can you
Warwick and
help
Melanie
us?
Gibb were present for the murder of J.J. Vallow, why aren't we looking into their Google searches?
I don't actually write the search warrant, sir, so
Okay.
I'm not sure if they were, who would have done that.
Okay. But it's common knowledge that they were at least there, right?
For a partial time, yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, this is FBI. Tactical.
Now, you're also aware as part of your investigation that, and we can discuss when we think this took place, but Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow were having a relationship, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they were engaged in a romantic relationship.
Yes, sir.
And it may have been when Charles Vallow was alive. It may have been after that, but we do know that after Charles Vallow's death, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell were in a relationship.
To be clear, it was 100% while Charles Vallow was still alive. 100%. She a floozy.
Relationship.
That's
He a
right.
floozy.
And Chad was still married to Tammy Daybell at that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Not a fan. They were
When
having
someone's
a
in a
ton
relationship-
of-
And you're looking at Google searches.
I'm not a fan. Maybe I'm hangry.
Could some of these Google
pretzels.
searches be explained that he's trying to hide his extramarital affair with Lori Vallow?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the.
Well, let me go over it this way. You saw on 3/6 of 2019, May 6th of 2019. Would you like me to put this up so we can look at this? Would that be easier for you? Sure. Oh. You have to tell me how I operate this. That's
Which exhibit is this?
Judge, I don't have the number on it. It was what Ms. Blake was just talking to as part of the attribution and the Googles.
That 184A?
I think so.
Okay, 184A, then I'll note, not the PowerPoint, but the printout copy can be displayed to the witness and published for cross-exam.
And please excuse me. At my age, technology is just getting hooked up to Bluetooth is a challenge for me. So we're looking at 3/6 of 2019, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, before I start, one of the things I have some difficulty with is we don't know who did these Google searches, right?
Correct. I cannot say that I witnessed Chad Daybell type these into a search bar, but somebody with access to the Chad Daybell account
So if there was,
conducted searches, yes.
Judge, I'll pause. I'm sorry. The next question's already in my head, and it's just getting it to spit out, and I'll try to control myself a little bit. So you put this off of a computer at Chad Daybell's house, right?
I reviewed a search warrant return from Google is what I
Okay.
was looking at, so not the computer directly, no.
So other than the time when Tammy Daybell passed away, are you aware that there were 3 or 4 other people who were living in Chad Daybell's house at the time?
I don't know. I think at least one child, but there could have been more. It's possible,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So we don't know who actually did these searches, right?
Or I don't know from what device these were searched, no. I mean, it could have been a phone. You could be logging into from different devices, correct?
Okay. So I want to start, and we'll deal with the Ned Schneider ones in a minute here. 3/6/2019. Tammy Daybell's still alive, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm looking at that, and that on 3/6/2019, Chad Daybell was already in this relationship with Lori Vallow, right?
Correct.
So, and I don't want you don't have to say what you're thinking, but it looks like June 26th star sign are Cancer, Lead compatible, and Leo compatible. And also May 4 sign Taurus and Leo compatible. That's what that is, right?
Correct.
And what your testimony said is that it looks like someone's trying to see whether, if we assume that it's Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell in the Cancer and Leo, right? That's what you're sort of implying to this jury, isn't it?
Well, based on the the birth dates, May
Right.
4th and June 26th, correct? Yes.
Okay. And based on the birth dates, May 4th of Taurus and Leo compatible as well, right? On March 6th.
Yes.
So if someone is trying to find out and is involved in an extramarital relationship, and you're Googling whether or not your current spouse or your new girlfriend are compatible, that would be a reasonable explanation, would it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we go back and look at the malachite, eBay malachite jewelry on May 5, right?
Correct.
Okay. And if you're talking to someone that you're having an extramarital affair, and they encourage you to say, oh, someday maybe we could be together. I love malachite. And she starts dropping hints. That could be an explanation for that as well, right?
It could, but I believe that Chad's malachite searches began before Lori's.
Oh, but I understand the searches.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I understand that. But why don't you show me the phone records where they talked about malachite and that Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell discussed the issue of malachite? Did you see any of those?
I can't remember if they were in any text messages or not, but ultimately they purchased wedding bands that were malachite wedding bands. Yes.
Okay. And were you also aware that during this time, there was discussion with Alex Cox and Zuluma Pastenes about malachite as well?
I don't remember off the top of my head. No, sir.
Okay. All right. So we don't know whether this search for malachite was a discussion between a boyfriend and a girlfriend, or whether or not it was about Alex Cox and his future marriage to Zuluma Pastenes, right?
Objection, Your Honor. States facts not in evidence and argumentative.
Sustained.
Now, the Ned Schneider issue. Again, when was Charles Vallow murdered by Lori Vallow and Alex Cox?
July 11th, 2018.
Okay. So there was a discussion about this. And the first time you ever heard about Ned Schneider was when Charles Vallow brought it up in an audio recording about his wife at the time, correct?
I believe that's correct. Somewhere in early January.
And the date of that was when?
I don't have the exact date of the body cam recordings or the police reports, but I believe it's pretty close to this time frame.
Prior to that time frame, right?
Yeah, right in that general time frame.
Okay. So, and in that general time frame, there was a discussion of Ned Schneider, right?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, it's your position that Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell were involved in an extramarital affair at that point.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you happen to look into the fact that Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow called off their divorce and tried to reconcile their marriage in February of 2019?
I do. Yes, I do remember that. I don't remember the time frame, but that sounds probably pretty close. Yeah.
You don't remember exactly when in February, but they did attempt a reconciliation and basically tried to renew their relationship, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the idea of Ned Schneider, you didn't see anything else in Chad Daybell prior to January 28th of 2019, did you?
Did I see anything
With Ned Schneider and Chad Daybell making any look into what Ned Schneider was all about, right? Prior to this?
Prior to no, this was, I believe, was the first search, at least in this time frame,
Okay.
that Ned Schneider appeared in Chad's Google searches.
Okay. So at that point, we can't make any assumptions, obviously, right?
No.
Okay. But we do know that as far as you're concerned, on the 28th of January, 2019, somehow Chad Daybell learned about the topic of Ned Schneider and decided to do a Google search and see what that was all about, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the testimony.
Overruled. You can answer.
I don't know if he learned of it or if he was doing searches. He did searches for various individuals pretty frequently.
Right.
This is the only one that we found that had connection to other pieces of evidence in the case.
And you just led into my next question, and thank you for doing that.
Oh.
Because when I reviewed all of this evidence, I saw that it was not uncommon when a topic came up for someone who was using that computer to do a search on a number of different topics. That would be fair, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Okay. So if he were to learn about the name Ned Schneider, it would be consistent with his or whoever was using that computer to Google it and see what it was all about. Would that be fair?
Potentially, I can't speak of when he learned that name or if he was
Okay.
searching it like he was a lot of other names. I'm not sure the order of that, no.
But his history shows that there's a lot of inquiry into various names, various topics, and that was something that was going on that computer quite frequently. Hundreds of thousands of searches, right?
Certainly lots of searches, yes.
Right. And then we go down to malachite, and we don't know where he got the name malachite from, but then he started searching that as well, right?
Correct.
And then he got to Hiplos, and we don't know what the story is on Hiplos, but he typed in that name, so he must have got the name from somewhere and started as that, right?
Correct.
And then you get down to 7/19 of 2019. Now, when you say you surprise someone with accusations, we don't know who typed that in, right?
Again, somebody, I can't say specifically, but somebody with access to the chad.daybell@gmail.com account.
So it could be someone's trying to learn about how you react when a spouse finds out that you're cheating on her, right?
Yes, it could be.
Okay. And we don't know who did the south-southwest wind and what is the definition of that, right?
Again, all I can say is it was somebody with access to that account.
Right. And when you're talking about the day before, the accusation is, or the prosecutors claiming that may have been the day that Kylie Ryan was put in the ground on 9/9, but you're also aware that on 9/9, Chad Daybell sent an email to his wife at the time, Tammy Daybell, and said, I'm going to burn some limbs in the backyard the day before, the next day, right?
I believe that that text message was sent on the 9th that he said he
Right.
wanted to burn, yes,
Yeah.
limbs, yeah.
Right. So on the 8th, he's checking the wind. And on the 9th, he sends an email to his wife saying, I'm going to burn some limbs in the backyard. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And then Rhode Island area code. Now, you don't know what kind of phones we're dealing with. These aren't like track phones, are they? Or do you know what kind of phones these are?
I believe they might actually be track phones.
Go ahead.
No, that's,
Oh, you believe they are all track phones, right?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I mean, so track phone is kind of a provider. So if you're asking like, is it an iPhone or an Android? I'm not.
Right.
Yeah.
But the track phone, the way that works, and if you don't know, please tell me if you don't have knowledge of this, but the way the track phone works is you buy the phone for a period of 90 days. It expires and you can either buy another phone rather inexpensively, or you have to buy the adding the minutes thing. And there's no real discernible difference in the cost, right?
Correct. Yeah, you can keep the phone and change the number. Correct.
Right. Or you can just get a different phone and same thing. And you buy that at, I don't want to give anybody publicity, but large retail stores that sell a lot of groceries and other things, right?
Yes.
You know what we're talking
Yes.
about. Okay. So if you're having an affair with somebody.
Hold on. Walmart is in every dang trial. Every dang trial we cover. Every single one. It's the free space on the bingo card. And he just didn't want to say it. He was like, the large retail store that even sells groceries and everything. You can get them there, right? He's trying to sabotage y'all's bingo.
And you don't want to get discovered that you're having this affair with another woman while you're still married. It wouldn't be illogical for you to buy a number of phones, and as the phones expire, you just buy another phone to sort of protect yourself from being discovered that you're having this affair. Would that be fair?
Correct. I mean, in this
Okay.
situation, he's not buying phones. It's changed. It's the same phone. The IMEI number stayed the same on all of them. So
Right.
the device didn't change, but the phone number did. Yes.
Okay.
Same idea.
So that would be, it's possible that what he's trying to do is he's trying to cover up the fact that he doesn't want to be discovered by his wife that he's cheating on her, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Judge, if I can ask the court again, the number for the summary of search activity with Lolly time with Lori Vallow, what that exhibit was again?
It's 184A.
If I have permission, Judge, may I have permission to publish?
You can publish that page, which is a printed copy of the PowerPoint presentation.
So again, we see the subject of Malachite and whoever is on Lolly time, whether it's Lori Vallow or whatever, is doing that, correct?
Correct.
Now, this is what is interesting to me on 7/21 of 2019. Okay?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, there's a narrative. I'd move to strike and counsel and ask that he ask a question.
Yeah,
I'll ask him.
it is sustained, and Ms. Pryor, please refrain from that. It's just
Okay.
questions.
So 7/21 of 2019, and my notes seem to indicate that you said that was a short time after Lori Vallow and Alex Cox murdered Charles Vallow. Is that fair?
Yes, that would have been approximately 10 days after Charles's death.
Okay. And prior to Lori Vallow moving to Idaho, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you know from the facts, and you familiarized yourself with the Charles Vallow case, right?
That's correct.
And you know from the facts that at the time Charles Vallow was murdered, Lori Vallow was there, wasn't she?
At approximately the same time. I don't know the exact timing. I know she left
Right.
at a certain point, but I don't know exactly the time frame. Yes.
Well, you know that after the murder, that Lori Vallow was interviewed in front of the house right after the murder.
That's correct. Yes.
You also know that she left a little bit of time because prior to the murder, Tylee Ryan was present, and so was J.J. Vallow at the time, or at around the circumstances relating to the murder of Charles Vallow, correct?
Correct.
So it seems then that at least Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow would have knowledge, or at least information, as it relates to the murder of Charles Vallow. Would that seem logical?
Yes, it would.
Okay. So if someone's looking and
He says,
realizing that their
okay.
children witnessed the murder of their father by their own brother, that's a motive for a number of things, right?
I suppose.
Okay. It's also a motive on 7/21 of 2019 to come up with a reason to get rid of a child if that child witnessed the murder of their stepfather, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. Potentially?
I don't know if they saw that. I believe that Lori and the children left. I think if I understand right, there's a bit of discrepancy about if the kids were actually there
Right.
to witness the shooting, but I thought that they left prior to the actual shooting.
Well, you
but
did-
they listened to there was an argument, yes.
And
Correct.
there's a discussion because part of the FBI and the officers down there interviewed witnesses who suggested both sides of that issue, correct?
Correct. I don't know if we know. I mean, Tylee obviously isn't here to ask, so we're not sure what exactly she saw at the time.
So we don't know what JJ saw. We don't know what Tylee saw because the evidence goes both ways in terms of what exactly did they see in regards to the murder of Charles Vallow, right?
I believe Tylee was interviewed, and I don't recall what her interview stated,
Okay.
but I don't remember about JJ.
Okay. But you also know that one of Tylee's very close friends was interviewed and provided information about what Tylee said as well, right?
I don't remember that, but
Okay.
that makes sense, yes.
Yeah. So then that's why there's some discussion because we don't know exactly where Tylee was when Alex Cox murdered Charles Vallow, right?
Correct.
Okay. So Lori Vallow, before she comes to Idaho on 7/21 of 2019, searches a life insurance policy for her children. Okay. Now there's no equal discussion I didn't see it, and I went looked at the stuff. I didn't see anything where Chad Daybell talked about life insurance for the children. He didn't, did he?
No, sir.
And there's no email or search on let's kill 2 kids, right? By Chad Daybell?
No.
Okay. And would you agree with me that
Okay.
part of the rationale of bringing up Hiplos and James and Elena is because of the religious connotation, right?
Not necessarily the religious connotation. It just provides some context in other evidence because of the aliases. It gets complicated with the names that they call each other.
Right.
So to see that they're being searched by these individuals and to provide context for later of where these names are coming from.
Okay. Now, so we have some references to religion, calling each other religious names. And you're aware that both of these folks have strong religion.
Yeah. So for those who didn't watch or listen to Lori trial with us and hear all of that nonsense. So her husband, Charles, oh God, my shoulder. Her husband, Charles, was shot and killed by her brother, Alex, in self-defense. Which is BS, and we know it's BS because even the way the bullets hit and everything. I mean, it was proved to be like nonsense. But she's charged for that, and is supposed to. What is she got trial next month, right? I think. Anywho, so she is. She was at the house with the kids that morning, and then this is like before she's taking them to school. So then, according to what she said, like they got whatever their story was. I mean, it made no sense, but they got into a fight, and that he tried to hit him with a baseball bat, and he hit him in the back of the head. Okay, Charles used to play baseball, so if dude's gonna hit you with a baseball bat, you're gonna have more than a little boo-boo on the back of your head. But whatever, that was his story. He was sticking to it. So he shot and killed Charles. So Lori takes the kids and goes through Burger King and gets chicken fries and goes to like CVS and gets flip-flops or something. I don't know, just random whatever the heck she's doing. And then when she gets back and the police come, she laughed about it. She was like, oh, gosh, I just moved in and the neighbors are, I'm going to be like, oh, hey, neighbors. Like super awkward, weird just not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan. And that was in Arizona. So that trial will be in Arizona.
Yes, sir.
And you're aware Melanie Gibb has strong religious beliefs.
Yes, sir.
David Warwick has strong religious beliefs.
Yes, sir.
Zaluma Pastenes, Alex's wife, strong religious beliefs.
Yes.
In fact, the circle of all these people, there's repeated references to religion, right?
Absolutely.
Strong references to religion.
Yes.
Okay. So
Okay.
I guess what I'm kind of wondering, is it a bigger motive to kill two kids by their mother and brother to cover up the murder of a fourth husband? Or is it because they killed the kids because Chad, Lori, Melanie Gibb, and David Warwick and Zaluma Pastenes have strong religious beliefs? Which one is a greater motive to murder children?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Sustained.
I still don't know what the hell a chicken fry is, but
9/30 of 2019. How to get the back seat out of a Jeep. And that's Lori Vallow, right?
Yes, sir.
There's nothing about Chad Daybell trying to figure out how to get the back seat out of a Jeep, right?
No, sir.
And I guess if a girlfriend asks you to help me get a tire because somebody wants to use the Jeep, that would explain why Chad was helping his girlfriend load and unload a tire, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Gilbert, Arizona News on the day that Brandon Boudreaux, and you've previously testified that Brandon Boudreaux, Chad Daybell is not criminally implicated in anything with Brandon Boudreaux, correct?
He's not being charged, correct, sir?
He's what?
He's not being charged.
Right,
in
not
Arizona,
being
correct,
charged, not
yes.
being pursued for anything for any reason. But
Objection, Your Honor. That misstates the testimony.
Sustained. And again, counsel, try to let the witness finish her response before you get into another question, please.
Your Honor, and I would move to strike counsel's last statement.
I'll strike that. I'll instruct the jurors not to consider that last statement.
okay. So your comment is Chad Daybell has not been charged. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Did you see a likewise Google search on Chad Daybell's Google account that talked about Gilbert, Arizona on that day?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
okay.
And then
I
you're
can't
aware
stand that. Okay.
that on 10/22 of 2019, are you aware that Lori Vallow was in Hawaii by herself with a friend?
Yes.
And you were aware that her friend was Audrey?
Yes, Audrey and maybe Melanie Boudreaux. I know there was some shuffling there, but I don't remember the exact time frame. But
Right.
yes,
But they were, about 10/22 of 2019, Lori Vallow and a couple of friends went to Hawaii, and I believe they were in Kauai, I remember. Is that fair?
I don't remember what island, but yes, that sounds fair.
But the purpose of them being there was to start the process of getting a wedding dress for Audrey Boudreaux, right?
I do not know that. No, sir.
Okay. But the three of them were there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
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 You just don't know why they were there and what they were doing there on that day, right?
Yeah, it seemed like kind of a spontaneous.
So if Audrey Boudreaux was looking for a wedding dress on 10/22 of 2009,
Your Honor, objection. Counsel's stating facts not in evidence.
Yeah, there's no Audrey Boudreaux, Mr. Pryor.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Audrey Boudreaux.
Baratori, Judge. I'm sorry. I said Boudreaux. It's Baratori. I got the name wrong.
Fair.
No, is that the correct name?
Audrey Baratiero or
Baratiero.
Melanie Boudreaux. Yeah,
I got them backwards.
they both were in Hawaii, but yeah, I'm not sure which one you're
With her.
correct. I think some of them overlapped, but at different times. I don't know on 10/22 exactly off the top of my head. No.
Right. And you don't know, and you don't have facts one way or the other as to whether or not on that particular day they were looking for wedding dresses, right?
I don't, other than that search. No.
Okay.
Mercy.
Judge, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Blake, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll start with the last question. You were asked about Audrey Baratario and searching for wedding dresses. Are you aware if Audrey's married?
At the time, I don't believe she was. No.
Anything in your investigation or records you reviewed that showed she was engaged?
I believe she mentioned, or I don't think she was actually married. No. I'm trying to remember now. I don't think she was.
And you were asked about the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. And I think you indicated Chad has not been charged in that. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Yes.
And in relation to Charles Vallow, Chad has not been charged. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
Are you still part of any active investigation in those cases?
Am I on to testify in those cases?
Are you assisting in any further investigation if there is any going on?
No,
And those are being handled by agencies in Arizona, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
So all you can say right now is that Chad hasn't been charged.
Yeah, I haven't really followed that portion of it, no, other than what was included in this investigation, yes.
You were asked about those Ned Snyder searches. Are you aware through your investigation who designated Charles as Ned?
I guess Lori calls Charles Ned is the first time where you sort of hear that on the body cam footage. Charles is relaying that Lori refers to him as Ned. I don't know where that name comes from, no. I don't know if she brought it up or if Chad gave her that name. I don't know how that worked.
And the searches from Chad were being done around the same time Charles is reporting that Lori's calling him Ned Schneider.
It's around the same time, yes.
You were asked about the potential for someone else to use Chad's email to do some searches.
Potentially, yes.
Did you find any searches in related to that email, to Chad's email, regarding divorce or separation?
Not that I recall.
You were also asked about people changing phone numbers to hide an affair.
Yes.
Are there, in your experience, do people involved in criminal activity also switch phone numbers?
Yes.
And then there was some talk about Melanie. Actually, let me back up. There was some extensive discussion regarding the killing of Charles Vallow and where JJ and Kylie were. Do you know where they were at the time Charles was actually shot?
I don't believe they were there. I believe the report said that Lori took the children to, I think they went to Burger King or something. But I don't know if that was corroborated or not.
Burger King.
And we talked
Chicken
about
fries.
the phone attribution earlier. And with one of Chad's numbers, you'd made reference to attributing that number to him in part because of a mortuary call. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that call to the mortuary, do you recall what day that took place?
I believe it's July 11th, 2019,
And when was Charles killed?
the same day.
And do you know where the mortuary was located that he placed that call to?
In Arizona, but I don't remember which city.
And Charles was killed in Arizona?
That's correct.
Then you were asked quite a bit about Melanie Gibb and David Warwick. Their names came up at least. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did Melanie, through your investigation, did you determine whether, or was there anything to indicate Melanie Gibb or David Warwick profited from JJ's death?
Judge, objection goes beyond scope.
Overruled.
I did not learn of anything why they would benefit from JJ's death, no.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right. I don't believe that opened any doors for additional recross. Did you have anything, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, I would have a couple subjects, but if the court's determination is that there's nothing open for recross, I'll defer to the court's wisdom.
All right. That'll conclude then the testimony of this witness. Practical Agent Heidemann, you are done testifying. Is this witness going to be recalled, do you believe?
She is going to be recalled by the state. I'm not sure if she's being recalled by the defense.
Not by the defense, Judge.
Okay. Since you are going to be recalled, I'll just remind you there is an exclusionary order in place. You're not permitted to discuss your testimony or review the testimony.
Within the Chandler Police Department?
I have. I was hired with Chandler Police Department.
Okay, I'm skipping forward a little bit now. So now we're getting into Chandler Police Department. So this is Chandler, Arizona. Some of the stuff that they were talking about in the last one. Remember there was a lot of weird text between them with the back and forth on. Look, let's be honest. Pretty much everything they said back and forth to each other was weird. And I'm a weird gal. So I'm good with weird, but also some of their stuff was really gross. But the whole thing about Ned Schneider and I got the hiccups now that I drank my water too fast. Head Schneider. Take two. Ned Schneider was the demon name that Charles turned into, which is why there were text messages between them that Charles had to go because he's no longer himself anymore. He is a demon named Ned Schneider. And then the names would change sometimes too. So even though the attorney wanted to point out that he wasn't charged with the conspiracy for the death of Charles Vallow. That's true. But there were messages back and forth with, conversations about how Charles needed to go because he was a demon now and all that stuff. And remember, we saw that body cam where Charles is telling the police, like, bro, she's nuts. Like, something needs to happen. I'm worried about my kid's safety and all of that. And now, I mean, hindsight's 2020, I guess, but.
In year 2000, June of 2000, went to the academy, graduated in September. After graduating from the academy, I was a patrol officer for roughly 3 years. And after that, I went to the property crimes unit as a detective for approximately 11 years.
Do you have any specialized training in order to be a law enforcement officer?
So our training, like I stated, in June of 2000, we attended the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy as a program. I believe it was 16 weeks. And then afterwards, we attended a field training program with our own department. After that, every year, for the last almost 24 years, we go through advanced officer training, and we also do additional training in our specific area of expertise, if you would.
And were you working with the Chandler Police Department on July 11th of 2019?
I was.
Do you recall if you were on shift?
I was, yes.
And do you recall responding out to a report of a shooting?
Yes.
Do you recall where that was?
The report of the shooting on July 11, 2019 happened about 8:36 a.m. at the address of 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler.
And you said the call came in about 8:36 a.m.?
Correct.
Were you one of the first responding law enforcement?
I was not.
Do you recall approximately when you responded out?
I would have arrived probably 20, 30 minutes after that original call.
When a call comes in of a shooting, who goes out first? Is it a patrol officer or a detective? Can you talk a little bit about that process?
So the immediate response to a call for service, in this case a 911 call, a patrol officer will respond, or multiple patrol officers will respond for that call of service. They will get there, triage the situation, assist in any way they can, and then determine what they have. If additional resources are needed or investigative resources are needed from detectives, then detectives will be called in.
And in this case, did you learn who made that 911 call?
I did.
And who was that?
Alex Cox.
Did you learn?
That's the brother.
Did you learn what was reported?
Yes, Alex had contacted 911 and reported that he had shot his brother-in-law, Charles Vallow, in self-defense.
Prior to that, had you ever heard the name Charles Vallow?
I had not.
Had you ever heard the name Alex Cox?
I had not.
When you arrived on scene, were you given specific assignments?
Yes, in homicide investigations, we were given assignments. The case agent in this case was Detective Nathan Moffat, and he will assign tasks, if you would. In this particular case, I was assigned, along with Detective Coons, to document the crime scene.
And I think you've said, and that's common in a homicide investigation?
Yes, there are many multiple parts that go into a homicide investigation: interviews, scene processing. So we have a team of 6 at that particular unit, so we will divide up tasks.
At some point, did your role within the investigation change?
It did.
And can you talk a little bit about that?
So with the promotion of Detective Moffat in June of 2020, I was assigned to be the case agent in the death of Charles Vallow in June of 2020. However, I had done work prior to this date on this case.
And backing up to that July 11th, you're one of the scene detectives.
Yes.
Can you walk us through what you observed when you got there?
So as our job as a scene detective, we are there to document the scene, and we are assisted by crime scene technicians in this effort. So our first move that we'll make is we'll have the patrol officers who are present, who can provide some of the information to us as to what took place, give us a briefing. From that point, one of our crime scene technicians will enter and take overall photographs. And during this time, we will make observations of our own. The crime scene in this case was very simple relative to other crime scenes. The residence on Four Peaks Place, single-family residence. You enter the residence through a front door on the west of the residence. As you enter, you come into a small foyer, and then it opens up into a large living room. This one was unique, in which there was a wood plank floor. There was no furniture in this living room. There was mirrors along the north side, an open window along the east side, mirrors on the wall on the south side, and mirrors on the wall on the west side. So as indicated, it's very sparse. There was no furniture at all. Inside, when making my observations, I noticed the body of a Caucasian male, later identified to be Charles Vallow, laying on the west side of this room. North of where he was laying, there was an aluminum baseball bat. And then a little bit north of this was a baseball cap that we had found out was worn by Charles earlier. To the west of Charles' body, there were two .45 caliber casings that were recovered. Also noted during this time was a bullet strike and a lodged bullet, or what we refer to as a projectile, that had lodged into the baseboard along the east side of that particular room.
And as you walk in, that's your initial scene observation?
Yes.
As part of the scene detective, or just as part of the investigation, did you make observations regarding the body of Charles Vallow?
I did.
And I guess to back up a little bit, are you aware as to Charles' condition when first responding officers arrived?
When first responding officers arrived, he was pronounced dead by the Chandler Fire Department.
So upon your arrival, he'd already been pronounced dead?
That is correct.
Do you know if prior to your arrival there were any life-saving measures taken?
There were reports in the that Alex Cox had done CPR.
Okay, this is important.
And there was
too.
also indications, evidence left behind that the fire department had placed EKG or AED pads on Charles to determine whether life-saving efforts were needed.
And you said it was reported that Alex had done CPR. Did you observe any signs that would support CPR having been performed?
So in looking at Charles' body and the position that it was found, his head was to the north and his feet were to the south and his arms were to his side. I did see one wound consistent with a bullet wound in the front lower left quadrant of his torso. And that's the only wound that I noticed at the time. His shirt was cut open. He had a black t-shirt on. It was cut open by fire department. And as indicated, AED pads and EKG leads were put on for medical intervention. I did notice a lot of blood that was present on the floor or surrounding his body. Did not notice a lot of blood, which in my opinion, having given CPR and having been shot multiple times, I believe there should have been more blood.
And in relation to the CPR, had it been performed, you would have expected to see more blood?
I would have expected that, yes.
So based on your experience, you didn't see signs of CPR having been performed?
Correct.
And additional observations of Charles' body, were you able to see how many wounds he had initially?
So as indicated initially, it was just the one that I noticed with the front of his body, the lower left quadrant of his torso.
And at some point, did you notice any additional injuries to Charles' body?
I did.
And can you tell us what those were?
So in this case, in all homicide or death investigation cases, when the medical examiner is coming out to assist in these cases, the body is considered evidence, and we do not touch the body until the medical examiner arrives. They have jurisdiction over the body. So my initial observations were that one wound consistent with a bullet wound to the front lower left quadrant. After the medical examiner arrives, they take their own series of photographs, and we provide them with information that we know at the time. At that point, the medical examiner will then begin to examine or manipulate the body as they choose. During this time, the AED pad that was placed in the center of Charles's chest was removed, and an additional wound consistent with a bullet wound was noticed in the center of his chest. Additionally, when Charles' body was rolled, there were two additional wounds on his back consistent with bullet holes.
And when you talk about the two injuries to the front and the two to the back, did they appear to be, one being an entry wound, one being an exit wound, did they appear to be linked?
We try not to make that determination at the time. A lot of that goes in as far as entry, exits, and we also talk through the totality of the circumstances. In this case, Alex had mentioned that he had shot twice, so we would assume that they would be entrance wounds and exit wounds.
And so you talked about, Alex said he'd shot Charles twice, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of what else Alex had claimed in relation to the shooting?
As indicated, he claimed that he had shot him in self-defense. He had indicated that he had the baseball bat, and Charles had struck Alex in the back of the head with the baseball bat and refused to drop the bat, and that's when he shot him.
And based on your observations, were you able to form any opinion in your training and experience as to where Charles would have been in relation to the shooting?
Yes. So Alex had informed us that he was standing in the southwest corner of this particular living room, as described, and he was facing in a northeast direction, and he and Charles were face to face with each other. He indicated that he shot him twice standing up, and he shot him twice in the chest from a standing position.
And are you aware if you talked about the medical examiner's office showing up to take Charles' body?
Yes.
Do you know if an autopsy was ultimately conducted?
It was.
And are you aware if there was any determination made as to whether or not Charles would have been standing when both shots were fired?
So the two wounds, according to the medical examiner, the wound described in the center of the chest was front to back, exited his back, and it was slightly at a downward angle. The second wound that I'd mentioned, the lower left quadrant, that bullet traveled upward at a very steep angle, exiting the back of Charles's shoulder. When examining, observing the original scene, we had brought Alex back to do what's called a walkthrough to have him explain exactly where he was when all this took place. He indicated, like I stated, that he was standing and fired 2 shots standing, and while Charles was in front of him. Prior to Alex coming, we made the decision to cleaning up the blood that was left. And when we did clean up that blood, noticed a indention in the plate wood flooring that was near Charles's left shoulder, and that would be consistent with the exit wound on that back left. Also near Charles's left shoulder was a bullet or a projectile that was present when first responders arrived. So based on the autopsy reports and the scene evidence, the first shot fired on Charles would have been the center of his chest, exiting the back and then lodging in the baseboard. The second shot fired at Charles would have been while he was laying down on the ground.
And you talked about this room either not having furniture, being very sparsely furnished. Based on your investigation, were you able to determine whether or not a struggle had occurred?
Obviously, one thing we look at, we're trying to determine and prove or disprove the self-defense claim. And with the room being sparsely furnished, we were unable to see if anything was knocked over, broken, anything like that. Charles did have some wounds or some abrasions to his knees. He was wearing shorts at the time. So he had some abrasions to his knees and also some scrapes on his hands or arms, some minor scrapes there. So those two things would indicate that a struggle took place, but other than that, there was nothing that would indicate that.
And you talked about, we've talked a little bit about the blood in relation to at least the CPR. Was there any additional blood located in the residence?
There was.
And can you talk a little bit about that?
So Alex had indicated that he had washed his hands in the sink at the residence. The only other location that blood was present, besides underneath Charles's body, was on the faucet in the kitchen sink.
And was this, based on the report of the shooting, was this investigated as a homicide?
Yes, it was.
And we talked a little bit about, you ended up taking over the case or being assigned the case agent or the lead on this in June of 2020.
Correct.
You initially responded out on this July 11th date of 2019. Did you continue to work on the case after July 11th, 2019?
Unfortunately, right after this homicide, I had another homicide, so I did not work on it for a period of time. I then picked up this case and assisted Detective Moffat roughly January of 2020 with looking at phone extractions and iCloud information.
And when you picked up again in January, you talked about you started looking at phone extractions.
Correct.
As part of that, did you end up seeking some search warrants?
I did.
And was one of the devices that you reviewed the content of Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall how you came to be in possession of Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes. Through our investigation, we had determined that Charles's phone was pretty much the catalyst of an argument that occurred between Lori and Charles on this day. After the shooting, or shortly after the shooting, Lori had left the house, taking Charles's phone with her. She would later return that phone to detectives, and that phone was now in our possession, and an extraction was done on that actual device.
And did you, in fact, review the extraction?
I did.
And in reviewing the extraction, was there a significant amount of information contained on that device?
Yes, there is.
And as you went through it, did you look at things that seemed to have significance to you in relation to the investigation?
Yes.
And in preparation of your testimony today, did you prepare an exhibit related to that content?
I did.
Do you believe that it would aid in your testimony today?
Absolutely.
Do you believe it would aid the jurors in understanding the evidence and information?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be shown what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49. I do have a copy for counsel and a courtesy copy for the court as well. Again, as with some of the last exhibits from the state, these are printouts of a PowerPoint. The PowerPoint itself is on a jump drive.
Looks like they're all the same.
Exhibit. Those, and again, looking at an iCloud account.
It does include an iCloud account, yes.
And does it include messages or other content from that phone as well?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 49.
No objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 49 will be admitted, and again, this will be actually the PowerPoint on a digital format, and the court has reviewed a printed copy of that. Ms. Blake, with that being introduced, if you'd like, I think this would be a good time to stop for the morning recess before we start with the publishing of this, if that's where you're headed.
That is where I'm headed next, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our mid-morning recess then. Allowed to do that.
And Detective Duncan, we've already talked about, but just to remind the jurors, the information contained in this PowerPoint was from Charles Vallow's phone. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And on this slide, can you please read this into the record?
Yes, I can. Hello, Chad. I hope you are doing well. This is Charles Vallow from Arizona. We really enjoyed having you stay with us back in November when you came to the Preparing a People conference. I appreciated you taking the time to talk to me about the book I've been working on. Well, more than 6 months later, I still haven't made much progress on it, but I feel an urgency to get it done. As the managing partner of Right Planning Group, I'm going to have the opportunity to speak at various conventions beginning in the fall, but everyone says I need to have a book available that summarized my life and shares the principles I follow. So I will cut to the chase. I'm willing to pay you well to help me get this book into shape as my ghostwriter. I really liked your autobiography and the tone you took in sharing experiences without preaching. Is there any way you could come here for a couple of days and help me get the book underway? I feel talking in person would be much more valuable than a phone call or video chat, mainly because I would like you to read through some of my journals and explain to me how the publishing industry works. It would help me know whether I truly have a book in me and whether you want to team up on it. I played minor league baseball and have plenty of stories that my audience could relate to, along with the knowledge I've gained running my own company. So I do feel the book would contain valuable information even beyond the convention circuit. I'm out of town until Sunday, but I would gladly fly you down here next week before the holiday and cover your expenses. You could stay in our guest room like before, or in a hotel if you prefer. I hate to take you away from your family, but I know this book is vital to my speaking success. I understand if you don't want to take part in the project, but I would definitely make it worth your time. With admiration, Charles.
And through your investigation, what did you learn in relation to this email or this message, if anything?
So this particular message was a document that, in looking at Charles' additional phone records, he had indicated to Lori, as well as to Lori's brother, Adam Cox, that he had found this on Lori's computer. This would have been the first letter to which he mentioned Chad or suspected Lori of having an affair with Chad.
And at some point, were you able to learn if this particular email was associated with a specific email address?
It was not.
And did you learn whether or not this was actually written by Charles?
All indications in Charles's phone and content that when he's sending this to Adam and to Lori is this was fictitious and this was not created by him.
And just to back up a little bit, as you're going through these extractions, were you aware of any other ongoing investigations that were related to what you were looking into?
Yes, in January of 2020, when going through these extractions, I was aware of multiple investigations. I was aware of the disappearance of JJ and Tylee. I was also aware of the attempted or the shooting on Tammy Daybell, as well as Tammy Daybell's death. In addition to that, there is another case in Gilbert, Arizona, with the attempted shooting at Brandi Boudreaux.
And as you were looking through this phone extraction as well as others, were you also paying attention or looking for anything in relation to those other investigations that you thought could be helpful?
Yes, while going through these records, this particular record and subsequent records, I was mainly focusing on the Charles Vallow investigation, but anything that I saw that could have been pertinent to the locating JJ and Tylee and the other investigations, I would pass that along to other investigators in Idaho.
And as we talk through this, just to make clear to the jury, do you know did Lori have a brother named Adam Cox?
Yes, she did.
Did he also have a brother named Alex Cox, or did she also have a brother named Alex Cox?
Yes, she did.
Was Adam Cox at any point a suspect in relation to this investigation?
He was not.
Was he someone that you learned had communications with Charles?
Yes.
Was Alex Cox a suspect?
Yes, he was.
Thank you. And if we look at the next slide, can you read these messages into the record?
Yeah, so these are messages that were found on Charles Vallow's phone extractions. The first message is from Charles to Lori, dated June 29, 2019 at 5:51 a.m. Is he with whom you're having an affair? He did not stay with us in Arizona in November. Who are you lying to now? Trying to destroy another family? You're evil, period. I may take JJ back to Houston unless you have a great explanation for all of this. I will not let him be a party to your apostasy. The next message from Charles to Lori, June 29, 2019 at 6:04 a.m. Just so you know, I have Tammy, Chad's wife, email address. I will send a copy of my email you sent to KK Walker. Tammy will know what you're up to. You better explain. Charles then writes, June 29, 2019 at 6:10 a.m. I now have Tammy Daybell's cell number. I'll text her a copy of the letter and an explanation of what you're up to. You have till noon your time to explain, or I'm sending via text and email to her. And finally, Charles to Lori on June 29th at 6:55 a.m. I'm sure you're up by now. You have until 10 a.m. your time to respond, or I send the emails and texts to Tammy.
And at the time these emails are being exchanged, Charles is still alive, obviously.
Yes, he is.
And Tammy Daybell's still alive.
Yes.
And you had recovered that previous email that we talked about.
Correct.
And that email appears to have been written by someone holding themselves out to be Charles to Chad Daybell.
Correct.
Through your investigation, did you learn whether or not Charles actually made contact or attempted to make contact with Tammy?
I did, yes.
And what did you learn in relation to that?
So again, looking at Charles' phone, there is indication that Charles had addressed emails to Tammy Daybell and sent those emails to her.
Do you know, or did you learn whether or not Tammy ever looked at those or received them?
No indication that she looked at them or received them.
And looking to the next slide.
Once again, Charles to Lori, June 29th, 12:23 p.m. Just so you know, and Chad know, I am going to talk to Tammy in person if I have to. I've already emailed and texted her. Your game is up. Charles sends another message to Lori the same day at 5:04 p.m. Please stop spending money on the credit cards. I appreciate it.
And this is a continuation, it appears, from the conversation we were just looking at in the previous slide.
Yes, it is.
And we talked about any indication that Charles did in fact email Tammy. Did you uncover anything in your investigation regarding whether or not he ever attempted to visit her in person?
I did not.
And so we don't know, no evidence that he did.
Correct.
And looking at this date of June 29th, this is just a few weeks before Charles is shot and killed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And turning to the next slide, when we talk about the email, is this the one you were referencing?
Yes, it is.
And could you read this into the record?
So the first email from Charles Vallow to Tammy Daybell, and it was sent to tdaybell@sugarsalem.com on June 29th, 2019 at 9:06 is the stamp that was on the email. Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow. I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband and my wife, Lori. This is your work email, so I'll wait to send you the evidence that is very disturbing. You may call or email me from the address where you can receive the information. I apologize to be the one sending this, but something has to be done. I feel it's best if I shed some light on this issue. Regards, Charles Vallow, 714-853-5005.
And it looks like there's another one, or this may be the subject line. Could you read that next one?
Correct. The email from Charles to Tammy Daybell, coming from Charles' Right Planning Group email to another email for Tammy is tammy.daybell@gmail.com, June 30th. So the following day, 2019 at 10:16 a.m. The subject line on this email was your husband and my wife. And then the body are, are having an affair. Her name is Lori Vallow. I've got definite proof or definitive proof. If you care to see it, contact me and I'll share it with you. It's devastating, I know, but the truth needs to be shown. Charles Vallow.
And again, to be clear, through your investigation, you were never able to determine, or you did not learn whether or not Tammy actually saw these emails.
Correct.
I'm surprised that they can't
And then can you talk about what we're seeing on this slide here?
see that.
This is another email from Charles Vallow, a Gmail account to chad.daybell@gmail.com, sent 6/29/2019 at 9:32 a.m. The email reads, Chad, I'm Lori's husband, but I gathered you already knew this. She sent an email yesterday, supposedly written by me, to KK Walker, inviting you to Arizona next week and to ghostwrite a book I'm supposedly working on. It's preposterous. I happened to run across it as she left her computer at our Houston home. I am not paying anybody for anything, and I'm not writing a book. Either you or Lori need to tell me what's going on, or this will be exposed for all to see. Regards, Charles Vallow, 714-853-5005. And does your wife know you have several of Lori's dance videos? Explain how that is in any way appropriate. She sent them to you at your request in January, Charles.
And relating back to that first email, when we talk about the belief it wasn't drafted by Charles, did this play into why you believed that it was not drafted by him?
Yes, it did.
Is there anything else about this that drew your attention?
So this, obviously, Charles mentions a KK Walker, an email sent to KK Walker. So through this information, we were able to locate the KK Walker account of kkwalker75@yahoo.com.
And ultimately, were you able to link that KK Walker email to any particular person?
Yes.
And who was that?
Lori Vallow.
And if we look at this next slide, if you can tell us a little bit about what we're seeing and read that.
So also again on the actual Charles Vallow's device, and the extraction from that device is a message from Charles to Lori on June 30th, 2019 at 8:42. Lori, I know you don't care much. I know you don't much care how I feel, but just imagine this. How could my actions or breaking your heart result in what you've done? You accuse me of infidelity, but it's you who have been having an affair. It just keeps killing me. Maybe that's your goal. How can you live with yourself destroying our life, Mel and Brandon's? Probably Mel and Brendan too. Now add Chad Daybell family and you've got a home run. The fact that you continue to go to the temple after all you've done shocks even me. There really is something wrong with you. I really don't want to do what I have to do, but you have to be exposed for what you really are. You won't even deny it or talk to me as to your reasons. That's what's amazing to me. You could allay some of what's about to happen, but I don't think you will. Lying has become second nature to you. You have been impressive in blaming me for all that's happened. You have destroyed me. I've never been lower in my life. It's you that has done it. Please tell me why, please. I will slow or minimize what's about to happen. It's you who has caused it. We have a son to raise, but that's all we have in common. I will work with you in his best interest and will be there Monday evening. You owe me an apology for all the false accusations you've made. You know I've been entirely faithful to you since the first day we met. I deserve an apology from you. Please respect that much.
So this message is sent around the same time the messages are being sent to Chad confronting him about the affair, correct?
Correct.
And this is also sent around the same time Charles reaches out to Tammy.
Correct.
Through your investigation, did you learn whether or not there were any divorce proceedings that had been going on between Charles and Lori?
I was not aware of any.
Do you know, through your investigation, did you learn if at times they had separated?
There was indication that they were separating, living in different locations, yes.
I've wondered if that, because it happened so soon after that happened.
And on this next slide, can you talk a little bit about what we're seeing here and then read these into the record?
Yes. Once again, additional
If it
messages
would have made
found
a
on
difference.
Charles Vallow's device. Charles to Lori, July 1st, 2019, 10:31. I'm going to Idaho first to meet with Tammy Daybell. Lori to Charles, July 1st, 2019, 10:32 a.m. She won't see you. She is my friend. She won't listen to you. Go ahead. You're ridiculous. Are you coming to JJ for the 4th or not? Charles to Lori, July 1st, 2019 at 10:37 a.m. Then you tell me why you used my name and a fictitious email to send a BS email about a book I am having him ghostwrite for me. It's fraud and a lie. There's no other reason for it other than to get him to Arizona or AZ get him in AZ, and have an excuse for his wife. Charles to Lori, July 1st, 2019, 10:38 a.m. You did this. I had nothing to do with it, and you know it. Also, he did not stay with us in November. I will find out.
Did you learn what that reference of he did not stay with us in November was in regards to?
That was in regards to the letter found on the Chad's device, and then also another, what is a KK Walker email where Chad was being requested to come to Houston. I believe those were the two.
And one of the emails referenced him being in Arizona the previous November.
Correct.
And that would have been November of 2018.
Correct.
And there's also a response there from Lori saying she's friends with Tammy.
Yes.
Did you also review data in relation to devices or accounts linked to Lori Vallow?
I did.
In your review of those, did you find any communications between Lori and Tammy?
I did not.
Any indication that they were friends in those devices, at least?
No.
Did you find communications between Lori and Chad?
I did.
And on this next slide, can you talk a little bit about what we're seeing here and then read it into the record?
So once again, in Charles Vallow's actual phone extraction, the day of his murder, and these text messages take place between 7:35 a.m. and 7:37 a.m. between Charles and Adam Cox, who was Lori's brother. Charles sent Adam a text, "Al is here." Adam responded, "At Lori's?" Adam responds, "Really? I wonder why he never called me back." Adam responds, "They are planning something." Charles responded, "Absolutely." Adam responded, "I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that." Charles responds, "What you do is up to you."
And up until this slide, or actually, excuse me, just a slide before this, we're talking the beginning of July when he and Lori are exchanging those messages. Is that correct?
So from June 29th was when that letter was discovered and the communication starts. So up until then, yeah, or from that day on, yes.
And you indicated this is the day that Charles is killed when these messages are exchanged.
Yes, it was.
And again, Adam Cox is one of Lori's brothers.
Yes.
And he was not a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And when we look at the time that these are exchanged, it's early in the morning.
Yes.
Were there any additional communications on Charles' phone after this?
There were not.
Charles was shot and killed shortly after these messages were exchanged?
Correct.
And we've talked a little bit about that you reviewed. Actually, I apologize. I'll get this submitted to the court first.
It's so sad. I've wondered before if it would have made a difference. Because, I mean, look, they were like on a warpath and, you know, getting rid of everybody.
And we've already
in a
discussed
way.
a little bit that as part of your investigation.
But it happened so fast after he confronted her about that fake email and after he said he was going to tell Tammy and stuff. So I have wondered if it would have made a difference. I don't think it would have. I think that I think it may have sped it up, but I don't think it would have made a difference just because it's like they were planning if you know, going through all the stuff that we went through during the last trial and seeing how when they met, it's like everything else in the world all of a sudden didn't matter other than them living crazily ever after. So I think that it probably would have happened eventually, but it's hard when stuff like that happens to not think like what if? But it may have prolonged it, but I don't think it would have changed it.
You also reviewed some accounts associated with Lori Vallow.
Yes.
Did those include some iCloud accounts?
2 of them were, yes.
And do you recall what those iCloud accounts were?
So the first iCloud account that Lori used was Lori 4 style, the number 4. So Lori, the number 4 style at iCloud.com. And from that extraction or from that information, we were able to determine a second iCloud that was created, which is lollytime at iCloud.com.
And in reviewing and specifically looking to that Lori for style, was there a significant amount of information located on that device?
Yes, there
or,
was.
excuse me, on that account or linked to it?
Yes, there is.
And from that information, and then also same question with the lolly time, was there a significant amount of information?
Yes,
And in preparation for your testimony today, did you prepare an exhibit?
I did.
And does that exhibit pull some of the information that caught your attention?
Yes, it does.
And given the amount of information within those accounts, do you believe that it would aid you in your testimony today?
It sure would.
Do you believe it would aid the jury in understanding the evidence as well?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be shown State's Exhibit 48. I believe defense has a copy as well.
It's at 1.25 speed.
And similarly, these are printouts of a PowerPoint, so we have an actual jump drive, but as a courtesy, we printed these out.
Since we're catching up.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, I'll just quickly review them.
And Detective Duncan, if you could look through those as well.
Noting again, the actual exhibit's a PowerPoint offer.
Accurate representation.
You may publish.
And you talk about the first iCloud account. What are we seeing on this particular slide?
So on this particular slide, I'm showing you the Lori Forstyle at iCloud.com account username. Under this account, these 4 numbers are registered under that account.
And as you went through the account, is that where you located these numbers?
Yes,
And so these are numbers that ended up being associated with Lori Vallow, is that correct?
that is correct.
And looking at the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here and then read the messages into the record?
Yeah, so on the iCloud account, Lori Forstyle, the following messages were seen between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. On 3/9/2019 at 11:27 hours, Lori sent Alex a text that says, apparently it is tied to Ned being gone. There's an emoji in there, but the emoji is not included. Hopefully today or tomorrow. On 3/10/2019 at 8:41 in the morning, Alex sent Lori a message. Love you too. Have fun and get rid of Ned already. 3/26/2019 at 17:36 hours, Alex sent Lori a message. Ned is still alive, just confirmed. 3/26/2019 at 18:17 or 6:17 p.m., Lori sends Alex a message. It's not Ned, and it's a new one.
What about those messages caught your attention?
So in the weeks and months following the death of Charles Vallow, we received information that Charles was possibly killed by Alex because he was a dark spirit or a zombie. The name Ned is a name that even Charles would tell people that Lori was referring to him as. So the name Ned is the dark spirit's name that was given to Charles Vallow.
And in that last message, we see reference to it's not Ned, it's a new one. Did you learn anything in relation to what that message may have been referencing?
To me,
Judge, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation.
I'll sustain that.
Through the investigation, you reviewed other phone records.
yes,
And did you discuss the investigation with other individuals involved in it?
yes,
And did you review reports and interviews?
yes,
And based on your review of that through your investigation, were you able to make a determination as to what that may have been referencing?
yes.
Judge, and I'm going to renew my objection that it's speculation.
And Your Honor, if I may respond.
Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
Your Honor, I think under the collective knowledge doctrine, the officer's already established that if he can answer from his investigation what he believed it to mean, and it, in relation to, although I haven't heard any hearsay, I think under the collective knowledge doctrine, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter. It's being offered as to what the officer determined in the investigation.
All right. Well, go ahead, Mr. Pryor.
May I respond? Judge, using that notion that it's as part of the investigation, it still calls for this officer to make a guess as to exactly what is meant by a particular phrase. So regardless of the investigation, regardless of whether he's looked at documents, he's still guessing. He's speculating, he's hunching, and he's not able to do that. He's not allowed to do that.
All right. Well, there's been some additional foundation laid. At this point, I am still going to continue to sustain the objection, just looking back at the question, which was whether or not the witness was able to make a determination as to what that may have been referencing. So I do think it's speculative at this point, Ms. Blake. Any additional foundation you could lay may change that.
Through your investigation, did you learn if Charles was designated by any other names?
Yes.
And what were those names?
Garrett and Hiplos.
And based on that, what was your belief with regard to it's a new one?
A new entity or a new dark spirit.
Thank you. And looking at this next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here and then read the messages into the record?
So on the Lori for Style account, you see messages between Nicole Earl and Lori Vallow. These took place on 10/19 of 2019. At 9:18 in the morning, Nicole sent Lori a message. I'm not sure if you heard, but Chad's wife died last night. Lori responded at 9:33 a.m. Oh my gosh, I did not hear that. I'm in Hawaii and it's 6 a.m. Lori responded to Nicole at 9:34 in the morning. Do you know what happened? Nicole responded to Lori at 9:37. Yes, she awoke in the night coughing, threw up, collapsed, and passed away.
Through your investigation, did you learn on what day Tammy Daybell was pronounced dead?
Yes.
And what day was that?
October 19th, 2019.
So the same day these messages are exchanged.
Yes.
And we talked before that as you were looking through these, you were also cognizant of some other active investigations.
Correct.
Did you pass this information along to other law enforcement?
Yes.
And looking at the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here and then read it into the record?
Once again, these are messages between Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow on the Lori for Style account on 10/19/2019. Melanie Gibb sent Lori a message at 1:16 p.m. I heard what happened to Chad's wife. Oh my gosh. Lori responded to Melanie at 1:18. Hello, what?
So on that last slide, we saw communications between Lori and Nicole Earl that took place in the morning hours of October 19th, correct?
Yes, correct.
And now on this slide, later in the day, these are messages between Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow.
Yes.
And what was it about these messages that caught your attention?
What caught my attention is the communication between Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow, indicating that Lori was unaware that Tammy had passed away.
And that's even though there were the messages with Nicole Earl earlier in the day.
Yes.
And on the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing and then read it into the record?
So on the Lori for Style account, on November 22nd, 2019, a text message is present from Lori Vallow to Colby Ryan, who is Lori's son. I text Ty to send it, but I haven't heard back yet. She will probably just do it before she tells me. Hope you got the Venmo. Ty said she sent it late. I'll call you when I get a break. Hope you're having a great day. I love you so much.
And in this message, were you, based on your investigation, did you know who Ty was that they were referring to?
Yes.
And who was that?
Kylie Ryan.
Did you learn when the last known sighting of Tylee was?
I believe it was the beginning of September 2019.
So this message is sent months after the last known sighting.
Yes.
And then you had indicated you also looked at another iCloud account.
Yes. So from the Lori for Style account led us to the lollytime@icloud.com. This information provided indicated that this particular account was created on July 1st, 2019. And the cell phone numbers listed are the numbers that are attached to that account.
So this particular account was created just 10 days before Charles is killed.
Yes.
And again, during this time, Tammy is still alive. Is that correct?
Yes.
Turning to the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here and then read it into the record?
Yes, this is communication found on this iCloud account between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. On July 9th, 2019 at 1:49 p.m., Lori sent Alex a message stating, "So the plot thickens. Call me when you can." She sends another message to Lori, or another message to Alex Cox, 7/9/2019 at 9:50 p.m. "Getting sleepy, so I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel too. She can't go to Utah. They are planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you.
And when these messages are copied over, do you copy them over as written?
Yes, I do.
So some may contain spelling errors.
Correct.
And the only difference is you did not include the emojis.
Correct.
What is it about these messages that stuck out to you?
This is 2 days before Charles would have died. Also, in looking at Charles Vallow's account, Charles was talking with Adam Cox about planning some sort of intervention, if you would, and talking to Lori about her radical beliefs and the letters that he had found. So this stood out to me as some sort of plan that was taking place.
And again, this is just 2 days before Alex shoots and kills Charles Vallow.
Yes.
Were you able to determine who the Mel is that's being referenced in that second text?
That is Melanie Boudreau.
And who is she in relation to Lori Vallow?
That is Lori's niece.
And then moving to the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here and then read the messages into the record?
So what you're seeing here is oftentimes in what appears in an iCloud, or what doesn't appear in an iCloud, you can capture in an actual phone record. Phone records and phone extractions are different. Phone extraction it's a copy of the actual device, where a phone record or a phone, they call them call detail records, are actual phone calls, text messages that are sent, and records are retained by the actual phone carrier. So in looking at a timeline of Charles Vallow's death, I was able to look at Lori Vallow's phone call detail records, and I noticed that there were phone or messages, text messages between Lori and Chad the day of Charles Vallow's murder. The times are at 6:12 a.m., 7:01 a.m., and 7:33 a.m. There is a record that this text occurred, but there's no content of what the actual text is.
And through your investigation, were you able to determine a span of time in which you believe Charles Vallow to have been shot?
Yes.
And when was that?
Based on our investigation, you look at the record of Adam Cox and the last message sent by Chad and Adam, 7:37. So he arrives at the residence based on location data on Chad's phone.
Sorry to interrupt. I think you said Chad's phone. Do you mean Charles?
I apologize. On Charles' phone. So Charles Vallow had location data on his phone, so it shows when he arrives. So it was around that 7:30 time frame that Charles arrived at the Four Peaks address, and then obviously the call placed by Alex Cox at 8:36 indicating the shot. So somewhere between the 7:30 and 8:30 time frame.
And so these messages with Chad are essentially stopped just before Charles arrives or around the same time.
Correct.
And then turning to the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here and then read them into the record?
So these are text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, and the text messages were on July 18th, 2019. Lori sent Chad a message. I just got the letter from the insurance company saying that I am not the beneficiary. It's a spear through my heart. Who do you think he changed it to? Brandon or probably Kay? He left nothing for JJ. Chad responded to Lori, wow, that's terrible. There's no way to find out? Lori responded to Chad, I might be able to see when I get his computer on Sunday. I could check the emails sent to the insurance company. It will show change of beneficiary. He must have done it recently. Chad sent Lori a message. It seemed you would have had to agree to the change. Maybe your name was forged. You should have a good paper trail to prove it.
And then going to the next slide, is this a continuation of that conversation?
Yes, it is.
Would you please read those into the record?
Chad sent Lori a message stating, I love you. This is terrible, but it is probably another step in bringing down the Gadiantons, especially Brandon. Lori sent Chad a message to Chad. Nope, he can change it anytime he wants. He's the agent, and anyone can change their beneficiary anytime with their own signature. I'm thinking it must be Kay. Chad sent a message to Lori. It will be interesting if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest.
So these messages were exchanged just 7 days after Charles was shot and killed.
Correct.
What was it about these messages that stood out to you?
Obviously, what stood out is the Lori's concern with beneficiary money. from a life insurance policy that she felt was coming to her after Charles's death.
And at the time these messages were exchanged, had Arizona publicly released how, or if you recall, had they released how Charles had been killed?
I don't recall.
But it's just 7 days after.
Correct.
And the indication to you was, at the time Charles was killed, Lori would have believed she was getting insurance money.
Yes.
Did it also appear Chad would have believed that?
Judge objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Looking at the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here and read it into the record?
So this is another message on the Lolly time, I believe. Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell, 7/18/2019 at 12:19 hours. Lori says, so I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March, so it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. They can't tell me to who, of course, but it's done. I still get the $4,000 a month from SS.
Did you learn through your investigation what the SS stood for?
Yes.
And what was that?
Social Security.
And did you learn through the investigation whether or not Lori was getting Social Security money or if her kids were?
Yes, she was. Yes.
And looking at this next one, can you tell us what we're seeing here and read it into the record?
This is a message from Chad to Lori on 7/26/2019 at 8:13 p.m. Tonight I figured out who I feel like. I'm a grown-up version of Harry Potter who has to live with the Dudleys in his little space under the stairs. Every few weeks I get to escape and have amazing adventures with my goddess lover. But then I have to return to my place under the stairs feeling trapped, but I sense permanent freedom is coming.
And this message would have been just 15 days after Charles' death?
Yes.
And was Tammy Daybell still alive at this time?
Yes.
Oops. The whole thing about Harry Potter.
And then turning to
Hold
the
on.
next
Let me
message,
show
if
you.
you could let us know what we're seeing here and then read it into the record.
So on 7/30/2019, Chad sent a message to Lori. An SMS message is just a text message that read, I got the inspiration to go back to my original death percentages that help us track Charles, Ned, etc. Tammy is very close. Her percentage has fallen steadily since Hiplos left. It is encouraging.
And through your investigation, I think you've already talked to us about it, but did you learn who Ned and Hiplos were referring to?
Yes.
And who was that?
And those were dark spirits that Ned and Hiplos and Garrett were dark spirit names referring to Charles Vallow.
There's the loin fire.
And in
Where's-
this,
there it is.
there's reference
There's Harry
to
Potter.
helped us, correct?
That's what I see, yes.
And this was from Chad to Lori?
Yes.
And then on this next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here and then read it into the record?
So on this account was a text messages between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, September 3rd, 2019 at 10:02 a.m. Alex to Lori, network name is Anti-Layman. PW is too many kids. Lori to Alex, funny.
And through the investigation, did you learn the last known sighting of Tylee was around September 8th?
Correct.
And the last known sighting of JJ was around September 22nd?
Correct.
And this message was sent on September 3rd?
Yes, it was.
So when the kids were still around?
Yes.
Your Honor, that exhibit is ready to be submitted to the court.
Very well. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Dennis. Content. Looking at Zulema's phone and some of the iCloud accounts, did you end up creating another exhibit?
I did, yes.
And again, given was the content of Zulema's phone voluminous?
It was, yes.
And were you able to determine certain messages that you felt had evidentiary or that you felt were relevant to today's proceedings?
I did,
Do you believe that they would assist you in your testimony today?
yes.
Do you believe they would assist the jury in understanding the evidence as well?
They would.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be shown State's Exhibit 51. And similar to the last, these are printouts of a PowerPoint presentation. The actual exhibit would be a jump drive.
Very well.
And Detective Duncan, would you just look through those?
Okay.
Do those appear to be an accurate representation of the PowerPoint you created?
They are.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 51.
No objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 51 is admitted. And again, that is the digital file on the thumb drive. The court has received a printed copy as well.
And backing up a little bit, in your investigation, because we've used the name Zulema Pastenis.
Yes.
Through your investigation, did you learn who Zulema Pastenis is?
Yes. Through our investigation, we learned that Zulema Pastenis was a friend of Lori Vallow.
And do you know if Zulema Pastenis eventually was married to someone related to Lori?
She was. Eventually, she would marry Alex Cox.
And we talked a little bit about Ned and dark spirits. Did those kind of things come up through your investigation?
Yes, they did.
And in looking in Zulema's phone, was there reference to things of that nature?
Yes, there were.
Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish State's Exhibit 51.
You may.
And looking at this slide, can you tell us what we're seeing and then read it into the record?
Yeah, so on Zulema Pastenis' phone, an extraction that was actually done by the Gilbert Police Department, I reviewed this phone content and I saw messages between Lori and Zulema. So on May 29th, 2019 at 10:32 a.m., Lori sent Zulema a message that read, "Perfect. I found out there are 4. One is a level 4 entity. His name is Hiplos. The H is silent. The other 3 are level 3s. Let's do this." And the following message from Lori to Zulema, June 2nd, 2019, 11:54 a.m. "Yes, it does. Let's put some fire energy towards Hiplos now. He is driving now, and today is the day. I can do it spiritually. Let's go to him and hover over the truck till we do it. Are you ready?"
And looking at the next slide, if you could tell us what we're seeing here and read these messages into the record.
So the messages continue. July 2nd, 2019 at 7:52 p.m. Zulema sends Lori a message that states, "Also, I was given instructions today to rip, tear, or burn the aura of Hiplos to let the body energy out so he can't re-enter." There's a message from Chad Daybell to Zulema on July 2nd, 2019 at 8:35 p.m. "I am very happy to find out these estates. You and Lolo have doing amazing work. Mother Earth is so grateful to you both. Thank you as well for your help with Hiplos. He is so very close." Chad then sends another message to Zulema on July 13th, 2019 at 9:57 a.m. "Hi, Zulema. Yes, I would be happy to give you a blessing, possibly this evening or tomorrow. It's crazy about Charles, but such a relief."
So in looking at that second message from Chad Daybell, there's a reference to Lolo. Did you determine who Lolo was in your investigation?
I did.
And who is that?
Lolo is a nickname for Lori Vallow.
Was there anything else that stood out about that message in relation to your investigation?
On the message, the second message?
Yes, the second message.
That Chad was thanking Zulema for her help with this evil spirit that Charles was referred to.
And this message was sent just 9 days before Charles Vallow was killed?
Yes.
And then looking at the next message, is there anything that stood out to that one about you?
Other than the last sentence, "It is crazy about Charles, but such a relief."
Had you looked through these phones and iCloud accounts, did you ever see any indication of grief over the loss of Charles by anyone?
I did not.
And then turning to this next slide, I think you've already talked about the KK Walker. Can you tell us what we're seeing here, though?
Yes. So this is a email that came that we recovered from the kkwalker75 at yahoo.com address. And this particular email was sent from KK Walker to chad.daybell@gmail.com on April 21st, 2019 at 6:20 a.m. Yes, April 21st, 2019. So the email reads, "Dear Brother Daybell, hi, this is Karen from Avow. I contacted you a couple weeks ago to see if you would be willing to come speak to our youth here in Houston, Texas. You said you probably could if there was a way to cover your expenses. Since then, I can't shake the feeling that you need to come share your story, particularly about chasing paradise. We are near the Houston Temple, and this summer our stake is focusing on family history work. My reason for contacting you again is that we have a stake youth conference planned for all day on Saturday, April 27th. The focus is on the temple, and I know you would energize the kids with your stories. We expect about 400 kids to attend, including some parents. I know it is extremely short notice, but is there any chance you could come? A high councilman is currently the main speaker, but he said he would be happy to let you speak instead. My husband and I have been financially blessed and would pay for your flight. We also have a casita attached to our house where you could stay and not be bothered. Also, my daughter mentioned the young single adults would love to put together a fireside on Sunday evening. I realize your main goal is to sell books, and that wouldn't be possible at these events, but I know the interest in your novels would skyrocket here. I'm sorry it's so late. If possible, please let me know as early as possible in the morning so we can include it in the Sunday announcements. Also, we'd want to get your flights booked. If you're able to do both events, we could fly you in Friday, then depart on Monday. Please let me know if this is possible. We would love it. Karen Walker."
And again, who did you link that KK Walker Yahoo to?
So the KK Walker was linked to Lori Vallow. The information provided by Yahoo indicated that the IP address where this account was set up was in Katy, Texas, near where Lori was living at the time. The date of birth associated with the account was a variation of Lori's date of birth, but the phone number linked to the account was the same phone number that Lori would use.
And again, the date on this is April 21st of 2019. Was Charles Vallow still alive at that time?
Yes, he was.
And was Tammy Daybell still alive?
Yes.
Did Chad Daybell respond to this email?
Yes, he did.
And if we look at the next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is a response to that email obtained through Yahoo. "Hello, Karen. Yes, I will be able to come, so let the wards know. I can talk to you later about arranging the flight, Chad."
And through your investigation, did you learn whether or not Chad did travel to this event, or in response to this email, I should say?
I don't have independent knowledge of whether he did or not.
Did you, in fact, pass your findings along to other law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And other law enforcement may have followed up on that?
Yes.
And Your Honor, this exhibit is ready for submission to the court.
All right.
Detective Duncan, do you recall being contacted about a call placed to a mortuary?
I do.
And do you recall who contacted you?
Yeah, it was Agent Ricky Wright with the FBI.
And did you end up following up on a call made to a mortuary?
I did.
Did you learn where that mortuary was located?
Yes.
And where was that?
It is the Valley of Sun Mortuary located in the southern portion of Chandler, Arizona.
And did you end up recovering a copy of a recording of the call?
Yes, I did.
And was it actually a two-part recording?
Yes.
And Your Honor, it's my understanding that these exhibits have already been stipulated to by the parties. They've been marked as states 44A and states 45A.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. And to be clear, explain what they are again, Ms. Blake.
They are a recording of the calls just referenced by the detective.
Okay, so each one of those exhibits contains a digital file of a recording individual.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. 44A and 45A are admitted.
And Your Honor, I do have a copy of those for counsel as well.
Judge, I have copies. Thank you.
Okay,
And I would, now that those are admitted, I would ask to be able to publish those.
you may publish them.
Let me do my little 5-second skip.
If I may have.
I keep forgetting I can do this. Do it while I can.
Hello, my name is Sarah.
Oops,
Third rank
okay.
answer.
Funeral home?
Hello, my name is Sarah. I'm assisting them with their calls. How can I help you today?
We just had a death in the family, and we really don't want anything but a cremation, and then to send the cremains to a family in Louisiana. Just a simple, nothing other than a cremation and sending him to his family for a service in Louisiana. So, is there any way to know a ballpark price on that?
Yes, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Okay, let me transfer you over to the director who can assist you with the pricing. What is your name, please?
It is Chad Daybell.
How do you spell the last name, please?
Dabal, Daybell.
How are you related to the person who passed?
He
I'm
changed the
his
spelling of the last
nephew.
name.
And then also, this is for the Valley of the Suns in Chandler, correct?
Yes.
He's a bad
Okay.
liar.
If he lives there in Chandler, I live in Iowa, so I'm just trying to help out.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, what is your uncle's name for reference, please?
He is John Daybell.
His last name?
Well,
Yeah.
Dabal.
Okay.
The same. John.
Does he have a middle name?
Myron.
Myron?
Yeah.
And Chad, what is your phone number in case we get disconnected?
Yeah. This number,
There it goes
515, I don't actually know my own number. Let me look real quick.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Did you see it? The helicopter thing? It went by again.
515-402-0143.
Thank you. Is he at a nursing home, hospital, or residence?
He passed away in a hospital. I don't know the details. Probably.
Yeah, it's just for to know, because sometimes that's different if it's a residential or hospital or a nursing home. Okay.
Thinking they're sending him to the medical examiner. I'm not sure. I should have had more information before I called. I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right. Cremation with shipping. To which city?
New Orleans. Again.
Okay, one moment, please, Chad. But stay on the line. Let me transfer you over to the director who can assist you with that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Chad.
Yeah.
Thank you for holding. I do have the director, Carissa, on the line to further assist you.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, that was State's Exhibit 44A.
Okay.
And I would now ask to publish State's Exhibit 45A.
You may.
So my name is Chris. I'm a senior director with Valley Mortuary and Cemetery. I understand that your uncle passed away.
Yes. And I'm just starting the process for the family. He didn't have many relatives. I'm his nephew. I live in Iowa. But what they
sorry to
want
hear
to do is, yeah, sad to see him go. Yeah, I think he's going to the medical examiner. I don't know all the details, but what the family basically wants is just to have him cremated there in Chandler and then have his remains shipped to New Orleans. And we'll bill up the service later. So just trying to get a ballpark price.
Okay. So for a cremation, we are able to do our cremation for $1,695. Now, what that's going to include is the transportation into our care, the transportation to and from our crematory, our basic professional fees, as well as our crematory fee. Now, there's going to be a couple other charges there for you.
Okay.
So we are going to have death certificates, which are $20 a piece with a processing fee,
Okay.
$15 permit fee,
All right.
and then we're able to do that transfer through the mail for you, and that's $160 fee for you.
Okay. Like through UPS or something, I guess.
Okay.
So close, about 2,000 probably, kind of a ballpark, yeah.
Close to, yeah.
Okay. Well, that helps me a lot. I'm going to call one or two others, but I'll get back to you if we come that direction. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And if you need anything else, give me a call.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
She said, I'm sorry for your loss. She's like, oh, yeah, thanks. Sad to see him go. Imagine being his family. Imagine being
Can I have
Kay
a sidebar with counsel, please.
and having to listen to this. He moved his head. Oh, he's moving. Shut his laptop.
We're just discussing scheduling here. We're going to go ahead and take the lunch break at this time. I am going to advise the jurors you're going to have a slightly longer lunch break, maybe not slightly, probably more like an hour and a half than an hour, based on some motions the court's going to hear outside of your presence during part of that break. So we'll probably have you returning for further evidence, hopefully around 1:30. And if we do that, I'll also inquire as to whether or not you think we could just go through 2 hours without an afternoon break, potentially, if we start up around 1:30. So,
And I believe the state can do so as long as the jurors are good with it.
okay, I'll ask the jurors once you return back so we kind of know what is left in the afternoon after that. So we will go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. I'll have the jurors be excused and we'll argue a brief motion after they've been excused from the courtroom.
All right.
All rise.
For those in the courtroom in attendance, you're welcome to stay for a motion hearing. You're also welcome to leave for the lunch break if you'd prefer to do that. It's a motion that we're going to just hear an argument at this time, whether or not it will be them to. Otherwise, it's filed on April 15th by
Okay.
the state. It was filed on shortened notice just yesterday. I haven't expected defense counsel to be able to have time to make any filing in response. However, I've allowed Mr. Pryor an opportunity to review the motion and would permit oral argument. That hearing we're going to take up later after our lunch break. The question right now is the state did file this with a request for an expedited hearing, which I'm granting and having that heard on the merits today. Also under a motion requesting that the motion in limine be sealed. The court is holding a hearing at this time to determine on the state's motion whether or not the hearing will be sealed or will it be open. And so that's governed by our Idaho Court Administrative Rules 32. If the state wants to present any argument as to a basis for sealing the hearing this afternoon, I'll hear that at this time, and then I'll hear a response from the defense. So who is going to be arguing as to the motion to seal?
I will be, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Ms. White. And so to be clear, not into the merits of the motion in limine, just on the issue of sealing.
Correct. The state did file a brief. I recognize this is short timing and defense counsel may not have had an opportunity to do the same. In the brief, I think both in the motion to seal and then reference to the brief without getting into any argument lays out what the state's concern is, depending on any ruling on the motion, is why the state had requested that this be filed under seal. Depending on the outcome could have an impact in the future, but we do recognize that there is a jury that has been seated at this point, and the court may determine that that is no longer a concern. So we would simply defer to the court on this and just reference back to the motion as to the state's rationale for the original request.
All right. Thank you, Ms. White. What's the defense response as to the issue of sealing or not sealing?
I love
the
speed
upcoming hearing?
trialing.
Judge, the state correctly pointed out that the jury's been sworn in. The evidence is has proceeded at this point. Without getting into too many factual issues, Judge, the information that's in question was listed as an exhibit and disclosed to the state on March 15th, I believe, originally in the list of exhibits and identified on that date. Then it was provided to them just before the start, a week, I think, before the start of the opening statements with the actual copy of that. So 3 weeks later now we're dealing with this. But just so everybody's clear, Judge, the information that I'm intending to use is going to be limited to impeachment. And as we all are aware, that if the information is used for impeachment, it's not necessarily admitted as evidence, but in all fairness to the state, it was provided as an exhibit. But the defense's intention is to use this solely for impeachment evidence.
All right.
So I would expect that this is nothing that needs to be sealed.
Okay. Well, the court in this case has previously many times sealed certain issues relating to evidence, mostly under Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32, which is a long rule with a lot of subparts. Somewhere among in there is a paragraph E, which is kind of a catch-all that indicates that things can be sealed if it's necessary to temporarily seal or redact documents to preserve the right to a fair trial. And in this case, of course, we had quite an ordeal and undertaking to find jurors who were not prejudiced by pretrial publicity, and pretrial publicity all seemingly tilted one way in the case, where many hundreds of potential jurors were unable to serve in this case because they already had a opinion that the defendant was guilty. So avoiding that and trying to get a fair and impartial jury led to the court's orders many times before on that very issue. The issue now, where the companion case has already gone through trial and now we have a jury seated in this case and impaneled, my concern is alleviated as to picking jurors that are not predisposed to a opinion in the case based on pretrial publicity. And so without that concern going forward, the court will determine that the hearing does not need to be sealed. And so under Rule 34, the temporarily sealed motion will be unsealed, as well as the hearing will be conducted in an open hearing today. When we argue that motion, counsel, I don't expect it will take too long to argue, but I indicated to the jurors they'd be back around 1:30 to start evidence again. So if we call the motion at about 5 or 10 after to give us a full hour for lunch and court preparations, is that time frame going to work for the state?
That will work for the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And will you be arguing that, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Pryor.
And I'll be arguing it for the defense judge.
I understand that. So for terms of timing, then let's try to get that on the record.
All right. So skip 4. I love me some speed trialing. Getting through. Oh, look.
Yeah, please be
We
seated.
got a close-up of him. Bless it. Anybody want to screenshot that and get your new screensaver? Chud. Blech.
Schedule being heard 2-3. The state filed a motion in limine yesterday, along with a during trial, which doesn't permit the typical response time we would have for a motion in a case. So based on that, I am going to allow for some argument on the motion in limine. I'll hear response from the defense after the state argues the motion. And after consideration of the arguments, I should be able to make a ruling this afternoon before the jurors return. So Ms. Blake, I understand you'll be arguing on behalf of the state. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, if you'd like to present argument in support of your motion in limine, I'll hear that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. And as this court is aware, we've already litigated a very similar issue in front of this court. However, this one deals with a different witness and some different materials. So during preparations in this trial and getting ready for witness prep with one of the witnesses in this case, specifically Melanie Gibb, the state had reviewed a discovery response that was provided by defense counsel. This was provided to us within the discovery timeline as required. This was my first time reviewing it in full. And this had previously been provided by the state, actually in the prior pending matters against both Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. They were originally provided in cases CR 22-2755 and CR 22-2838 on approximately March 3rd of 2021. So defense counsel would have received them in that case initially. Subsequent to that, I believe they were re-provided in this case's discovery on December 14th of 2022. Defense redisclosed them to the state on or about February 1st. As indicated, in preparations for the trial, I had not reviewed those in full until recently. Upon a review of those, and then coupled with defense counsel's current state of cross and opening statement, looking at those, the state had concerns that we may be back to litigating in the future the issue of whether or not Prosecutor Wood is a witness. When I reference a previous hearing dealing with a similar issue, it dealt with that, wherein this court determined and quashed a subpoena that had been served on Prosecutor Wood. And while that was in relation to another witness, a review of these, coupled with the arguments being made in the state of the cross-examination, raised the state's concern that there could be another attempt by the defense to make Prosecutor Wood a witness, and specifically in relation to Ms. Gibb. The state disclosed in this motion the content of the communications that we feel the defense may be relying on or may use. We also have outlined an argument specifically starting with a determination as to whether or not the evidence is even relevant. This court had previously put in effect an order, and in the prior case numbers that were mentioned, the court had also mentioned the requirement for a taint hearing. Although those were in relation to other witnesses than Ms. Gibb, I think it would be a similar standard that should be required or would be required if it is the defense's intent at any point to attempt to call Prosecutor Wood as a witness. The reason the state brought this issue now is we don't want to get through the case in chief and have that become an issue if that's in fact where the defense is headed. We felt that it is an issue that should be determined sooner than later. We have suggested that if the court does have concerns that these could be reviewed in camera and or a hearing could be conducted outside of the purview of the jury for this court to make a determination whether or not any prospective testimony would be relevant to this case and either to the state's case or to the defendant's case. In addition to that, we've outlined and gone through again, and I know the court saw essentially the same case law, the same argument in that previous case, but we did include that we do recognize a defense attorney can be allowed to call a prosecutor and a witness, but it is disfavored. Case law makes that clear, as well as that any attempt to do so should be decided in advance of trial. We've included the case law outlining that and essentially the test required or the high burden on a defendant to show that a prosecutor would need to be a witness, which is that compelling need test. We don't think that that's been met, and that would be the request if this court is inclined to allow these messages in and or even allow an attempt to have Prosecutor Wood become a witness. We feel that that would be appropriate for the court to conduct a 403 analysis outside of the purview of the jury and or a taint hearing if necessary. We would point out that from the state's review, it is very, very rare for courts to find that a prosecutor should be a witness. And in the cases the state found, it either involved the prosecutor being a witness to the actual facts, so a factual witness to the case, or where they are a witness to a statement that contradicts a later statement made by a victim or a witness, and they are the only available witness to that contradictory statement. So I don't think we're anywhere near that at this point, but the state did have concerns that's where we could be headed. In an attempt to avoid running into that issue down the road, we wanted to address this now. Further, I think it would also determining before Ms. Gibb takes the stand kind of what the parameters are with regard to any allowance of those messages and or any parameters surrounding them would be prudent to do outside of the purview of the jury rather than in front of them. So that is the secondary reason for this. Finally, the state would argue that the defendant cannot invite error. We recognize that we are already into the trial. Testimony has already been given. The jury has already heard from the prosecutors in this matter. But we do believe that if there is any attempt to call Prosecutor Wood as a witness, that at this point, any objection to that has been waived by the defense and or would be invited error if we end up at that point. So we would also just note that for the record. But at the end of the day, we are asking the court to consider either excluding the messages and or excluding Prosecutor Wood as a witness or any attempt to call him as a witness, and or if necessary, if the court has additional concerns, that a taint hearing be conducted outside of the purview of the jury in order to determine whether or not we would get to that point of the defendant meeting that compelling need, which is a high burden. I think that's all the state has unless the court has any questions.
So
right.
They're wanting to, that's interesting. They're wanting to exclude the prosecutor as a witness. It looks like the defense is wanting to call potentially have him as a witness, which is interesting. So this is their motion to eliminate that they're arguing.
I do. The question I have, I understand your motion as it relates to wanting to exclude Defense Exhibits 113. Also, on the issue of whether or not Mr. Wood could be called to be a witness and invited error doctrine that you've discussed. In your ruling, are you also seeking a specific court ruling as to prohibiting certain types of cross? I know the concern has been raised about the cross and whether or not trying to push into that territory. And in this motion, I guess I'm not entirely clear if you're seeking a ruling when you talk about parameters on disallowing some scope of cross, and if so, what you think the topics that would be disallowed would be.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I think I can try to clarify that.
I guess where the state is asking that either the messages be prohibited and or the prosecutor would be prohibited from being called as a witness or the defense be prohibited from attempting to do that. When I talk about the parameters, I guess what I'm suggesting, and maybe it would require an in-camera review by the court, but if this court does determine that Prosecutor Wood cannot be called as a witness, I think it would be parameters around the cross of a nature such as that. I guess the state's concern is if the defense is allowed just unfiltered cross completely, and this court has made rulings that they're not going to be allowed to call Prosecutor Wood as a witness, we may still end up in the same position of an attempt to confuse or mislead the jury or to get into parameters or to get into areas that this court has essentially indicated are off limits. So I guess when I reference parameters, depending on the court's ruling, if certain of those messages can't come in, then I would think that those wouldn't be something that we get into cross-examination. Similarly, if Prosecutor Wood's not to be called as a witness, I think the cross would need to be structured in such a way that it isn't suggesting or trying to set up that he would have to be a witness.
All right. Well, I appreciate the additional explanation on that. Mr. Pryor, and I understand this was a hearing expedited, putting you in a tough spot in terms of the time you would have to respond. And I do have that in mind, so I haven't required you to submit any written response or expected it, quite frankly, knowing that we're in trial and this is a very short noticed hearing. However, I do want to give you an opportunity, knowing now that you have had an opportunity to review the state's motion and hear the argument. What is the response from the defense on this motion in limine?
And Judge, for the record, the state provided me their notice on Sunday night, I think at about 11 o'clock, which was a day and a half ago. I didn't get a chance to read it until after court. I was preoccupied the morning of yesterday's court with some other matters relating to this case as well, and eventually had to get to it late last night and took a look at it. This is my concern, is what the state is suggesting is that in some way they can dictate where I can go on cross-examination. They would like this court to enter an order saying, Mr. Pryor can only talk to certain witnesses about certain topics in a certain way, and they're trying to handcuff me from going into areas that they will find maybe a little sensitive to their case. That is extremely problematic. Okay, Judge, I'm going to cite Idaho Code 9-201. And 9-201, and I apologize, I don't have it memorized. My memory isn't as good as it used to be, so I'll have to read from this. But in pertinent part, Judge, it says who may be witnesses, credibility of witnesses. And I'm not talking about who may be witnesses. I don't have any desire to put Mr. Wood on the stand. That's not what this is about.
And so I do want to be clear on that point. You've said that. I've previously ruled on that in the other cases, and you are representing the court here at this time. You are not intending to call Mr. Wood. Is that correct?
I'm not. And I'm going to follow, although I don't agree with the court's previous order as it related to the other phone conversations with Mr. Wood and the 4 or 5 other witnesses in which we ran into some issues about similar problems here. The court made its ruling and I'll follow the court's ruling. But what I am allowed to do is they provided me with some information in the Chad Daybell's original case. They provided it in Lori Daybell's as well. So they had possession of it. And quite frankly, what it comes down to are emails between Melanie Gibb and Mr. Wood. And Judge, for the record, I'll make it clear that we're not talking about a couple of emails. From May 6th of 2020 to 11/4 of 2020. Well, let me change this. In essence, Judge, over a period of time, we're talking of 6 months plus period of time, we're talking about 340 text messages that the two of them exchanged. 143 could be assigned to Mr. Wood. 97 could be assigned to Ms. Gibb. And these are text messages for pertinent part, address issues relating to this case. Now, one of my concerns, Judge, is this, is that the question I am allowed to ask is have you had any communication with anybody, prosecutors in this case? And I've done it on previous witnesses here. And what the state would like to do is stop me from inquiring why Mr. Wood has had 340 exchanges of text messages between him and Melanie Gibb over I want to be careful about what I say here, 5/6/2020 to 11/4/2020, were a portion of those, 7/13/20 to 8/3/20, a 2-week period, Judge, from 7/13 of 20 to 8/13 of 20, there were approximately 129 texts over that 2-week period. So this is the concern. And again, I'll go back to Idaho Code 9-201 and I'll read, this is the 4th line down. Therefore, neither parties nor any persons who have an interest in the event of a crime, nor persons on account of their opinions on matters of religious belief, although in every case the credibility of the witness may be drawn in question by the manner in which he testifies, by the character of his testimony, or by the evidence affecting his character for truth, honesty, integrity, or his motives, or by contradictory evidence, and the jury are the exclusive jurors of credibility. So what the state is trying to do is basically circumvent Idaho Code 9-201. What they'd like the court to do is they'd like the court to say, Judge, We're not going to let a jury hear what Mr. Wood and Ms. Gibb have been talking about for 340 text messages that are related to this case. And we're not going to allow the court to allow the witnesses to, or the jury to judge the credibility of what was said in those text messages. That's what they're trying to do. And Judge, that's in complete violation of 9-201. This isn't a balancing test. That's what the problem with their analysis, judges. They'd love to put you into a taint hearing. The difficulty with a taint hearing, Judge, is this. 404B, the rules of evidence, 404B, and we touched on this yesterday, Judge. They'd like you to do the relevance of 403 balancing. They'd like you to do 404B and do that. The problem is with 404B, Judge, at the bottom of 404B, you talked about it the other day. It applies to prosecuting attorneys who are trying to bring in prior bad acts. That has nothing to do with this, and this balancing act has nothing to do with this. The reality is this. Does this information go to the credibility of a witness testifying in the case? And what I would suggest to the court is simply this, is that when a prosecuting attorney engages in discussions with a witness to the tune of over a 7 or 8 month period, 340 texts, and I've included them, Judge, I believe it's 113 is my exhibit that I provided.
I do want to clarify. So 113 is not a summary, but it includes all of these texts you've referenced.
Right.
Okay.
And what 113, Judge, is it's a specific response to discovery that was provided upon seeking some information from the state. And it's I believe it's A through K, if I remember. And Judge, this was disclosed by the state 2 or 3 years ago. On the 15th of March of this month, I provided them a list of the exhibits that I was going to provide. And Judge, a week before the trial started, I took the liberty of providing them. I wasn't afforded the same courtesy, but a week before the trial even started, Judge, I handed the state a copy of all my exhibits. That was over 3 weeks ago. So they've had ample time. Last time I've checked, last my count, is there's 1 defense attorney and there's 4 prosecuting attorneys. And they should have had ample time to go through my exhibits. And suddenly this last minute quarterbacking of saying, this is a way we're going to stop Mr. Pryor from talking about evidence when we call Ms. Gibb. And I don't appreciate the tactic. I don't appreciate what they're doing here, but the reality is they're not allowed to do it. And under 9201, they don't have the authority to stop me from questioning a witness about communications with either a police officer or a prosecutor and try to show credibility, bias, or motive. And it's not an analysis of what you're looking at in terms of the content of those messages. And there's no authority that I'm aware of other than 90201 that gives them the right to dictate how I engage in cross-examination. Finally, Judge, I've made a representation to the court and I'm standing by that representation. I do not intend on calling Mr. Wood. What I do intend on doing is have when Ms. Gibbs up there and either on my direct examination when she's called back or on my cross-examination, I'm going to call Ms. Gibb and I'm going to question her about what kind of contact she's had with Mr. Wood over a certain period of time and the nature of those discussions. And I have copies of all the emails and I can question her. If she remembers the conversation and is able to discuss it, there's no need for me to publish it. But if she can't remember it, Judge, I have every right to refresh her recollection with copies of those emails. And I have every legal right to do that. And if that means that I show her copies of those emails to refresh her recollection, I can do that. That doesn't mean I need to call Mr. Wood. All I'm asking her to do is to recall a discussion she had with him about the case and the subject of those emails or excuse me, I keep saying that, text messages between him and Ms. Gibb. And that's totally permissible. There is no limitation, nor is there any definition on what I can use to refresh a witness's recollection. I have free reign to use any information I feel fit to put it in front of a witness and say, will this help you refresh your recollection about testimony? And that's exactly what I intend to do.
All right. I will note,
Okay.
Mr. Pryor, on the issue of whether or not you intend to call Mr. Wood, we just before trial had a hearing where the court quashed a subpoena that was served on Mr. Wood. So I certainly understand the state's concern about a tactic, if it is, from the defense to call a prosecutor in the case. We've been through that since these previous cases, the 2755 and 838 cases dealt with that extensively in written rulings. It's been going on for several years now, the same issue, and the court's ruled multiple times. Going through that analysis, and again cited in the state's brief about, and I do agree with the way the state has framed the issue, looking at the State versus Aguilar case, 135 Idaho 894, that it is very disfavored for a prosecutor to be called, and in those rare circumstances where they are an actual observing fact witness, or perhaps the only other witness that could corroborate some testimony or something. Besides that, they have to show, in order for a prosecutor to be called, that the testimony would be vital to the case and the inability to present the same facts from another source. So again, with the subpoena being served just before trial, I'm not surprised the state still has that concern, and I will indicate without additional need for argument from the state on the invited error doctrine, I would agree with that as well, that if that were a strategy here to not have the issue come to the forefront before trial started and then attempt to do that unless it somehow met that very narrow structure that is laid out in the case law, I don't see that happening here. However, I do want to hear some additional argument back from the state on the issue of the Exhibit 113, the communications, and whether or not Ms. Pryor should appropriately be allowed to use that as a way to question the credibility of the witness or potentially impeach if there's contradictions in what the witness may say versus what could be contained in 113.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I guess to be clear, the state is not in any way trying to stop the defendant from being able, or the defense from being able to conduct appropriate cross-examination. I guess I disagree a little bit. I think the court does have the ultimate discretion over the allowance of cross-examination in compliance with the rules of evidence to make sure people stay within the bounds. What the state has concerns about was any attempt by defense to misconstrue the content or attempt to create a situation where the defense then argues, well, we have to put Prosecutor Wood on the stand, and especially without conducting any kind of a hearing in advance. The state does appreciate the comments made by the defense that there is no intent to call Mr. Wood as a witness. I guess it still makes the state a little bit nervous because, as the courts pointed out, we've litigated this issue multiple times. The state also recognizes that sometimes trial strategies change. And if at any point that does, the state still doesn't want to end up in that position. Because I guess while defense says we're just going to question her and maybe show her the messages, it still creates a concern for the state that then later the defense is going to say, given her answers, given something, we now think we have to call Prosecutor Wood. So while I appreciate the representations made by defense counsel, I think that is still the concern surrounding these messages. The state does not disagree that so long as the defense counsel sets the proper foundation, he would be able to absolutely use these messages if he were trying to introduce them. I guess I should be clear on the proper foundation. I don't disagree. I don't think the state disagrees at all that cross-examination can include asking about meeting with the state, meeting with investigators. That would all be fair game. The concern would be an attempt to misconstrue the statements. And that was why the state was asking the court to potentially review them in camera to make any ruling regarding those messages or conduct a taint hearing if necessary. I think the court was very clear with defense counsel that if there was going to be an attempt to call Prosecutor Wood, a taint hearing would be required. I guess the state is not still completely assured that this would not still result in that attempt to essentially circumvent the court's prior orders. So that's the concern with the state.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor, Ms. Blake was still talking, so I'm sure that didn't come on the record. What did you say?
If I could respond briefly, Judge.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, I've already assured the court, and I'm not going to violate the court's order about Mr. Wood. And frankly, the state can say if certain things happen, but the reality is this court can make rulings on relevance issues as it relates to certain things. But when we're talking about credibility, Idaho Code 9201 allows me the leeway to go forward and impeach a witness or ask a witness about communications with a prosecuting attorney. And it's perfectly permissible. Just because Ms. Gibb may say something different than what a text message is, I can show her, refresh her recollection, and that's as far as it goes. And I understand that. I understand the limitation that's put on impeachment and refreshing someone's recollection. It doesn't open the door, and the state's using this opportunity to say, well, Judge, in the past, you've stopped Mr. Pryor from having him talk about his many conversations with the other witnesses. But in this situation, it's a different story. Ms. Gibb is the witness in this case. Her testimony is crucial to the state even trying to prove their case. And the reality is that I'm allowed to talk about communications with Mr. Wood and Miss Wood, or Mr. Wood and Miss Gibb, to the tune of 340 text messages over a little more than a 6-month period. So I am allowed to go into that, and I'm going to content if that content. So the suggestion is that there should be a taint hearing. They are completely off base, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to strap a motion that has previously been ruled on and say, Judge, there still may be some threat here. We really better go through this long process and have you evaluate things. And I'm going to object if that's where we're going. I'm allowed to go into the credibility, bias, and motives behind any witness. And I'm allowed to question them about anything that may go to bias, motive, and in that regard. So I appreciate the state conceding finally that I can use this information on cross-examination, and Judge, as a representation on cross-examination and maybe direct examination when Ms. Gibb is subpoenaed, that's where I intend to go. And again, I will reiterate, I do not intend to call Mr. Wood, nor do I plan some scheme. Sounds a little paranoid to me, but that's fine. But again, I'm going to follow this court's order. But 9201 allows me to go into the credibility of the witnesses, and I don't feel like I need permission to do that.
All right. The matter's been argued. I am ready to make a ruling on it. So I am going to put the ruling on the record, I'll just have an order entered that will say for the reasons stated, because I don't expect either side to draft out in an express order the analysis I'll go through here. So as it relates, first of all, I'll indicate that 9201, of course, reiterates the provenance of the jury, that they're the ones that determine credibility of witnesses ultimately, and that clearly states that. The matter of evidentiary ruling and relevance is always, though, for the court to determine what evidence comes in or what does not come in based on objections or proffers during the trial. And the court always has to consider Idaho Rule of Evidence 401, which is whether or not evidence is relevant, and 403, which is potentially, even though there is some relevance, evidence can be excluded if the evidence is unfairly prejudicial more than probative. And so the court determines that, and that doesn't run afoul of 9201, as the defense has argued it anyway, or the two are mutually compatible in that it's the court that will determine relevance based on 401 and 403. And then the jury's left to determine ultimately if a witness is credible or not. So in this issue here with Exhibit 113, I will indicate that much like the parties here, the court's busy as well during trial. I have not gone through Exhibit 113, and nor I don't know if I want to or care to read the hundreds and hundreds of text messages that are apparently, or other messages that are contained in the exhibit. Without knowing precisely what's in all of those, I can't make a ruling to just wholesale exclude Exhibit 113 as the motion in limine would seek and state that that's an irrelevant exhibit. Parts of it may be, parts of it may not be. The whole thing may not be relevant. The whole thing may be relevant. I just can't say at this point until the witness, Ms. Gibb, testifies. I would state that to the extent anything comes up within those messages, it may well be proper on cross-examination as impeachment if the witness begins contradicting things that were previously said to the prosecutor, or vice versa, or on other factual allegations that may come up during cross or direct. So the court's going to deny the motion as it relates to a motion to eliminate, to just exclude Exhibit 113. Just have to see how the trial develops with the testimony of that witness. However, I will state that I'll be watching very carefully as to whether or not there really is any relevance to the testimony of Ms. Gibb, because attorneys are entitled to talk to witnesses, help them get ready for trial, not to change their testimony or not tell the truth. However, if it's just simply matters of, what time should I be there, that kind of thing, if it's not relevant, then I'm going to watch. And if an objection comes up about relevance on any of these prior communications, despite 9201, I can simply determine if I think it's appropriate that the jurors shouldn't be hearing about these communications if it does nothing to help them assess the credibility of the witness. So ultimately, it has to be an assessment of the witness's credibility. Quite frankly, I don't think a taint hearing is necessary or required at this point. If during the course of that testimony, we start going right into this, and it looks like there may well be an issue if that were to come up with credibility relating to Exhibit 113, I do agree that that should be done either in camera or at least outside of the presence of the jurors to avoid any unnecessary confusion the jurors may have sorting out what that would mean if it doesn't go directly to the credibility of that testimony. As it relates to Mr. Wood potentially being called as a witness, there's been a representation to the court today. That's not what the defense intends to do. This court's previously ruled that that was not going to happen. I still don't intend to have that happen. I can't say that could never happen because anything is possible, particularly it seems in this case. I'm not going to predict what may or may not come out, but I don't see much of a path forward given how strict the analysis is to permit that. So absent some really surprising or extenuating development, Mr. Wood's not going to be called as a witness and would not be permitted to under the controlling law. And finally, on that invited error doctrine, again, as I mentioned, to the extent this would be some sort of invited error, I would watch for any objection to stave that off if we started getting into an issue that could potentially bring a motion for a mistrial. So the ruling at this time then is on those matters, Mr. Wood's not going to be called as a witness. The Exhibit 113 is not excluded But the court will watch for any relevance objections if the state believes it's not relevant. And that's the ruling on the motion.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Ms. Blake, do you have any questions on that?
Okay, so the was it last month or the month before? I don't know, sometime in the last probably 6 or 7 weeks ish, maybe longer. I don't know. Time runs together. There was an attempt by Pryor. He wanted to subpoena Wood, who is one of the prosecutors. Those text messages they were talking about are all between Wood and Melanie Gibb. If y'all remember, if you watched the, we got him one. Sorry. The bird dove down and he came up with a fish. Anyway, sorry. Unmedicated Brandi. The text messages were between Melanie Gibb. If y'all watched the Lori Vallow trial with us, it was one of the more interesting testimonies. It's one of the friends of Lori. She was part of their unique way of thinking. And didn't I make I think I made a graphic when it was on, I'm gonna have to pull that up. I'm pretty sure that while she was testifying, I made a graphic of her and all the other people who were on that podcast. Anyway, Melanie Gibb and the prosecutor Wood had all these text messages. So Pryor wanted to subpoena him for him to come. The subpoena was quashed. The judge was like, no, bro, that's not happening. So that isn't happening. So now he's saying that he's wanting to use this exhibit with all of these text messages. He's wanting to enter this into evidence as a what is it? Not as a form of fact or whatever, but as in order to impeach her. So going through all of these messages and being able to find, you know how it is when there's, you're talking to someone who's here's the thing. We had questions last time because she did, when Lori asked her to cover for her and say that JJ was with her, I dropped my ear thing. She did end up, telling the truth and recorded the call with Lori and stuff like that. But there were some questions that were left about what was, not that she knew what was happening for him, but just how much of how Lori's crazy pants, right? So we're trying to figure out, you're her friend, so how much did you know? So it was just kind of, I don't know, there were some questions with some things there. The text messages, with there being that many over that period of a time, and where there are potentially some questions about her, wanting to CYA, that is more, that could potentially invite, if you find, if she's trying to cover her own butt, then they're able to find something where, during all of those times, if she wasn't fully honest about something and then she came honest later or whatever, you know how it goes, how these people are, that are involved in trials, you don't just spill everything out all at once. So using text messages to be able to impeach somebody is not uncommon. Using testimony, using anything like that to be able to impeach somebody is not uncommon. But the difference is here with it being all of these text messages between her and the prosecutor, that's where it kind of brings this whole different level. So that's what the motion in lemony was, to either to prevent Wood from being called as a witness, which the judge agreed he's not going to be called as a witness. He'd already quashed this. I got the hiccups. Quashed the subpoena anyway. And then also they asked to not enter those text messages, but he's not ruling on that right now. So, or not agreeing to that right now. So.
You're not, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And counsel, one final thing, as I mentioned, if it becomes necessary for either an in-camera review or just argument outside the presence of the jury, please try and flag that, or I will sua sponte before bell gets rung in front of the jurors they shouldn't be hearing. So that will conclude then the ruling on the motion. At this time, if we are ready, we'll have the jurors brought back in to continue testimony.
Yes, sir.
I think the biggest thing was just that nobody that I have ever seen believes that she knew like what was going to happen or what happened or whatever. It was just kind of like, did you know that they were crazy pants and not report it or whatever? I don't know. And then did you record the call to, after covering for her, her credibility has just been called into question from the last trial.
We are on the record on case CR 22211623. Matters up time reason does need still on direct witness, then we'll have them brought in.
He's a tall feller. Okie dokie.
All right, Detective Duncan has returned to the stand. Let me just inquire. I'm not singling you out, by the way. I do this with every witness when I remember. But over this break, did you discuss your testimony with anyone else or any?
Heard 2 calls that were linked to the same mortuary call. Do you recall those?
I do, yes.
And you recovered those as part of the investigation?
Yes,
And I believe you indicated the FBI had actually requested you collect those calls.
correct.
And prior to today, had you heard those?
I have, yes.
Have you heard Chad Daybell's voice?
I have.
Were you able to recognize the voice on that call?
Yes, I was.
And who was that?
Chad Daybell.
And during the call, did you hear him use any other name than Chad Daybell?
I heard him use a different spelling of the last name, yes.
Daybal.
And in that call, do you recall him saying where he was hoping to send the remains to once they were cremated?
I do.
And where was that?
Louisiana.
Do you know where Charles Vallow's place of birth was?
Louisiana.
Do you know if he still had family living there?
Yes, he did.
Did you also hear Chad give a location for himself where he was currently located in that call?
He indicated that he was in Iowa.
Through your investigation, did you ever find anything indicating Chad was in Iowa?
Did not.
And we've
Another
talked about
lie.
that in your investigation, you looked at the iCloud accounts for Lori.
Yes.
Do you recall locating a copy of a patriarchal blessing?
There is an audio recording of a patriarchal blessing on Lori's iCloud account.
Did you listen to that blessing at some point?
I did.
And do you know who was giving the blessing?
Chad Daybell.
Do you know who he was giving the blessing to?
Alex Cox.
Are you familiar with what faith the patriarchal blessings are attached to?
I am.
And what faith is that?
With the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And are you familiar with whether or not Chad Daybell within the church would have been authorized to give an actual patriarchal blessing?
Sustained. And Ms. Pryor, your microphone next time, please.
Detective, as part of the investigation, did the LDS faith come up?
Yes,
Did you review some things in relation to that faith?
I did.
Okay, and also, Crazy Pants over here is not representative of this religion or any other. They are on their own planet with their portals and their devil tacos.
And do you have some basic knowledge regarding the LDS church?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what a patriarchal blessing is?
I do.
Do you know who's authorized to give those within the LDS faith?
The stake president is authorized to give those.
Do you know what if Chad held the calling of a stake president? at the time the blessing was given?
My understanding, he did not.
So he would not have been authorized within the LDS faith to give that blessing.
Correct. I think it actually would correct myself. Like it's the stake patriarch that gives that blessing, not president, but a patriarch.
So it's a specific calling someone has within the LDS faith to be able to give those blessings to another person.
Yes, it is.
And Chad did not hold that calling.
My understanding, he did not.
What did I just miss? What? Oh, hold on. BRB.
Another person was given.
Did he laugh?
Do you know what if Chad would not have been authorized within the LDS faith to give that blessing?
Correct. I think it actually would correct myself. Like it's the stake patriarch that gives that blessing, not president, but a patriarch.
So it's a
I don't like
specific
that.
calling someone has within the LDS faith to be able to give those blessings to another person.
Yes, it is.
And Chad did not hold that calling.
My understanding, he did not.
And Your Honor, the iCloud accounts have been admitted into evidence. The state has what's been marked as State's Exhibit 50, which is the reference to recording, where those iCloud accounts are already in evidence by stipulation. The state would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 50.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, Exhibit 50 is entered, and counsel, again, to be clear with those accounts, et cetera, as each individual item comes into evidence, as you just did, Ms. Blake, continue to please reference those specifically so the record remains clear.
Are we about
Thank
to
you, Your
hear
Honor. The state would
the
ask for
blessing?
permission to publish State's Exhibit 50.
Oh,
You may
dang.
publish.
Oh, dang, the blessing. I'm gonna mute myself in case I say something I don't mean.
Chad Daybell. It is November 24th, 2019. It's Sunday afternoon, 5:15 p.m. We're going to give Alex Lamar Cox a patriarchal blessing.
Alexander Lamar.
Alexander Lamar Cox. On this special day, I lay my hands upon your head to give you a patriarchal blessing as part of the member of the Church of the Firstborn that you have earned the privilege to be a member of. I do so by the power of the Melchizedek priesthood which I hold, and in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior, who has authorized this blessing. It is grateful that you are receiving it as you move forward in your life. You are a member of the house of Israel, of the 12 tribes, and you are a descendant of Joseph through the tribe of Ephraim, which grants you many blessings, particularly of spreading the gospel in these latter days and protecting and preserving those who seek to learn the truth. And that has been your mission on this earth, and it will now expand into ways that we will discuss further in the blessing. I want to begin by opening up the portals of time and going back to your previous creations in which you've lived.
Open up the portals of
I
time.
see you on the third creation as a valiant warrior, fighting for truth and righteousness, always seeking to do what is right. Then you progressed and were selected by the Savior himself to be part of the fourth creation. Great warriors were needed in that creation. Powerful goddesses were needed to be protected, and you were selected to help protect your sister. And you helped her in numerous probations as a defender. You have a special bond even from the premortal world. You connected there. And as she grew in power, you were right there beside her, always. With a humble heart. You both always were so humble. So as this fifth creation began, after you had been exalted in the fourth creation, when you could have gone on to exaltation with Holly, resurrected being, you accepted the Savior's invitation one more time to come to this mortal realm, to condescend as a God. You help us.
I wonder if he blesses his cellmates.
You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid. But you will continue to do so as you move forward in this life. You were born into a family that needed you desperately
with a set of parents who spoke of the gospel with their mouths, yet did not live it. And once again, you were reunited with a sister who needed you to survive such an environment. In no way was it a reflection on either one of you that you lived in that home. You were put there to help each other persevere. But the lessons you had to learn in your youth have now made you both strong, powerful servants of the Lord that would not have occurred in a traditional LDS home. You had to go to great depths to achieve tremendous heights. And the fruits of those trials are beginning to be demonstrated. You were granted to be a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and that was a strength to you. You learned about your Savior and grew closer to Him, and rekindled in some ways the connections you've always had with Him. And through adulthood, you have refined yourself. And I just want you to know that at this time, the Savior is saying unto me, well done. Thy soul is cleansed. All is well. And now you'll begin into your terrestrial phase of this existence, that you'll be a powerful servant. I bless you with that knowledge that you'll now move forward as a true warrior in ways that can be demonstrated through not only physical action, but through spiritual power that is coming to you and will be bestowed upon you. I bless you with the knowledge that through marriage, you'll be united with a partner who will match your powers and complement your strengths. You'll be known throughout the world for your good-heartedness, your willingness to save souls all over the world through portals, and you will begin to gather the souls that come unto Christ. I see you in New Jerusalem, but more importantly, I see you as a messenger of the Lord. Surrounding New Jerusalem will be many small communities where people will come who aren't quite ready to enter those heavenly gates, those terrestrial gates. And one of your missions will be to go among the people and testify as a prophet.
Oh,
That they
Lord
can make
mercy.
it. You'll share your own experiences of overcoming adversity. And through your example, they will rise up. You will give tremendous blessings to them, raise their vibrations, and be like a brother to many of these fathers who may have had doubts, but through your strength, they will look to you as a hero, and you'll bring entire families that have been sanctified to the gates of New Jerusalem, and they will be allowed in on your word. It will be just one of the many wonderful experiences you'll have. I see you doing that often, but then based on assignments, you might go further into the world. Always serving, always a missionary. And with your companion, you'll communicate with Mother Earth herself. You'll know where to be before natural disasters happen. That you can be on location to protect key leaders, church leaders, and to preserve who should survive. Little children, I see you gathering up little children in your arms, saving them from floodwaters.
That's bullshit.
Like a collage of moments that await you in this life, rescuing the pure and innocent, leading them to safety. Dozens of instances. And you will be looked upon as an angel on earth. You'll literally glow for those who are allowed to see you. And those mortals who aren't allowed to see that will know through the Spirit of the great power you possess. Proper time, after many years of service in such ways, as the second coming approaches, you will know when it's time to move to the other side. This body that has served you well will lay down one day. You'll pass. Your spirit will leave this body. You'll be greeted wholeheartedly and welcomed by the Savior himself. You will already know him. But that reunion will take place on a greater plane. But the spirit, you'll feel at that time, the vibration will exceed all. Before the second coming even occurs, the Savior will let that body rest a day or two, and much like himself, you will be raised and be resurrected, so that when the Savior does return, you will be right at the front of that amazing team of angels that will sweep the earth, much like described in the renewed earth. You will be there. It will bring you great joy to help Mother Earth transfer to a terrestrial realm, to burn away the celestial refuse. At that time, you and Holly will still have assignments here temporarily, but then you will move forward. She's already preparing a world for you two, and you will be able to be an eternal family with eternal children on that earth. And the glory will just continue for you out on and on through eternity. So I bless you at this time with strength, power, and dominion over the callings you will receive, and that you are part of a very special team of people that are moving towards translation and transfiguration, and that the Lord will be with you at all times. You will be a patriarch in your own home. You will give blessings similar to this. Your veil will be essentially gone. You will be able to see into the past and into the future for these individuals and share with them the same type of knowledge and truth. I bless you with protection throughout your mortal life. This vibration, you have 9 angels assigned to you now to watch you from all sides through your faithfulness. I know you will stay faithful. You have a great mission. I protect you. I bless you with a strong protection against Satan and his followers, Lucifer, Cain, anyone else who seeks to oppose you. You will feel a new vitality and strength against them, and to use your priesthood to defend against them. I close this patriarchal blessing by assuring you that you will rise to an eternal glory, and that you will have an eternal family, and that your exaltation is assured through your faithfulness. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
And Your Honor, I have State's Exhibit 50 ready to submit.
Very well.
Detective Duncan, when you listened to that, could you hear a female also?
Yes.
Do you know who that female was?
Judge, I'm going to object without some proper foundation.
Sustain.
Based on your investigation, did you ever hear the voices of any other individuals involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever hear the voice of Lori Vallow?
Yes, I did.
Do you know, based on that, did you recognize the female voice within that blessing?
I believe that voice to be Lori Vallow.
In that blessing, were there certain things that stood out to you?
There's a lot. First off, the date, November 24th, that is spoken, 2019 by Chad. And the other thing that stood out was at the beginning when he mentions that Alex is part of the Church of the Firstborn. That stood out to me. And then third, is in there talking about how he had already helped us more than they could repay him.
And breaking that down a little bit, with regard to the Church of the Firstborn, is that affiliated with the LDS faith to the best of your knowledge?
Judge, I'm going to object unless there's some foundation.
Sustain.
And Your Honor, if I may respond.
Go ahead.
I'm happy to lay more foundation, but I think I've already asked this officer previously on a similar objection if he looked into the LDS faith and is familiar with some of the terms used. So I think we have laid foundation for purposes of the investigation.
Judge, that's a pretty broad statement.
Well, if you'll re-ask the question, I thought you were talking about a different church. So go ahead.
Through the investigation, and are you familiar with whether or not the Church of the Firstborn is affiliated with the LDS Church?
It's my understanding that the two are not affiliated.
Is that why it caught your attention?
Yes.
Then you talked about a statement in there that the statement was made already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid.
Correct.
And again, Chad was giving the blessing.
Correct.
And it's your belief Lori was also present for the blessing.
Yes.
And then circling back, you said one of the other things that stood out to you was the date, November 24th of 2019.
Yes.
Do you know if Alex Cox is still alive?
Alex Cox is still alive during that time, yes.
And do you know when he passed away?
December of 2019.
So just shortly after this.
Yes.
In the blessing, did you also hear reference made, you will know when it's time to move to the other side?
I did.
And that's Chad telling that to Alex.
Correct.
On November 24th of 2019, were Kylie and JJ missing?
Yes, they were.
And on November 24th of 2019, was Charles Vallow dead?
Yes.
And on November 24th of 2019, was Tammy Daybell dead?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
It is,
Mr. Pryor, if you'd like
Thank you, Judge.
cross-examination. Back on. Thank you.
I don't even know what he can say about this.
Done that twice. Not on purpose. May I refer to you as officer? Is that okay?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you, officer. So you made mention of the fact that you familiarized yourself with the LDS faith. Is that right?
I was born and raised in the LDS faith, yes.
Okay, so maybe you can enlighten me because this has been a learning experience for me.
It has me as well.
Okay, but you obviously have a hand up. Is that you were at least part of that faith for a while? I don't have that. So you're familiar with the term doctrine of covenants?
Yes.
Okay, and in the doctrine of covenants, it talks about the Church of the Firstborn as part of the LDS faith. You remember that?
Well, I can't speak to the doctrine of covenants. I know what the doctrine of covenants are, but
well, you spoke to the doctrine of covenants, though.
I know what they are, yes.
Well,
I don't understand the
All right,
content.
We're already having an issue with you talking at the same time as Mr. Pryor and vice versa. So please question and answer and don't talk over each other.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object as beyond the scope.
Overruled at this point.
Ms. Blake talked to you about the Church of the First, and you said that it wasn't part of the LDS faith. Is that right?
My understanding that the two were separate is what I said.
Okay, but the doctrine of the covenants talks about the Church of the Firstborn as part of the LDS faith. So where did you get your information from?
Basically, I talked to other investigators that were part of the LDS Church, and we had heard through this investigation earlier the mention of the Church of the Firstborn, not understanding what.
So you really don't know whether it's part of the LDS faith or not, the doctrine of covenants, even though the doctrine of covenants discusses Church of the Firstborn being part of it, right?
Yeah, so like I said, other than I don't, based on my knowledge, yes.
Now, and I'm going to go off topic a little bit, but some of the other stuff that I saw is Zaluma Pastena is talking about light and dark.
Correct.
And light and dark is part of the LDS faith too, right?
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, you said you familiarized yourself with it. Did you familiarize yourself with light and dark?
Not totally, no.
What about death and death percentages and things like that? Is that part of the LDS faith?
I've never heard of that.
Okay. But you don't know whether it is or not, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then we heard about some vibrations. I heard the word vibrations a couple of times. Are you familiar with that term within the LDS faith about vibrations?
I am not.
What about being possessed by spirits and praying for the removal from your body? Have you heard about that?
I have not.
Okay. But you don't know whether any of these theories are part of the LDS faith, right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware that in the LDS faith, that if someone is possessed, that if you pray for them, you can have them removed from their body? Are you aware of that?
I am not.
Okay. Now, we talked a little bit about the frequency with which on a specific day where Lori Vallow texted Chad Daybell 3 times in the morning, right?
Yes.
And that was with Charles Vallow, right?
That was the day that Charles
Okay.
died, yes.
And you made a point of bringing that up, that there were 3 messages that day in the morning, or at least there appeared to be some communication. We really don't know what they said though, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you go over the phone records, 3 calls in a day was not uncommon for them when I looked at the records, was it?
No.
In fact, it was frequently more than that in the morning, more than that in the evening, and more than that in the afternoon, right?
Correct.
So when you pointed out the 3, I got the impression what you were trying to suggest, that because Chad texted her or communicated with her 3 times, that somehow links him to Charles Vallow's murder. That's not what you're suggesting, is it?
No, I didn't suggest that. I made comment that that those show up in her CDR records, but they do not show up. Those contacts do not show up in her iCloud records.
Okay, so just because there were differences, but it wasn't unusual for them to communicate several times a day at various times of the day.
Correct.
Right. After all, they were having a relationship with each other, weren't they?
My understanding, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Maricopa County, is that the county that you're in down there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know the prosecutor down there?
I know many prosecutors
Okay.
there, but are you referring to
Alistair Adele?
Hold on, Mr. Pryor, he wasn't done answering.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was, Judge.
Go ahead.
I do know Alistair Adele, the prosecutor, but I don't know her personally, but I know who she is.
So you talked in great detail about the Charles Vallow case, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that Mr. Daybell is not criminally accused in the Charles Vallow case, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that in June 29th of 2021, the prosecuting attorney issued a statement in regards to his intent regarding Chad Daybell and the Charles Vallow case, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was published on it was actually put on the web, wasn't it?
I'm not sure where it was, but
Okay.
I know we received something as part of our case file.
Right, and you're aware of what this prosecutor, after reviewing all of the information, made a determination, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. The defense counsel is clearly headed into hearsay.
Well, it's already asked and answered without a timely objection, so overruled.
Okay. So did you happen to review what the prosecuting attorney's ruling was in regards to Chad Daybell and the death of Charles Vallow?
I am not privy to the ruling or the
Okay.
basically the discussion of why a decision is made, other than a decision has been made.
But obviously, and I'm doing it again, and I'll slow down, Judge. I'm sorry. A lot in my head, and I'm trying to get it out to talk to you. That's because there's different functions. Your function is to investigate a situation, correct?
Yes.
Gather evidence,
Yes.
make a determination through the interview of witnesses.
Correct.
And then at the conclusion of your investigation, you're to submit that information to a prosecuting attorney.
Yes.
The prosecuting attorney is not to get involved typically in helping you interview witnesses, right?
I don't agree 100% with that, because on all of our homicides, we do have an attorney that responds to our scenes
Okay.
and is aware of the circumstances surrounding that, because that attorney would have to speak at a hearing later on.
Okay.
So they need to know about the case.
Would they be participating in the interview of the witnesses?
No.
That's unusual, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And it's unusual to encourage or tell witnesses what they should say and not say. Would that be fair as well?
For the attorney to tell witnesses?
Yeah. How to testify, what to testify to?
Yeah.
That's unusual as well, isn't it?
Well, there is witness prep in cases, so you can actually talk about, certain things, but no, I don't say it's not highly unusual.
Okay. So when we're talking about witness prep, that's a completely different thing than a prosecutor or an attorney getting involved in the actual investigation of a criminal matter, correct?
I can speak for Maricopa County.
Okay.
That they would be present during the investigation, and they might have a suggestion or two, but they would stay out of it.
Right. Okay. So is there anything that would refresh your recollection in terms of what the prosecuting attorney's ruling was on June 29th of 2021 regarding Chad Daybell?
There is what's called a disposition sheet on my report that would show that, yes.
And Judge, could I approach? You don't remember exactly the wording the prosecutor used, do you?
I don't remember the exact verbiage, no.
Okay. Judge, could I?
I'm going to object to hearsay here. The answer is going to call for hearsay.
Right. I'd like to, in camera, just on a sidebar, review the exhibit proposed.
investigation, and the case is then put together and submitted to a prosecuting attorney. Are you following me?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, a prosecuting attorney makes a determination after they review all the evidence independently and make a determination as to whether or not they're going to proceed with charges against a particular defendant. Would that be fair?
That's fair.
And then in Maricopa County, how is that accomplished?
So we submit our charges to Maricopa County, the courts, and then they review the case, and then they send us back their decision. So it's, like I said, it's been in the form of a disposition form. If they're not going to charge, they would send us a disposition form. If they are going to charge, then we would attend a grand jury or go through the process or preliminary hearing, whatever it may be.
And is that disposition form public record?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not the disposition record that was filed in regards to Mr. Daybell and his, even any potential involvement with Charles Vallow, was that public record?
If it is in the report, then that would be public record, yes.
Okay. And is that published anywhere that you're aware of?
What do you mean? Is it published?
Is it published on the internet? Is it published? Is it published on any sort of media?
No, the report wouldn't be published. You'd have to request that report.
Okay. Okay. So in addition, there would also be a reason for, or an explanation for why they didn't prosecute. Is that correct?
Like I said, I wouldn't know that information. I would just get the disposition. I wouldn't understand their rationale for charging or not charging.
Okay. But they would give you some explanation in the reason on the disposition sheet, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive a copy of the disposition determination by the prosecutor in regards to Chad Daybell in any potential involvement with Charles Vallow?
Yes, I did.
Did you review that?
I did, and I scanned it to the report.
Okay. And do you have an independent recollection of what the reason was that they didn't charge Chad Daybell in the Charles Vallow matter?
I do not.
Okay. Is there something that could refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Would the disposition sheet refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach this witness?
You may. Well, let's have the bailiff hear that over.
Approach this witness. And let me know when you're done reviewing.
Okay.
Are you done?
Yes.
Was there a reason stated in this document as to why they would not prosecute Chad Daybell in the Charles Vallow case?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that reason is?
The reason they provided was no reasonable likelihood of conviction.
So I'm going to repeat that and make sure I said that and heard you correctly. At my age, I don't always hear clearly. No reasonable likelihood of conviction. Is that what it says?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, they're not pursuing this in any other way in the future against Chad Daybell. Is that correct?
That is never taken off the table. No.
Okay. But at this point, you don't have an active investigation against Chad Daybell, do you?
There are records that I would like to look at that other agencies have, but like I said, there's no statute of limitations on
Right.
homicide. So
Well, there's
I
never
could
a
always,
statute. I'm sorry.
yeah, I could always look at additional records. And if additional evidence came forward, then it could be charged.
But based on the evidence that you presented and the evidence you presented today, that was all provided to the prosecuting attorney, right?
And this is based on evidence as of 2021, yes.
Right. So it's all, they have all the current evidence, right?
I'm not sure if they have other jurisdictions' evidence.
Okay.
They clearly have ours.
Okay. Well, other jurisdictions' evidence, they have evidence relating to the killing by Alex Cox and Lori Vallow of Charles Vallow, right?
Yes.
And at this point, according to this prosecutor, and that's what, 3 years ago, there's no reasonable likelihood of conviction of Chad Daybell in that matter, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I could have that back, Mr. Bailiff. Thank you. Now, this is an unusual case because there's a lot of talk about religion.
I agree.
And Mr. Daybell, do you know how long that blessing thing went on for?
I have no idea.
Yeah, me neither. Was it written? Was he reading off of something?
I wasn't there, so I
You
couldn't
didn't.
tell
You didn't hear pages on the video of him turning pages or anything?
Didn't.
I thought I heard some pages turning.
I heard a garage door open.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
Yes.
Well, all right. Well, you got better ears than I do. We talked about that before. You know what Chad Daybell did for a living, right?
I know he was an author. I don't know. Other
Wrote
than that,
books.
Yeah.
And as I was listening to that, it sounded like someone was writing a book. Would you agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to ask that the narrative be stricken. I think counsel can ask questions, but there's narrative being added.
I'm going to make a ruling, Ms. Breyer. So on the last question, I'll overrule that, but to the extent it does become more narrative, Ms. Blake, you can object again.
Okay. Now, you know the name's Melanie Gibb.
Yes,
Did you ever interview her?
I did.
Okay. And David Warwick.
I know the name, but I never interviewed him.
And I could represent you that she was dating Melanie Gibb, eventually married Melanie Gibb. So does that recall?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And then Zaluma Pastenes.
Yes,
Okay. All of these folks, members of the LDS faith.
it's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And all of them have made numerous references to some, at least what I would consider unusual beliefs.
True.
Talking about, as members of the LDS faith, they talk about vibrations. We've heard that, right?
Correct.
They talk about probationary periods.
I've heard that term, yes.
Right. And that deals with what you did in your life before in that particular faith, what your role was in life before, right?
If you say so.
Well, I'm asking you because you don't know about that?
I don't know.
Okay. And then there's some references to God and goddesses. You've heard about that, right?
I have heard that, yes.
Okay. And in the reference to God and goddesses, are you aware that in the LDS faith that as you move forward, you become a god and a goddess in their faith?
I'm not, no.
Okay. And are you aware that in the LDS faith that when you that their God lives on a planet and then angels are brought down to communicate with us?
I'm not familiar with that, no.
Not familiar. How long were you involved in that faith?
Until I was 18.
Okay. So is it because you're not aware of it, or is it because you don't believe it was part of the faith?
No, I chose to practice a different religion.
Okay. So you're not aware. You're just telling me you don't know whether it's true or not.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And we're not trying to you agree with me. We're not trying to disparage the LDS faith, right?
No.
We're just trying to point out that the stuff they're talking about may not be something that's out of the realm of discussion within that faith, right?
I'd agree.
When you're talking about spirits and exercising spirits, such as Ned. I guess we talked about Ned, right? That wasn't with you with Ned. Never mind. But that's all of this stuff, because these folks were all actively involved in the LDS faith. These are things that came up as
Your Honor, objection. Counsel stating facts not in evidence. And again, this is a narrative.
Sustained.
Now, you investigated this case, and there was a time when J.J. Vallow was exclusively with Charles Vallow, and Lori Vallow wasn't involved. Do you have any recollection of when that took place?
I'm not sure the time frame on that, but I know that JJ was with Charles in Texas, yes.
Right. And at that time, Lori Vallow, and it's in this time period, right?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't be able to speak to the exact time period.
Okay. Do you know where Lori Vallow was living at that time during that 2 or 3 month period?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. You don't have any recollection of that?
Correct.
Okay. So you're not suggesting, because Chad Daybell gave Alex Cox a patriarchal prayer, that in some way he was involved in the killing of Charles Vallow, are you?
I didn't say that, no.
Okay. And from what I understand, and please correct me, you have 18 years more experience than I do. I have 0. Giving a patriarchal prayer.
Hold on, my things are dying. I have to swap, which means I have to swap my settings. Hold on. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Ah. What is that? Why isn't it working? Oops. What is happening? Let's see. Settings. Audio. 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 Desktop. Done. Okay.
Not. Is that a crime in Maricopa County?
No.
Okay, you wouldn't think that's a crime anywhere, right?
Correct.
Okay. It may not be the best religious practice. There may be other issues, but it's not a crime anywhere, right?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that just because you give someone a patriarchal prayer, a very, very long patriarchal prayer, that isn't to insinuate that you've committed any kind of a crime, right?
Correct.
Okay. You knew Zalim. No, I'll wait. Go ahead.
You're fine. Go ahead.
I wish I had one. You know about Zulema Pastenes?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and tell me who she is again.
So Zulema is the wife of Alex Cox and also a friend of Lori Vallow.
Okay. Now, the friend of Lori Vallow, do you have a recollection of when that friendship with Lori Vallow started approximately?
I do not.
Okay. But the friendship with Lori Vallow predated the marriage to Alex Cox.
Yes, it did.
And you would agree with me that the relationship between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox was close.
I would agree, yes.
Oddly close?
I don't know much about the relationship as far as the intimacy or how close it was. But yeah, I've heard it described as such, but I have no.
When you say that it was, when you say that you heard that it was described as what type of adjective close?
I just heard that other people thought they were oddly close.
Okay.
But I have no understanding of that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. I want to go back to the date of Charles Vallow's unfortunate death.
Okay.
And you talked about that Alex Cox was there and there was some sort of an altercation.
Right. That's what was told to us.
Okay. And you got that through a 911 call or how?
So it came through obviously 911 call and then a subsequent interview with Alex Cox.
Okay. And at that point, who was present at the time? My understanding is that was Lori Vallow's house.
Yes.
She has two children. She had J.J. Vallow.
Yes.
And Tylee Ryan.
Correct.
And at that point, both of those kids were living in the house.
Yes.
And at the time of this incident, both of those kids were present.
At the time of the actual shooting?
Well, at the time of the altercation, both of them were present.
On the date in question, all four of them were present.
Right.
Yeah, when Charles arrived.
Right. And at that point, something with Tylee and a bat?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
So what was explained to us through Alex Cox was there was an altercation, an argument between Lori and Charles regarding Lori taking Charles's phone from him, demanding the password to look into the phone. During that time, the argument continued. Tylee reportedly came out of her bedroom with a bat, and it was grabbed by Charles and pulled away from Tylee. It was that bat that Alex claimed that he was hit in the head with during this altercation. And then during this time, Lori had left the house with Tylee and JJ.
So Lori left the house with Tylee and JJ, and she was outside or something like that, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Right. And at that point, Alex Cox took out a gun and, in your assessment, murdered Charles Vallow.
Yes.
Okay. And there's no indication that Mr. Daybell had any text messages or communication with Lori Vallow or Alex saying, let's kill Charles Vallow, right?
Not in those words, no.
Well, not in any words.
Correct.
So why'd you say not in those words?
Through this investigation, 2 days prior, I uncovered some messages between Lori and Melanie.
Melanie?
I believe it was Melanie Boudreau.
Okay.
And during that time, Lori had sent Melanie a message saying to give her 5 minutes. She's trying to find out what to do.
Okay.
And
that's a very generic term. That doesn't really imply anything, does it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, one of the things I noted on your exhibits, you talked about, and this was on the Lori for Styles on the second page of your exhibit. It was.
Can you reference which exhibit, please, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, I don't have the number. It was the Lori for Styles. Well, maybe I do have the number.
Might be 49.
I think so, Judge. Could we hand that?
Well, so the exhibit's actually the PowerPoint. I don't mind the witness being handed a print-off version as long as we clearly state which exhibit that's coming from.
Judge, I could actually see if he can remember it because it's really actually a very short question. If I may, I, Judge?
Yes.
So there was some discussion where you read off the exhibit, and this was in the Lori for Styles, where you said, it's not Ned, it's a new one.
Yes.
Okay, and that was from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox.
Correct.
So when I hear it's not Ned, and your suggestion is that Ned was someone who has possessed Charles Vallow's body, is that right?
Yes.
And what I read from that is it's a new one that's possessing Charles Vallow's body now. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes, that would be a fair assessment.
And is it a fair assessment to suggest that when you're trying to extricate a spirit in the LDS faith from someone's body, you pray, and that's how you get rid of a spirit?
Once again, you're talking out of my expertise.
Okay, that's okay, and I appreciate your honesty. Then there was some discussion from Nicole Earl to Lori Vallow. And Lori Vallow talked about, at least for yes, she awoke in the night coughing, threw up, collapsed, and passed away. And she said, oh my gosh, I did not hear that it's Hawaii at 6 a.m. So Lori Vallow on that day of 10/19/2019 at least expressed shock at the death of Tammy, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, she's talking to some Melanie, and that's Melanie Gibb.
Correct.
And they had a discussion, and Lori again is acting like she's surprised.
That would have been later in the day, yes.
Right. And then there were other numerous references where you talked about the fact that Lori Vallow may not have been completely honest about things.
In what way?
Well, is it your impression that she was manipulating some of these people?
I don't know if I'd use the word manipulation.
Okay. Okay. All right. Now I want to get to the phone call to the funeral home.
Yes.
Okay. Now at that point, when was that again? I'm sorry.
I'm not sure the date on that. No.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I am. Sorry. That is the evening of Charles Vallow's death.
Okay. And at that point, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell were having an affair.
Yes.
And they were involved in a relationship.
Correct.
And Chad Daybell, that's not something you want someone to find out about. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Yeah. I mean, if you're involved and have a wife and then you're making phone calls. But when he first called, he used his real name, right?
Yes.
He said Chad Daybell.
Yes.
And then as it's going on, he maybe told some untruths, right?
Correct.
So if he tells people his real name when he's trying to cover up an affair, it's not the smartest thing to do to suddenly say other things when you've already told him who you are, right?
I'd agree.
Okay. All right. And that doesn't mean that he was involved in any way in the death of Charles Vallow, does it?
That phone call alone would not indicate
No. That's what they talked about, no likelihood of prosecution, because he made a phone call to a funeral home about that, right?
I don't think that no likelihood in prosecution was directly related to the phone call.
Okay. It was directed actually to all of the evidence in whole up until the 21st of this year is when it involved, didn't it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to go back and then we're done. I promise we're done. Okay. I want to go back to the parochial prayer. Did you have an occasion to look into Alex Cox's background a little bit?
I did not know.
Okay. Were you aware that this parochial prayer was approximately 2 weeks before Alex Cox passed away?
That sounds about right. Given
okay. And Alex Cox, his death was ruled and determined after an investigation to be natural causes.
Correct.
So there was no funny business with Alex Cox, right?
That we know of, yes.
Well, they did an independent investigation, right? Okay. Were you aware that prior to the parochial prayer that Alex had been seeking medical treatment for a number of medical maladies?
I was not.
Were you aware that Alex traveled to Mexico to get
You're on. Actually, I'll withdraw.
Go ahead. You can continue, Mr. Pryor.
Are you aware that Alex Cox traveled to Mexico before that to seek cheap medical prescription drugs to treat medical maladies that he was suffering from?
I am aware of that, yes.
Okay. And you were aware that because of Alex Cox's illness, that Chad Daybell, at the request of Lori Vallow, gave Alex Cox a parochial prayer?
I don't know if that's the reason why I gave it.
Okay. All right. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, that'll conclude Ross. It's time we can have the states redirect.
investigation or responding to Alex Cox's death?
I was not.
And you indicated you were aware that he'd gone to Mexico.
I was aware that he went to Mexico. That's all that I knew.
So you don't know what he purchased
I
down
don't
there?
know. I know he purchased some medication, but I don't know what.
So you don't know what medication he purchased or what he took?
No, I do not.
Did he die shortly after the trip to Mexico?
I'm not sure I don't know the exact date he went down and then relative to his death.
But you also don't know what he purchased?
Correct.
And he'd received that blessing, and counsel had indicated, just a couple weeks before his death. Is that correct?
So November 24th was that blessing date.
And so if you were told he died December 12th, does that sound right?
That does, yes.
So on November 24th, Chad talks to him about crossing over, about his time here being done.
Yes.
And then December 12th, he's deceased.
Correct.
When you're doing a homicide investigation, is a focal point the day of the actual killing?
Yes.
So in this case, is it fair to say that you really focused in on July 11th?
Correct.
And then ultimately, did you look at times before and after July 11th as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And to be clear, I guess for the jury's benefit as well, July 11th of 2019.
That is correct.
So you were asked about these messages that were deleted from between Chad and Lori.
Yes.
Is that why you included those and focused in on them?
Absolutely.
And the content was missing.
Correct.
But they were in fact sent in close proximity to the time Charles was killed.
Yes.
And I think counsel had asked you, or you had started to answer a question from counsel about some messages between Lori and Melanie around the time of that July 11th date. Counsel cut you off.
Yes.
Did you finish what you were saying there?
Yes, as indicated that on the 9th of July, there was some conversation or text message that Lori sent to Melanie to give her 5 minutes that she was trying to figure out what to do. At that time, she was talking to Chad Daybell on the phone.
You were also asked about a couple of assessments that you made. And one of them, counsel asked, was it your assessment that Alex murdered Charles?
Yes.
In your assessment, did he act alone?
I don't think he did, no.
You were asked a lot about what the prosecutor recommended in relation to Chad Daybell and Charles killing.
Yes.
Was something submitted to them to review in relation to Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And you were also asked if the text messages alone made you think Chad Daybell was involved.
Correct.
And you were asked if the blessing alone made you think he was involved.
Correct.
And you were asked, I think, about some other things to say, and I think your response was not alone.
Correct.
That alone didn't. Counsel asked about your assessment. In your assessment, did you recommend charges for Chad Daybell?
I did.
I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake. Any
Judge,
requests?
recross?
If you may, yes.
Your Honor, I would object to recross. I don't think I went outside the scope.
Oh, he went in.
If we're outside on recross, raise an objection. Otherwise, I'll permit it. But I will keep that in mind, Mr. Pryor. No new areas.
Now, you would agree with me that you don't have all the facts as it relates to Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and Alex Cox. Is that fair?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This goes outside the scope of any redirect.
Well, it's a very general question, so I'll overrule the objection.
Go ahead, officer.
The data in this case from every person as indicated is it's voluminous. So I'm sure that somewhere in there something might have been missed. And so I can't say that I've gone through everything in regards to Chad Daybell that I would like to.
Okay. But you've made a determination that you think that Mr. Daybell is guilty, right?
I said based on the information that I obtained and the totality of the circumstances, I recommended charges be filed.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he's guilty of anything, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the prosecuting attorneys whose job is to apply the facts that you give him to what the law says made a determination otherwise, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. This was asked and answered, and it's definitely outside the scope of redirect.
Sustained.
Nothing else. Thank you.
All right. Okay, that will conclude the testimony then of Detective Duncan. Before he steps down, I did want to reiterate a limiting instruction the court's providing at times during this trial and will be provided as part of the jury instructions with the jury. So let me provide that instruction and then the witness will be concluded. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the course of this trial, evidence will be introduced for the purpose of showing that the defendant or an alleged co-conspirator has committed acts other than that for which the defendant is on trial, such evidence, if believed, is not to be considered by you to prove the defendant's character or that the defendant has a disposition to commit crimes. Rather, such evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of proving the defendant's motive, opportunity, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident. So that's the court's instruction. Again, it will be provided as part of your instruction packet as well when you deliberate. That concludes then Detective Duncan's testimony. You may go ahead and step down from the witness stand. Thank you.
Judge, is he excused?
Would he be recalled?
The state does not intend to recall Detective Duncan.
And the defense does not intend to call Detective Duncan. Thank you.
Okay. Well, on the issue of that exclusionary order, then, if Detective Duncan follows the case any further, he may be prohibited from testifying if he is recalled for any reason. So, thank you. Thanks.
All right. Let's see. See how far we can get. I've got about another hour.
This is going, and again, we'll conclude today at 3:30.
All right, who's this? He spelled his last name wrong. Dabaal. Daybell.
All right, before we get started, what is your preferred title? Is it officer or agent or some other title?
Special agent is fine.
Special agent. All right, special agent, before you testify, let me just ask, now that you're under oath, have you reviewed any of the previous testimony offered in this case?
No, I have not.
So you haven't observed any on the court's live stream?
No.
Haven't been watching
All
on
right,
13th juror?
Mr. Wood, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you. Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Mark Saari, it's Saari.
What is your occupation?
I'm a special agent with Social Security Administration, Office of the Inspector General.
Right. And how long have you been doing that?
Approximately 5 years.
Tell us about that. What do you do as a special agent?
So I investigate allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse within Social Security Administration.
And how does one become qualified to do that?
So I was a prior deputy U.S. Marshal for approximately 13 years. I've completed the Criminal Investigator training program at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia. Glencoe, Georgia.
He left that part out, Holly Mack.
How did you become involved in the investigation regarding Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow?
So in or about January of 2020, the FBI out of Phoenix, Arizona contacted our office and to locate the whereabouts of JJ as well as Tylee Ryan.
So you were referred to it by the FBI?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, when did you say that was?
In or about January of 2020.
What was the purpose of your investigation?
To determine if the whereabouts of the children were to be located, as well as if there was any kind of Social Security fraud involved.
What did you do in furtherance of your investigation?
So I met with local law enforcement, met with the FBI, as well as had several subpoenas issued as well.
I want to talk to you about Tylee Ryan. Did Tylee Ryan receive Social Security benefits?
She did.
Why did she receive Social Security benefits?
She received survivor benefits based upon her father, Joe Ryan, who died on April 3rd, 2018.
And how much did she receive a month?
Approximately $18.59 per month.
Where she was a minor child, was there a guardian or someone who represented her in those payments?
Yes.
Is there a name for that individual?
Lori Vallow.
And is there a specific, is it fair to call her a representative payee?
Correct.
As part of your investigation, did you look into what bank accounts Tylee Ryan received these Social Security benefits?
Yes, I did.
Do you know what bank account she received those benefits in?
It was to a JP Morgan Chase account.
And do you know if, where she was a minor, was her mother also on that account?
I believe she was, yes.
Did the bank account she received payments into ever change?
Yes.
What did it change to?
To a BBVA account.
And do you know when that happened?
On or about August 20th of 2019.
Would there have been a notice regarding that change mailed to the representative payee or Tylee?
This goes towards the
and through your would that have been an automatically generated notice?
Yes, correct.
And in your investigation, have you uncovered such a document?
I have.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 114A.
Yes.
And you can save a trip. He's already had provided me a copy, and I'm no objection, Judge.
All right, I'll quickly look.
Your Honor, I just realized I did not provide courtesy copies in court earlier as well.
Okay, and I'll just take a look at it as well. All right. Exhibit 114A has been offered without objection. It is admitted.
Detective, what is Exhibit 114A?
This is a notice sent by the Social Security Administration to Lori Val on behalf of Ty Ryan on August 27th, 2019, notifying of the bank change that happened.
And does it state the change? I'm sorry, did you say what date it was sent?
The letter was sent on August 27, 2019.
All right. And this just establishes that that bank account changed.
Correct.
Did Tylee Ryan stop receiving Social Security benefits?
She did.
When was the stop date?
In or about January of 2020.
And do you know why, through your investigation, those payments stopped?
Due to her whereabouts being unknown, our agency turned off the benefits.
And are you aware of a last known sighting of Tylee Ryan?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's calling for him to make a determination based on hearsay.
The way that question is worded, I will sustain that.
I'll retract the question.
Thank you.
I want to talk to you really quickly about J.J. Vallow. Pursuant to your investigation, did J.J. Vallow receive Social Security benefits?
Yes.
Why did J.J. Vallow start receiving Social Security benefits?
Due to his father, Charles Vallow, dying on July 11th of 2019.
And do you know how much he received?
$19.51 per month.
And do you know when those payments began?
It's in September 18th, I believe, of 2019.
Did he also have a representative payee?
He did.
Who was his representative payee?
Lori Vallow.
Okay. So the same as Tylee's?
Correct.
Do you know when J.J. Vallow, or did J.J. Vallow's payments stop?
They did.
Why did they stop?
Due to his whereabouts being unknown.
And now I want to ask you a couple questions about Lori Vallow. Did Lori Vallow receive Social Security benefits pursuant to your investigation?
Yes, she did.
What kind of benefits did she receive?
It was called Mother, Child, and Care. So essentially, she was married to JJ's father at the time of his death. So we received a benefit for taking care of JJ during that time period.
So she received payments tied to Charles Vallow's death as well?
Correct.
Essentially for being the mother to a minor child who was receiving payments?
Yes, correct.
And do you know when those payments started?
It would have been the same day as JJ, so on or about September 18, 2019.
And do you know what her monthly payment was?
Approximately $19.51 per month.
Did the monthly amount she received ever change?
It did.
Do you know why?
In January 2020, I believe there was a small U.S. Treasury reclamation, or money was taken away from the account based on her a debt she owed, I believe, to the U.S. Treasury.
And did her payments ever end?
They did.
Why did they end?
Due to JJ's whereabouts being unknown.
When a person receives Social Security benefits, pursuant to your knowledge as a special agent and through your investigations, if they have certain changes in circumstances, are they required to notify the Social Security Administration?
Yes, they are.
What are some of those circumstances?
If the recipient or child moves from the address, if the person dies, if the custody of the child or person changes, that kind of thing.
In fact, and are individuals who receive Social Security benefits, are they notified that they are required to give that notice to the Social Security Administration?
They are.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed States Exhibit 114B.
There won't be an objection to that either, Judge.
Okay, I'll just briefly review that before it's admitted.
And Your Honor, may the witness have another copy of that while
No objection, Judge.
If we have one.
I do.
I think.
Okay. So, and to be, I don't know if it matters, Mr. Wood, but what should be published is the exhibit, not the copy.
Right. What
Okay.
I have is the exhibit is published.
Okay, and then I will allow the copy to be provided for reference to the witness.
Special Agent, what is this document?
This is the copy of the reporting responsibilities that were given to Lori Vallow upon the application for JJ Vallow.
And would that have been an automatically generated document?
Yes, correct.
And it would have been mailed to her?
Either mailed or handed to her directly. Either two of those would have happened, correct.
All right. And you said this lays out the notification requirements.
It does.
And, what page is that on?
Page 1, I believe.
It starts there?
Page 5 of this document, but yes.
Okay. And so what are, again, you stated before, but what are some of the requirements that require notification for a change in circumstance?
On here it notes any beneficiary dies or becomes unable to handle benefits. That would be one item on this document.
And if a beneficiary moves, are they required to notify the Social Security Administration of that change?
They are.
And you stated earlier, if one of the child beneficiary dies, they're required to report that?
Yes, correct.
If a person such as Lori Vallow, who's receiving parent and care payments, if they remarry, are they required to provide that information?
They are.
Special Agent, pursuant to your investigation, did Lori Vallow ever report to the Social Security Administration that Tylee Ryan died or was missing?
No.
Did Lori Vallow ever report to the Social Security Administration that JJ Vallow died or was missing?
No.
Did Lori Vallow ever report that Tylee and JJ had moved from Arizona to Rexburg?
No.
Did Lori Vallow ever report to the Social Security Administration that she married Chad Daybell on November 5th, 2019?
She did not.
And did Lori Vallow ever report to the Social Security Administration that she moved to Hawaii in November or December of 2019?
She did not.
Special Agent, the funds from Social Security, before they're paid out, who do they belong to?
They belong to the U.S. Treasury, which is part of the U.S. government.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state has no further questions for this witness.
Very well. I'll allow cross at this time then, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge.
This is the exit.
Good afternoon, Special Agent.
Good afternoon.
Now, I heard a lot about Lori Vallow. Lori Vallow didn't do this. Lori Vallow didn't do that. Lori Vallow didn't notify of the deaths or moving. Are any of these documents or is this case involved in any capacity with Chad Daybell?
No.
Chad Daybell's not on any of the documents.
Correct.
Chad Daybell is not under any obligation to report that he married anybody in particular, correct?
Correct.
And Lori Vallow is the one, if she's failing to do any of these acts, Mr. Daybell is not obligated to say anything, correct?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Well, Lori married Chad Daybell. At that point, is Mr. Daybell obligated under the Treasury laws to report that to the Treasury Department for Lori Vallow's SSA payments?
I think if he were aware there was a violation of what's happening with the reporting responsibilities, it would probably be a problem for him. I would agree with that, actually.
Okay.
To repeat that, if he was aware that she had responsibility to report that, and that's actually a federal violation, and he was aware that did not support that, I believe that would be a problem, actually, for our agency to investigate.
It could be a problem.
It could be, correct.
Okay. But primarily, the person who's failing to report making those representations is the one who's primarily criminally responsible. Would you agree with that?
That's probably accurate, I would say, yes.
Yeah. And it would be unusual for a spouse to report on their own spouse that, oh, by the way, they're not, they didn't report about the benefits. It's really the onus is on the person receiving the financial assistance, right?
I would say so.
And that financial assistance was being put into Lori Vallow's independent account, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Now, if I'm adding this up correctly, you said Lori Vallow was getting $1,859 a month commencing when?
In or about September 18, 2019.
And was that because of a death? What was the reason for that check?
For JJ or for
Tylee?
For Tylee. That was for her father dying in 2018.
Tylee's father dying.
Correct.
Okay, so Tylee's father died and Lori Vallow. Do you know when did that come in? That check started?
For Tylee?
Yeah.
Her father died in April of 2018, so she applied for benefits after that date.
Okay, so he died in April of 2018. Okay, and at that point, she was getting 18, or after she applied, she was starting in September of 2018. She was getting 1859 a month, right?
September of 2019, she was receiving 1859 per month. Every year increases based off of COLA. So it would have been a little bit less, I believe, in the previous year to that.
Okay. And at the same time, she was also getting this mother-child care as well, right?
In regards to
For
Tylee?
Tylee, did she get the mother-child care?
Not true. No, it would be for JJ.
Okay. Well, I was just asking whether she did. So
okay.
And then JJ started getting the Social Security payments. Is that right?
In September of 2019, correct.
Okay. As far as Tylee is concerned, the Social Security payments end when?
In January of 2020.
In January of 2020, the payments would end, right? Is that what you said?
Based upon our stopping the benefits for her, correct? Yes.
Okay. What about age? When do the benefits end as far as age?
If she turned 18, they would have stopped.
So if Tylee had turned 18 years of age, they would have stopped automatically anyway, correct?
Correct.
And at the time of Tylee's death, do you know how old she was?
I don't have the exact age for her at that time. I don't.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. And then as a result of Charles Vallow's death, JJ started receiving $19.51 a month?
Correct.
So my math is not great. We're about $3,800 between the two kids just from Social Security benefits. Is that right, that Lori Vallow received?
Are you asking per month or what time period?
Per month.
I'd have to add it up, but it'd be 1951 times 2 plus 1859 per month. So I don't have a calculator.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. The child throws another $1,900 in there as well, right?
With mother, child, and care, correct?
So 39 and 18, we're north of $4,800. $5,800 a month approximately, right?
I'd have to add it up, but it sounds right to me.
Okay. And that's money that she receives every month, and only because her third husband died, right?
Correct.
Her fourth husband died, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then at some point, those funds would continue until the children would reach 18 years of age. Is that fair?
They would, with one caveat. If
Okay.
he had sent a letter to her address in that time period and the letters were being returned to us, we would have stopped benefits immediately based off of that happening.
Okay.
So at some point, we would have probably been sending letters to the address in Arizona. We would have stopped benefits based on the letters probably being returned to us. So,
But I'm talking in generalities. In generalities, if nothing had changed and everything remained the very same, and it just continued on with until both children reached the age of 18, potentially she would be, until Tylee turned 18, you'd be looking at almost $5,800 a month in payments for just the kids to her. Would that be fair?
until the children aged out, I believe that'd be correct.
Okay. All right. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. State have any redirect?
Your Honor, the state does not have any redirect.
All right, is this witness intended to be recalled?
Not by the state.
Not by the defense, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, that'll conclude your testimony. Thank you for appearing.
Okay, so that's it for that day. Yeah, they were getting all that money. You know, that's one of the things, too, that them going through... Look at... Speaking of money, look at that little baby girl. That's one of the things. They were getting a lot of money for the kids. So, between their... the Social Security payments and all of that, which is part of the grand theft. You know, that was the grand theft and the insurance fraud are things that that Lori was charged with as well. What time is it? 3:14. All right, let's get a little bit more in here today before we have to call it a day. We have to call it a day. See how much we can get. Oops. Wrong button, Brandi. There we go. Wrong button, Brandi. All right, let's get to where they're starting.
Intends to call another witness this morning. I'll note the prosecution's all here represented, as well as the defendant and defense counsel. Is the state ready to proceed today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, and I got the microphone on this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. If parties are ready, then I'll go ahead and have the bailiffs please have the jurors brought in.
Drape's actually open this time. We'll go till like, well, we might not make it till morning break. We'll see how long we can make it before I have to go.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for returning today. The court notes all the jurors are here, present and accounted for, and properly seated. The court's also received and reviewed a juror affirmation from each one of the breaks. Just after the jury was impaneled, I believe a question may have arisen about how it works having alternates, because there are 12 jurors who will ultimately determine the case. And of course, we have extra jurors just given the length of this trial. I'll note that the way alternates are, the process is clearly defined under Idaho Criminal Rule 24. And I'll just read a portion of that to make it clear to you that says, at the conclusion of closing arguments, jurors exceeding the number required of a regular panel must be removed by lot. So in other words, there's a random drawing that would occur. So all of you must consider yourselves to be jurors in this evidence portion of the case. And if additional lot means they were. So argument at this, I'm sorry, in its case in chief with.
Yeah, Tush, I think it's 11 now. They seated 7 more today. So there's 11 now.
This trial is being live streamed on the court's channel and before you're correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I do, just briefly, I met with the court and counsel yesterday about some logistics for Detective Fonsidis' testimony, and I spoke about having a copy of his exhibits with him. That copy right now is by my desk. I didn't want to put it up there until court started, and so I'd asked if the court and counsel are still all right with those logistics, that he be handed that box of exhibits.
All right. Mr. Pryor will note we did discuss that in a sidebar. There's a large volume of pages in these exhibits, and does the defense have any objection to those being available to the witness as we go through admissions of those exhibits? All right. There is no objection then. So Mr. Wood, if you'd like to go ahead and provide the witness with those exhibits. As each, though, is offered, just make sure to make a clear record of what's being proffered, and we'll go through whatever becomes admitted.
Skip through this part.
Titus,
What is your occupation?
I'm employed as a police officer at the city of Rexburg.
And what is your title?
I'm a detective sergeant in the investigations division
How long have you been a detective?
since 2011.
And what did you do prior to that?
I was in the patrol division and as an acting patrol supervisor at one point before moving to the investigations.
Are you post certified?
I am graduated post class 131.
And what is post?
It's the police academy.
And in your role as an officer, have you continued receiving training over the last, or during your career?
Yes, I have. I've been education and training in drug and narcotics investigations, missing persons, death investigations, financial crimes.
Detective, how did you become involved in the case regarding Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, Tammy Daybell, and Chad Daybell?
In November 27th of 2019, I was aware that
then Detective Hermosillo, who's now a lieutenant. He was conducting search warrants at 3 different locations at the Rock Creek townhomes at 565 Pioneer Road. I believe the apartment numbers were 174, 175, and 107.
And did you aid in that search?
I was not a part of the original service of the warrants. I did show up on scene later in the afternoon and checked in with Detective Hermosillo and asked if I could be of any assistance.
On that day, did you obtain a search warrant for a storage unit?
I did. Detective Hermosillo had me walk through apartment 175 just to see if there's any evidentiary items of value that may have been missed. I located in the master bedroom of 175, which was the apartment that Lori Vallow was currently living in. There was a printer in the bedroom, and on the printer there was an invoice for a storage unit from the Self Storage Plus in Rexburg.
And you obtained a warrant
yes,
for
I
that?
obtained a warrant for storage unit number C52.
And did you execute that warrant?
I did.
What did you find?
There was a medium-sized unit, and there was only a bin, a tote bin with some items of like a baseball glove, some ice skates, some photo albums, and a couple of bicycles and a scooter. There wasn't a lot of content inside the storage unit.
All right. Detective, at any time in your investigation, did you have occasion to write a warrant for a P.O. box in Sugar City, Idaho?
I did. In late December of 2019, I got information from Gilbert Police Department in Arizona that Lori Vallow had a P.O. box in Sugar City, Idaho, just outside Rexburg.
And so you wrote a warrant for that?
I did.
Did you execute it?
I did.
What did you find in executing that warrant?
There was a large bundle of unopened mail, approximately 100 pieces or so. They were addressed to both Lori Vallow and her then husband, Charles Vallow, who was deceased, and her brother, Alex Cox.
All right. And going through that, did you find anything of interest to your investigation?
Yes, there were several pieces of mail that were from financial institutions. There was cell phone bills. There were letters from the IRS and Social Security Administration.
And based on what you found, did you obtain a warrant for any other mail?
Yes, around that same time, the owner of apartment 107 of the Rock Creek townhomes, I believe his name is Stephen Cruz, he had contacted the police department and said there was some event.
Your Honor, I think it goes to the question of why he did what he did.
In terms of what he said specifically, I'll sustain the objections here, saying.
Detective, without saying what anybody else told you, did you write another warrant for mail?
Yes, there was some abandoned mail that was turned into the police department from apartment 107.
Based on what you found in those warrants for the mail, did you serve any other warrants or subpoenas?
Yes, we served several warrants and subpoenas to different financial institutions and the cellular device companies.
What was you said financial records, correct?
Yes.
What was the purpose of obtaining financial records in your investigation?
Well, this is a missing person case, and so there's a lot of information you can glean from going through financial records. It's not just how much money is in the account. You can look through the account to see if it's a regularly used account, if it's a business account, a savings account. You also get a kind of a peek into the life on how people spend their money, if they're eating out a lot or if they are just paying bills. You can kind of get an understanding of how people go about their daily lives.
Detective, regarding Lori Vallow, Daybell, and Tylee Ryan, did you create a list of financial institutions upon which you served a warrant or aid in your testimony at this trial?
I did.
And did you do that in anticipation of testifying before this jury?
Yes.
Did you prepare that list to aid the jury in knowing which financial institutions you're speaking about and to help them keep track of them?
Yes.
Do you believe that demonstrative list would so aid the jury?
I do.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed a look at State's Exhibit 62.
All right, is that one of the ones that's in the...
Yes.
Okay. Detective, if you want to locate Exhibit 62.
Detective, you recognize that?
Yes, it's a financial account attribution list that I created.
Is this the same demonstrative list that we were just speaking about?
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate representation of what you created?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, I'd ask that Exhibit 62 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
And may I publish?
Yes, Exhibit 62 is admitted.
Detective, is there a pointer?
Yes.
There. Can you walk the jury through the accounts that you are going to be talking about?
Okay, so on this page, we're going to be, or just specifically for Lori Vallow, Daybell, and Tylee Ryan. Again, having served several subpoenas and warrants, we're looking through everything. We were able to narrow it down to these particular accounts that are pertinent to the investigation.
And I didn't realize that wasn't all showing. And so you had accounts for Tylee Ryan as well?
Yes.
All right.
Would you like me to go over them briefly?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the top account there, it's a JP Chase Bank. It's a joint account with Charles Vallow. And the number on the end, right over here, is just the account number, just the last four. There was another account through JP Chase that was a joint account that Lori had with her daughter, Tylee. There was an additional JP Morgan Chase account that she shared with Charles Vallow. This was another kind of a business account. And then we learned that there was a personal account through the BBVA Compass account that Lori had created for herself. And then at a later time, she created a joint account with Tylee through the BBVA. And then the next are credit cards. There's a Barclays Hawaiian credit card joint account that Lori Vallow shared with Charles. And they were each issued a card, and you see Lori had a card 6611 and Charles had a card was 0991. There's a Barclays Bank account, a credit card that we found that Alex, who's Lori's brother, had opened up an account and actually had Lori on as a card holder. And you see that Alex had two cards here, and then Lori had a card, and the last four numbers in that card was 9259. We have an additional First Hawaiian Bank account that Lori had. And the last two we see here are Chase Southwest Air, the PFS marketing credit card. The PFS is a premier financial service. That was the business account that Charles Vallow had. He was an owner of this financial service. And then we had the National Life Insurance of the Southwest. Lori had a policy that she took out for personal reasons for $2 million. And just below that, the Tylee Ryan attributions, the same ones that were up on top under Lori's name, but we just put them under her name. So there's a JP Chase Morgan account, the 3918. This is an account she had while she was living in Arizona before they moved to Idaho. And then Lori opened up an account with Tylee when they got to just before they moved to Idaho. And Tylee was she had a Jeep Wrangler that Charles Vallow had purchased, and Tylee was making payments on. So we created that there.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness look at State's Exhibit 63, and 63 has several subparts.
Okay, make sure to identify those subparts then, and Detective Considas, you can locate that exhibit, please.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I'd note for the record that 63 itself is a business record affidavit. And so this document comes in by way of stipulation.
All right, Exhibit 63 then. Give me a moment, we'll take a look at that also. All right, so 63 is just the affidavit, not the attached records, which are subparts that are marked with letters in addition to 63. Is there any objection to the admission of 63, the affidavit? Very well. Exhibit 63 is admitted.
Thank you. Detective, can you look at, and may I, Your Honor, my understanding is that once that's admitted, all parts of this exhibit are admitted, and may I publish those?
Okay, and okay, so that would include then
63A through 63I.
Okay, I've got through H. Maybe there's.
We'll make sure we get a copy of that.
Okay.
And then
Well,
does council have a copy of it?
I have a courtesy copy up through 63H, but you're saying there's also an I?
Yes.
Okay, so exhibits 63A through I are also admitted then.
Thank you. Detective, will you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63A? What is that?
This is a electronic signature card for the account of the JP Chase Morgan, the 0769 account.
What is the significance of that account to your investigation?
So we learned that this account was an everyday account that both Charles and Lori utilized while living in Arizona. And we know that with this account is specifically interacts with Tylee's joint account when they're moving monies, transferring monies from account to account.
All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 63B?
See, the transferring to accounts is going to be what, how they get him. Because when they were asking him if this stuff came to him, it doesn't. But if they're transferring money to each other's accounts, that's what's going to be.
Do you know what that document is?
This is a sample monthly statement, sample of monthly statements from the 0769 account dating from June 10th through September, I believe, of 2019.
And this is the account ending in 0769, correct?
Correct.
And did you review all the documents that came in with that?
I did.
Mr. Wood, on that projector, there is actually a light that I think will remove the shadow. I can have staff attorney assist you with that if you'd like.
That'd be great. Thank you. Are there regular deposits into that account?
There's no regular deposits into this account. They're sporadic at times. They're coming in, monies are being transferred into this account from the 0377 account. But as far as having like a regular paycheck, having a direct deposit or something to that effect, there's nothing on like that on these accounts.
And just to clarify, this was at the jointly held account by Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Detective, can you pull out what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63C? What is that document?
This is the signature card on the application for the account, joint account for Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan, the account that ends in 3918.
And this is a JP
Chase Morgan
account. And can you pull out what's been marked as 63D?
This is sampling of monthly statements from Tylee's account from January of 2019 through, I believe, November of 2019 or October 2019.
Okay. And was there anything significant about this document to you in your investigation?
Yes, it shows Tylee is very active on this account. She is spending money with her, she is receiving death benefit stipends in this account from her father, Joe Ryan, who passed away April 3rd of 2018. So Tylee was receiving death benefits, and the death benefits were regularly deposited into this account. And Tylee was very active in this account.
When you say active?
Well, she was out spending money almost on a daily basis. She was going to convenience stores, gas stations, shopping centers, fast food.
And you stated this is the account she was receiving her Social Security payments in.
Correct.
And were those monthly?
They were. They appeared towards the end of the month. Since she first started receiving her benefits June 14th of of 2018, and they were regularly occurring into this account.
And do you know how much she received?
In 2019, she was receiving $1,859 a month.
Detective, as you go through these records, are you able to tell the difference between what I'm going to call a brick and mortar payment or store, like a physical location, and online payments?
Yes. Kylie, the overwhelming majority of her spending habits occur in brick and mortar type establishments, and there are some online payments, but she's out spending money in physical places.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 63E? What is that document?
This is the partial monthly statement showing from August 23 of 2019 through September 3rd of 2019 for Kylie's 3918 Chase Morgan account.
And what is the significance of that document to your investigation?
Well, it still shows through August she is out actively spending money, and it also shows towards the end of the month. We look up on the screen here. So she's really active coming through here. And then when you get towards the 1st of September, and these, I just want to make a clarification here on this outside row, that's the posting date. Inside on the statement, you'll see a date of 9/1. So it shows Kylie moving from Arizona, heading north. And this is the same time frame when they were moving to Idaho. And when you get down to the bottom of the page here, it shows that her last in-person use of a card was done in St. George, Utah on the 1st. There were 2 purchases at a McDonald's that day.
And is St. George between Rexburg and Maricopa County?
Yes, I'm sorry for those that take it for granted. I'm sorry. St. George is one of the first cities you come to in Utah when you come up north out of Arizona as you're heading towards Idaho.
Was there any record of any money being deposited into that account after that date shown, the last date shown on that record?
No. So we had learned that in the middle of August, I believe it was August 16th, Lori, Kylie's mom, had contacted Social Security and had stopped having the monthly stipends deposited into Kylie's account. And she then switched those monies to be deposited in to her own personal account, Lori's personal account from the BBVA. So there were no more funds coming into this account at all.
Detective, can you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63F? What is that document?
This is the checking summary for the date of September 20th, 2019 for Kylie's JP Chase account. And it's showing a $10.04 balance. And then it shows right underneath on the beginning balance, it has an electronic withdrawal for the same $10.04, bringing the ending balance to $0.
Does it show where that money was transferred to?
That money was transferred into Lori's 0769 account from the JP Chase.
Was there anything significant about that transaction to you in your investigation?
Yes, Kylie had no more control over her monies in this account. And with the timeline that we had learned in this investigation of Kylie's last known sighting was between September 8th and September 9th, Lori had closed out this account there was no more use for it.
Detective, can you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63G? And what is that document?
We got about another 20
This would be it's an online administration tool for people who bank with JP Chase Morgan. They're issued a personal identification number, and they're allowed to go online and they can conduct their transactions. And this is the page that indicates for Lori Vallow. It sets up with her personal PIN number on Kylie's account. It shows that she can access Kylie's account.
And so did she and Tylee have separate identifying numbers?
They did.
Are they on that page?
They are. So if you look down to the middle of the page, well, we know it's Lori because she says Lori for style at iCloud.com right here. And it has Lori's name up here. But right here under personal ID and profile ID, it has a number. And the last four numbers on that are the 5132. So that's the number that's associated with Lori.
And is there a profile number for Tylee Ryan?
There is.
Can you point that out?
So if you were to go 2 more pages into this document, you'll see Tylee's name is highlighted up on top, and it has Tylee's email right there, TyleyRyan24 at Gmail. And if you go down to the profile ID just underneath that, it has a number right here. And the last 4 on those are 0212.
And Detective, what's the significance of those identifying numbers? Does it aid you in your investigation to know those?
Sure, it's specific to the user, so we have a general idea that it's the person who's logging in is using it, and it leaves a digital footprint, so you can see where they're going and what they're doing within the banking of their account.
So if Lori Vallow were to go online and make a change to that account, it would show that it was her by her identifying number. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And is the same accurate if Tylee Ryan were to go online and make a change? It would show her identifying number.
Yes.
Thank you.
If you were to go to the next page, this page here is dated September 20th. And as we previously spoke to, the account closing on the 20th of September. If you look, if you could bring your, let's see. Okay, we're good. Right. No, bring it down just a little bit, please. There you go. Thank you. You'll see the profile ID number up here, the 5132. That's associated with Lori Vallow. And if you look to the bottom of the document, you'll see here on the left-hand side of the screen, you see the high school checking account belonging to Tylee, the 3918, and you see monies being transferred to. And here's the $10.04 that just shows that Lori went in and accessed Tylee's account and then moved monies over into her 0769 account, making it a zero balance.
And so just to clarify, Detective, you're able to verify that it was Lori that made that transaction by that identifying number?
Correct.
All right. And what was that date again?
September 20th of 2019.
Detective, can you look at what's been marked as States Exhibit 63H?
This is a checking summary showing a zero balance on Tylee Ryan's 3918 JP Chase Bank.
So do y'all think
what's
that
the date
this
on
is
that?
enough to,
Or I should say, is there a
with
date
the
on that?
money going,
I'm not
like
seeing a date
Lori
on it,
was
but it
getting
would
the
be
money,
for,
and then it's showing that
anything after September 20th.
All right.
he was getting the money. So do you think that this is enough?
And can you
y'all
look
can say it in chat.
what's
Do you
been
think that
marked
this
as
is
States
enough
Exhibit
for him to
63?
get convicted for the grand theft charges? Because he's not the one who's actually taking the money or having it go directly into his account from Social Security and from whatever, but he's obviously getting and using
Any other
the
law
money.
enforcement agency to review?
I did. I have some knowledge of this account, but the primary reviewer of this account was Michael Douglas, FBI forensic accountant.
All right. Detective, can you look at what's been marked as States Exhibit 64A? Oh, bailiff, I apologize. This was the first page to 63. And Your Honor, I would just note for the record that States Exhibit 64 is a business records affidavit, and that this document has subparts 64A through C, and to the state's understanding, this document comes in by way of stipulation.
All right, so 64 is admitted, and 64 A, B, and C are also all admitted.
All right.
And they may be published, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, what are the documents from state's, excuse me, Exhibit 64?
These are summary of accounts for the BBVA Compass account ending in 3229 for Lori Vallow. It's a checking account. It was opened in October of 2018.
Is Lori Vallow the sole user on this account?
She is.
And I believe you just said it was opened in October of 2018?
Correct. I believe the 20th.
And did you obtain this through a search warrant or through a subpoena?
I did.
And what was the significance of this account to your investigation?
Well, we learned through this account that this would be one of Lori's main accounts where she would be receiving future Social Security monies. We know that Tylee's monthly stipend was being deposited into this account and would later receive stipends for death benefits for Charles Vallow as well, for both her and JJ.
And can you look at 64B? And what is that?
This is a sample portion of monthly statements for Lori's 3229 BBVA account from August of 2019 through, I believe, January of 2020.
Detective, I want to call your attention to a deposit made on August 28th. Can you see that?
I can.
What was that deposit? And if you can use a pointer to point it out to the jury.
So just below mid-page on the screen here, we see a credit for Social Security Treasury deposit for $1,859. This account is this deposit is associated to Tylee Ryan, and we know from when multiple deposits are made into a banking account from Social Security, so if there's more than one person receiving monies, they're given special identifiers so you can see which deposits belong to which person. So if we look here at Tylee's, you see the reference and it has the X's, and then we see the 4121C1. So the 4121 is the last four numbers of Joe Ryan's Social Security number. His Social Security number is 146604121. And then the C1 is just it's a designated identifier for child. So it'd be Tylee being a child, a minor under 18, receiving death benefits from her biological father.
And that was the Joe Ryan.
Joe Ryan, correct.
Who you testified was deceased.
He was deceased. He died on April 3rd in 2018.
And so that's how you're able to identify that payment is assigned to Tylee Ryan, even though it's going into Lori Vallow's account at this point.
Correct.
And from your investigation, is this the first deposit of Social Security benefits for Tylee Ryan into this account?
Yes, this is the first deposit.
And where was Tylee Ryan receiving her Social Security benefits before that?
As stated, she was previously receiving them in her JP Chase account, which her mother has since closed down.
And again, what was the date of that deposit?
This was on August 28th of 2019.
And was there anything significant about that to you, about that date?
We learned that our investigation, we believe that Tylee was killed 10 days later.
I'm going to call your attention to a deposit made. It's on the third page of that document. A deposit made on September 18th. Are you able to locate that?
I am.
Can you, with your pointer, identify the deposits made on September 18th?
Yes, so there's two deposits made on that day. One in the amount of $3,902 and the second for $4,157. And you see them here towards the bottom of the page right here. They were deposits from the Social Security Administration Treasury Department As you see the X's here, you have a different last four number, the 9801, and then you have a C1. And then on the next line down, you have the 9801E. So we can differentiate what deposit belongs to by looking at this top one here. We have the 9801. So Charles Vallow's Social Security number was 436029801. And we see the C1, so that would be for JJ. And that's the monies that were received. So we have and the next one down, we know it's for Lori because we have the 9801, but the letter E is just an identifier saying that she is the child in care or the guardian.
All right. And are those amounts, are those the regular monthly payments?
These are not. These are the initial installments that she received back pay for both when she generated her paperwork back in August.
And Detective, was there anything significant about that deposit date to you?
Yes.
What is that?
JJ was killed a few days later, on around the 22nd or 23rd.
Detective, you mentioned earlier that this account, this BBVA account, ending in 3229, received from August on all of the Social Security payments.
Yes.
And did you review this document for those payments?
I did.
Detective, did you prepare a chart, a demonstrative chart that shows all of Tylee Ryan's Social Security deposits?
I did.
Does that include both the JP Morgan account and BBVA account payments?
Yes.
Did you do that to aid this jury in understanding where and when those payments were made?
Yes.
Does it label the banks to which the deposits were made?
It does.
And did you prepare that in anticipation of testifying today?
I did.
Do you believe it would aid the jury in understanding the deposit history for Tylee Ryan's Social Security?
Yes.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 84? Is that the document that we have been speaking about?
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the demonstrative chart you created?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes that State's Exhibit 84 be entered into evidence.
Any objection? All right, Exhibit 84 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Detective, can you walk the jury through that chart?
Sure. This chart depicts Tylee Ryan's Social Security benefits. It's the history of her timeline. So they're up in the upper left-hand corner. There's three different colors on this legend. So the first one, the purple colored Social Security benefit, was deposited into the joint JP Chase Morgan. So this was Tylee's first account, the 3918. And then we have on the second one, we have the benefit amount deposited into Lori's own personal account after we believe Tylee was killed. And then we have one that has some hash marks on it, and that shows that it was deposited for that month. But since Tylee was alive, we discount both those months. But they're just showing that deposits were made.
All right. And are there other dates on that chart?
Yeah. So on the first line, we have the date of 4/3/18. That's when Joe Ryan, Tylee's father, died. And then Tylee begins receiving benefits on the 14th of June. You see the large sum there. It's for her back pay, for lack of a better analysis. And then she starts receiving regular deposits of $1,800. And then when 2019 comes around, she gets a percentage increase. So that's why it's at $1,859. And then as we go towards the end of the middle, we see on the screen here on July 11th of 2019, this is the day that Charles Vallow was killed. And then the deposits keep going. And then on the 12th, Lori contacted the Social Security Administration to change Tylee's benefits. I think earlier I stated the 16th, but it was the 12th, so I stand corrected on that. The deposits for Tylee into the BBVA account now, since she's no longer receiving them in the JP Morgan. And you see here on the 8th, that's the last proof of life we have for Tylee. We have nothing in our investigation has shown that she is living after this date. And then after, for the month of October, Lori's receiving Tylee's benefits directly into her personal account. And then as you see here on the bottom line here, on June 9th, we find Tylee at the defendant Chad Daybell's property.
Detective, similar to that chart, did you make a chart for JJ Vallow's survivor benefits and Lori Vallow's mother, child, and care benefits?
I did.
Did you make that in preparation for testifying today?
Yes.
And did you rely on the banking documents that you reviewed in making that chart?
Yes.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 85? Is State's Exhibit 85 the document, the chart for JJ we've been speaking of?
Yes.
And did you create that in anticipation of testifying before the jury?
Yes.
You believe it would aid the jury in understanding these financial transactions?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that for demonstrative purposes only that State's Exhibit 85 be entered into evidence.
Very well. No objection. So Exhibit 85 is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
Detective, can you describe how you made that chart?
Yes, this is a chart depicting JJ's and Lori's, or JJ's Social Security benefits that are going into Lori's BBVA account. Again, the legend on the upper left shows the benefit amount deposited for JJ. Underneath that, you see the color for the amount deposited for Lori. And then the hash mark box shows, but it's not included in the total amount deposit because we believe JJ was alive for that month. So as we go through the chart here, as stated in July 11th of 2019, Charles Vallow was killed in Arizona. Lori applies for benefits in August and starts receiving benefits in September. And this is their first deposit. And as stated earlier, this is not their regular deposit. It's for the back pay when she generated her paperwork to receive the benefits. And then very next box we see on 9/23, that's our last proof of life for JJ. And then you see the benefits being deposited in. They each were receiving $1,951 per month. So they received for September and then October. And then you look here on the last one, and then November 5th, this date is important to the investigation because that's the day that Lori Vallow became Mrs. Daybell and married Chad in Hawaii. JJ is still receiving benefits, as is Lori, all the way through to the end of the year and into January. And then the last box, we have the 9th when we found JJ on Mr. Daybell's property.
And Detective, all of those Social Security payments, was it your testimony? Those went into Lori's sole BBVA account?
Correct. She had full control over it.
Okay. Detective, can you review or pull out State's Exhibit 65? And Your Honor, while he does that, State's 65, the Exhibit 65 itself is a business record affidavit with subparts A through D. Where this has a business records affidavit, State's understanding this comes in by way of stipulation.
Mr. Pryor, any objection to 65 and subparts A through D? All right, there is no objection then. Exhibit 65, the electronic business records affidavit is admitted. Exhibits 65A through D are also admitted.
Thank you. Detective, what is State's Exhibit 65 in general?
The entire exhibit is dealing with Tylee Ryan's joint account that her mother opened for both of them to share for the BBVA, and they did that in August 19th of 2019.
All right. And can you look specifically at 65A? Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
What is that document?
This is a summary of accounts. It's the signature page for the application for the account of Tylee Ryan that ends in the last four numbers of 5794. And both her and Lori are signers on it.
All right. And that's through BBVA.
Correct.
When was this account opened?
The 19th of August, 2019.
Can you look at States Exhibit 65B? What is that?
This is a transaction history monthly statement of activity on Tylee's account for the BBVA.
And in your investigation, was there anything significant about this document?
Yeah, two things. So one, that Tylee was not receiving any more deposits into this account from Social Security where she was in JP Chase Morgan. So any deposits that come into this account are now coming from her mother through transactions within the bank. This particular page we see was created on 8/19, and for the first couple of days, as they are, traveling from Arizona on their move to Idaho, you see again where out here we have the date of the transaction, but after these post dates of 9/3, it just shows that this card was used in person only 3 times. And that was during their move from Arizona to Idaho. They were at 3 different places. One was in Fillmore, Utah, which is in southern Utah. And it was used at a convenience store. There was one that was used at a Maverick in Perry, Utah. Again, I believe that's still southern Utah. And then there was one that was used in the Wickiup, Arizona. I'm not familiar with geographically where that city is located in Arizona, but it was used on that date. And from there, everything else that we learned with this account was done online, with the exception of 2 more dates, one in September and one in October.
All right. Can you look at States Exhibit 65C?
They've still got a while left. I was trying to see if we would get to the end of this one. I'm going to call it a day. I have dinner and bingo with my mama and my friends tonight. So I need to take this little munchkin for a WALK. I can't say it out loud because she'll hear me and go nuts. Before I take a shower and get ready. So we made it through a good bit though. And then tomorrow, while they're doing jury duty, we'll do the same thing that we did today. Tomorrow we will finish this day. Tomorrow we'll catch up. Who are you growling at? She hears somebody in the hall. She's not happy about it. Tomorrow we'll catch up, because we've got the rest of this day and then tomorrow. So yeah, dinner and bingo. I'm excited. I hardly ever get to go do anything anymore. I went to lunch with one of my friends on Sunday before I came home and worked. Other than that, when was the last time I did something? Well, last week I took 2 days off. What was that? 2 weeks ago? 2 whole days. So that was exciting. The only stat is taint. Oh, Lord of mercy, Marie Moss. Yeah, we heard that more today than I've heard it in the last 10 years combined. I'll say that. That's all right. That's all right. So, hold on, let's see. There we go. We'll do the beach. Let's move me over here so you can see the flowers too. I love my flowers. That's all we got for today though. I am excited. Yes, I'm going to enjoy my evening with my mama and my friends. I'll post a picture. Maybe I'll win. I've never, as many times as we've gone here, I've never won bingo here, but One of my friends did one time. They went with me. But I've never actually won. So hopefully, we're going to manifest it. I'm going to win. I'm going to win. I never win, but that's okay. If it wasn't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all, y'all. That's all right. It's all right. Tomorrow, we will start about the same time. Just Obsessed said, thank you, chat and Brandi, for being respectful of people's religions. It's appreciated. Always. Always, always. That's what I want to say. Like, Chad and Lori are not representative of anybody else's beliefs. They're just set out the good luck trolls. I got enough trolls right now, Jamie C. I got enough trolls. Do they have good luck trolls? I'll take those. I'd love some good luck trolls. Most of mine are just big mouth trolls. Per my last email, trolls. I'd love some good luck trolls. Tomorrow we'll start about the same time. And it'll be fun. It'll be good. We'll get through the hard parts together, you know, and we'll find humor in the fun stuff together. That's why I like watching these with y'all, though, because like some of this stuff is really hard to hear. You know, some of it's like it like affects you. It's heavy. This is heavy stuff. This is hard. Hearing the stuff about JJ and Tylee and like finding them and seeing the officer cry and stuff, like that stuff's hard. And as much as you want to see justice play out and as much as you want to see this stuff happen, you know, like for the families, like it is hard to watch some of this. So it's nice to be able to have a great community to watch it with so that, you know, the hard stuff we can watch together and, you know, get through that part with our little true crime support group. And then the funny stuff we can make fun of together, because who doesn't want to make fun of Dumbbell? Who doesn't want to make fun of Dumbbell? I think we all do. I'm pretty sure we all do. So, you know, what a buffoon. What a buffoon. All right, y'all. I appreciate it. Tomorrow we have what's today? Hump day. Tomorrow is day 3 of jury selection. And I don't even know what we're at. What are we at? We're on day 5 right now, right? In Daybell, Dumbbell. We're watching day 5. So we'll watch the rest of this tomorrow and then catch up on the other part. And then Karen Reed's coming, y'all. If they got 11 seated. Ugh. I'm like equal parts excited and just anxious. It's already so hostile. I'll say this about the Karen Reed stuff, because I know chat will be full during that trial. This chat is not going to be the way that we're not going to do things in here how they're doing them out there on these internet streets. Everyone is allowed to have opinions, and everyone is allowed to voice their opinions as long as it is done respectfully. Nobody is allowed to fuss at anybody else about their opinions. Healthy debates, fine, love those. That's how you learn. Love those. Healthy, respectful debates, yes, all day long. But there will be absolutely no No talking down to people who see it different than you. No being rude to people. No name calling. We're not going to do that. That's what we're not going to do. We are going to focus on the victim and the facts, and be open to everything that comes out, and talk about it, debate it, bounce ideas off each other, all those things that we always do. But we are not going to turn this chat into what it is out there. Because Lord knows I deal with enough of that shit on Twitter right now. You can't say anything without... It's crazy. It's crazy. So this is going to be a safe place where we don't have to deal with that. Everybody's going to be allowed to have opinions and talk about them respectfully. And that's it. And if not, shut this computer off and I'm just going to go watch it by myself. Just joking. But not really. All right, y'all. I appreciate everything. Happy hump day. Happy hump day. I will see y'all. Yeah, mods have their blocking fingers ready. Yeah, I will see y'all tomorrow morning. Hopefully, I'll come on tomorrow morning and I'll be like, y'all, I won it. Bingo. And then we can all celebrate. Maybe. It'll never happen. I never win. That's okay. All right, y'all. I appreciate it. I will see you. Oh, what happened to this? Oh. What happened to this? I wonder why. Headphone, microphone. Interesting. I just had all my stuff just went to hell in a handbasket. Whatever, we're going with it. All right, y'all. I will see you tomorrow.
I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
It was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel and
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?